everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. I'm your host, Infinity, and we have an awesome day of Call of Duty ahead of us. Today's matches are all going to be from stage number 4. It's time for the Latin America Regional Playoffs, but I won't be alone on the casting desk today. Not at all. I'll be joined by my good Canadian friend, Austin Visions. How you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic, Brody, man. I love COD Mobile. I got to cast it a few weeks ago. They're always a great time. It's always action past the chaos. I'm here for it, Brody. It's going to be a fantastic day.
Indeed, it will. And to give you guys an idea of what the day looks like ahead of us, let's jump straight into it by talking about the schedule. These are the matches ahead of us for today. We're going to be kicking things off with Full House Gaming versus Influence Rage at 11 a.m. EST, followed up by Cygnus Esports and RWR. Those are the two matches we're going to be kind of going back and forth between for the first hour or so. Then we'll have Loops Esports versus Godsend and Skade versus Operation 34. And then once the quarterfinals are done, we're moving on to the semi-final matches, going all the way down to losers round 2. That will be the round we stop at today. And at the end of the day, Austin, will be with our final 4 teams.
Yeah, we sure will. And I think a couple of teams that you really do have to watch for here definitely going to be Skade. They ended up going through the entire upper bracket, had a nice run, and ended up falling short there, unfortunately, to a couple of best of fives here. And overall, I mean, we do know there's a couple of favorites that might be coming into today, Brody. But the other thing that we know about Call of Duty is that anything can happen, especially when it's intense and only 3 teams are going to be able to make it through. But we take a look at this bracket. This is where all these teams are going to have to start trucking through and trying to make their way in towards that top 3 spot to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely does look like a gnarly bracket, doesn't it? I'm very excited to see what these teams are able to bring to the table. You kind of touched upon it there, Austin, but these teams are fighting for 3 spots available in the World Championships here. And of course, some prizing on the line as well. Let's take a look at that prize pool then. First place takes home the lion's share of $50,000, 15,000 second place with $10,000, and third with 8. You can see the rest as well there. Everybody walks away with a slice of the pie today, Austin.
Absolutely, man. A lot of money to play for. I mean, you told me a couple years ago that there'd be 50K on the line, for a world qualifier here for ourselves. For COD Mobile, I would have been absolutely blown away. But here we are. These guys are playing for a lot of money, and they're also pretty damn good at the game. Let's be honest here, Brody. They're coming out here and they're going to show us a lot of great plays throughout the entire thing. And that money is really just kind of the cherry on top of being able to qualify and also walk away with some nice cash in your pocket.
Yep, and none of today would be possible without Sony's Xperia. They are the official mobile phone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Let's take a look at this beauty for you guys at home. It is a gorgeous phone, and it is the best way to play Call of Duty Mobile, Austin.
Absolutely is. I mean, it's actually crazy. I've absolutely owned one of these before, a later model, and not only is it just insane for COD Mobile, but it's actually got a really nice camera on it, taking some great pictures with this bad boy. But on top of it, 120 hertz to make sure that you are going to have the best optimal gaming experience as possible. It's got a very nice wide screen. It's just very precision touch. I mean, everything that you would want in a phone if you're looking to play COD Mobile, like this is it here, Brody. This is what's going to get the job done for you.
Yep, and if you guys want to know more about Sony's Xperia 1 Mark number 3, well, here's a little look. Well, there's a look at the Xperia 1 Mark number 3, the best way to play Call of Duty Mobile. Right, let's get into our games then for today. We'll kick things off by talking about the first match, which is Full House Gaming versus Influence Rage. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, actually, isn't it, Austin? Because Influence Rage is probably the most notable team here, if only because there was a different variation of the roster last year that were able to actually win the 2020 Latin America Regional Championship. So that's kind of sets the stakes here for roster. But unfortunately, when it came to the qualifier, they actually only managed to grab the 6th seed.
Right. I mean, fell a little bit short. They won a couple of rounds up in that upper bracket, but once they got to those lower bracket matches, it really just kind of hit a wall for them, and they were unable to keep things going. And I mean, that's what happens sometimes in those lower bracket matches. But I mean, there's high expectations for a team that's obviously already went towards a world throughout the last year. You're really under the expectation, I feel like, for a lot of the fans here in this region that they might be able to do it again. But a couple of roster swaps come through, a couple of new teams being formed here, Brody, and obviously that road has not become as easy here for them.
Yeah, absolutely, it hasn't. And while we're waiting for the first match to get underway, or while we're waiting for the map set to be shown to everybody at home, why don't we talk very quickly about sort of how different Call of Duty Mobile is? Because you and
Sure.
I, we've casted a ton of Call of Duty Modern Warfare,
Sure
Call of
have.
Duty Black Ops Cold War. Mobile is the one, though, that I've always wanted to get right into because it is an awesome amalgamation of everything that is great about Call of Duty.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I love the most about this is, it's like the perfect in between of what we got in 5v5 throughout Black Ops 4 and Modern Warfare, compared to like 4v4 throughout this year in Black Ops or Cold War. So I really love the in between where it's like, okay, we're jumping into 5v5. It's very fast paced, and the games are pretty short, right? For anyone that does not know, 150 points for hardpoint. It's a very shorter game. Sometimes things end on the very first rotation, but I think the biggest factor that we're really going to be highlighting throughout the entire day is the specialists and the
Mhm.
streaks. I've seen it one too many times where teams just are able to get themselves a really nice build up. They chain a couple of hills together. The streaks start raining from above. We start seeing, the death machine come on out here for ourselves. The grab spike, everything along these lines that's going to be able to break hard points, hold hard points. It can be really difficult for teams to bounce back into the game. Now, if we see teams throw away their specialists and their streaks and don't use them very well, then that's maybe your window. But I think the key is making sure things do not get out of hand too fast when we start off a lot of these respawn games.
Yeah, and there is quite a lot different here. Again, with 5 versus 5, the pace of the
Sure.
game is completely quickened up. And
Very
as you said
quick.
already, the scores are very different, especially when it comes to hardpoint. 150 points shaved off the
Yeah.
total you need to get a victory. That's going to make these games go super quick. But there definitely is some similarities as well. I've already kind of mentioned the fact that this is an amalgamation of everything that we love about Call of Duty. And a big reason
Right.
for that is the fact that we have so many weapons, so many maps that have been lifted from the greatest of Call of Duty games. And to show you guys sort of what the map set for the first series of the day looks like here, you guys are already going to get to see some of those maps from the best Call of Duties ever. I know a fan favorite, Call of Duty Modern Warfare from 2019, Hackney Yard Hardpoint will be kicking us off in the series. Then Summit Search and Destroy lifted from Black Ops 1. Raid Domination, I'm sure yours and ours
Woo!
favorite map of all time. Austin, all the way from Black Ops 2, Fire and Range Hardpoint, and map number 4, and Standoff Search and Destroy if we go the distance in this series. A relatively varied map set here, Austin.
That's right. Yeah, different map here for just about every single game mode coming on through. So I really like the variety that's coming through. Now, just to kind of dive into the map number one, Hackney Yard, we know it as Chaos. And actually, we did get to cast a lot of it when it was 5v5 in the regular Call of Duty season for Modern Warfare. So when I've casted over Hackney Yard Hardpoint, it's very similar. A lot of the same things are pretty much going to take place where you're looking to try and lock down a P2 spawn, make sure you're coming out with, a good 45, 50 points if you are controlling that close spawn, because it's just as difficult to break on through with it, especially early when you don't really have a whole lot of specialists maybe to break that open for yourself. And when you talk about, only going to 150 points, if you chain 1 and 2 together, I mean, that puts you sometimes close to about 100 points for yourself going in towards the future rotation. So this map feels like it can be very snowbally in a lot of ways, and it really is on the team that's going to be on the bad side to come out here and have a really strong P1 to make sure things are not snowballing out of control.
I think that's the key thing here, actually, and I guess we'll talk very deeply about map number 1 in just a sec. Well, I guess now's the time, right, to talk about map number 1 and what we kind of expect out of Hackney Yard Hardpoint. Um, I think that is the key thing here, if anything, as you kind of touched on it there, that there is actually a bad side. I'll use air quotes. There is a bad side on this map when you spawn in, right? And if you do come on that bad side, you may well lose those first two hard points, 120 points, if that team that spawns on the, again, good side in air quotes, if they spawn there, if they're able to chain those two hills back to back perfectly. I mean, we've already talked about the fact that you have a shorter score here. 150
Right.
points is the line you need to reach. That puts that team at a massive, massive advantage. So yeah, it's going to be crazy. I actually can't wait to see how this one turns out, of course. And I think the other thing here is, we've talked about our experience in casting Call of Duty Modern Warfare for an entire year, so we kind of know how this map plays. But I think the pace of mobile will make this very different and very interesting, at least from that point of view.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, as we look kind of, in towards the other game modes too, it's also really fun. The fact that we got snipers, Brody. We got snipers, we got smokes that are coming out here for us as well. And sometimes you even see off the start of these respawns, maybe not so much on Hackney Yard, but on some of the bigger maps, you do see a sniper player come out off the start and see if you can maybe pick off a couple of players. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Worst case, you switch over on death and you go back towards, a regular submachine gun or whatever it might be. So I really do like some of the change ups and some of the mix ups that we do tend to get here. And because it's really our first time looking at this region, maybe we are going to get something a little bit special that comes out and towards some of these maps, whether that do be the meta, whether that is going to be simply just a little bit of a different strategy that could play out here for us. I think that's really one of the great looks of being able to look at, all right, this is the playoffs here, who's going to be able to make it to the actual world championship. You got to get top 3, the pressure's on. When are you going to bring out some of these strategies? That's what we're kind of be looking at and really trying to highlight for you guys here watching throughout the entire day, because we're kind of left with a couple of question marks too here, Brody. We're looking at these guys for the first time, and this will just be one of those first good looks at what they bring to the table and how they're going to be able to perform on the stage.
Yeah, for sure, right? And again, especially with a varied map set, I think that's also another interesting thing that isn't talked about enough when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. When we talk about, Call of Duty competitive esports, your game that releases every year, for example, we'll have Vanguard later this year. We have this set map mode combination where we have these maps and they are only for specific modes. Every single map here in the map set can be used for hardpoint search and destroy or
Yeah.
domination, which creates some crazy, I guess, combinations that can come out later down the line. So I'm very particularly excited for like raid domination. I don't know why, because I
Yeah.
the B flag in the middle of the map is just going to be insane. Like, I can't wait to see the fights there on that. But generally speaking, I think this is going to be a great day of Call of Duty Mobile ahead of us again. And as you already said here, Austin, there is quite a lot on the line. Not only that $50,000 prize pool, but those 3 spots for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. That's what these guys are really going to be fighting tooth and nail for, because there's an overall bigger prize pool of $2 million on the line. It's a huge prize pool.
Massive, man. Like that is a ton of money when you're kind of just dumbing it down and thinking about the fact that these guys are sitting in the room right now. They're holding their phone. Maybe they're, warming up a little bit, trying to get ready. And yeah, it's like, all right, can we get through this tournament that's for $50,000, which is also a massive chunk of money. But that is really, kind of just peanuts when you think of the fact that there's $2 million on the line. But you have to take it one step at a time. You have to take it one map at a time here. And hopefully that's what a lot of these teams are really trying to dive into as we get in towards our very first series on the day overall. So that'll be what we're looking at now as we kind of go through the rest of the maps for us too. I think really one of the big ones, as you mentioned, is going to be the swing map that tends to come out here for us, of course, in the raid domination. On top of that, the firing range should be fun because it's really explosive maps, right? It's a lot of trying to be able to fix things on the fly, pick things up whenever you possibly can. So we'll see how that ends up playing out for us. But it looks like we are now ready to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Hackney Yard, hardpoint coming up first for us. Already the early battles coming on out in Full House Gaming. They're going to be able to get a couple of the first points, but responding right back. Influence Rage now have control of the point.
Yeah, indeed they do. Influence Rage in for this time. Now, keep an eye on that right side of the minimap. That's where you're going to see Influence Rage try to hold on. But look at this start here from Gohan. 3 kills already, looking to earn that Hunter Killer drone. And that is going to be a deadly score streak if you can get it going.
It sure can be. And, well, you're going to see this Bison quite a bit today. It's nice at medium range and sometimes even pretty decent up close. And so far, a couple of trades still going back. But this is where you have to start looking at, all right, are we going to be able to control spawns for P2? That's kind of one of the big factors for us. And it is a battle in the back right now. We'll see if Grozen's going to be able to find anything. He is unable to do so. So this is going to be really nicely done here for Full House Gaming, at least being able to get a couple players back. But now they have some big gunfights, and already the streaks, we mentioned it, Brody, sometimes they come out quick, and Gohan's going to be able to find it, and now the flip does in fact come through.
Yeah, that was a massive streak as well for Gohan. I think, we talk about streak usage. It's very important in Call of Duty. You need to make sure you do it at the right time. Gohan uses that there expertly to make sure he gets the players out and earns the rotation in now for Influence Rage. As they're now stacking up some time, but how much of that does Trixin have to say? Well, there's a lovely 2 pieces. He gets into the hard point, looking for number 3. It's going to be a gravity spike in. He jumps at the right time. Trixin still playing his life up top here. And Full House Gaming now looking to stack up some time. Tito will end up falling. And now Full House can actually start to pick up this time.
I think that's one of my favorite mechanics in the game, when you're able to jump over that grab spike and it comes through. I mean, it just feels so good. The timing has to be perfect, and it was, but there is still a chance to be able to break open this hill. That's 2, maybe 3. Will he be able to get all 4? Slayton's going ham, but the grab spike won't be able to find its mark, but it's okay. He gets the reload off. and that is going to be Slayin picking up 4 there for himself. Still 15 seconds left on the point. Scrap time should be secured for Full House Gaming, and that's going to give them just a slight lead as we start heading over towards P3.
Yep, a very small lead for Full House if they're able to soak up that remaining scrap time. But let's rotate over towards P3. Big kill from Dato here to try and make this rotation over. He is going to try and anchor the spawns in for this Influence Rage roster, but they do need to be careful because if you let this early time go the way of Full House Gaming, you might find yourself in trouble. And speaking of in trouble, I think Dato is finding himself in a bit of a duel for these spawns. Fashion wants it. Oh, but that's a nice kill coming from Dato. The job is not done just yet. He's able to pick yet another one. And those are some massive kills in from Influence Rage as they're holding on to those important spawns, Austin.
Yeah, they sure are. But in the back here, I mean, GDS might be able to disrupt the entire play for himself, thinking maybe steps ahead about spawns here for what would eventually be a P5 hill. But still, it's going to be King inside, only able to pick up 1. But you're seeing Hunter Killer drones being thrown on out. Still 25 seconds to play for. Influence Rage down by a little bit. They would love to get this scrap time. And King coming off of spawn will be able to move back here one more time, but the pinch, Slayin, how many times has he just found himself on an incredible kill streak? I mean, he is going ham at the moment, still looking to try and keep this time going. Another grab spike's going to be picked up, and now this is that moment where we're starting to see the specialists come into play. The death machine is now going to be unleashed as we move in towards B4.
This is huge from Trixon if he can get some more kills here with this death machine, and trust me, it is pretty easy to get kills with this death machine. It is a beast of a specialist. He will continue on. Now GDS has a streak or a specialist of his own. He will get taken down. So that's good news, I think, for Influence Rage as they do with both death machines now. And now for Tito, how much damage can you do? Only 1 kill, Gohan. Now the next player out with his death machine. It's death machine galore, but now a gravity spike coming through from King. Bigadera able to pick up 2 trades galore, but it will be Full House coming out on top for the moment. And now for the dual pistols from Bigadera, looking for some more frags. He is holding this down for his team.
Equalizer there was absolutely beautifully used, and it comes up with I think about 4 kills total in that point. And I mean, Full House Gaming, I mean, they're in a really nice position now because they built themselves up about a 50-point lead. The scrap time that will likely be in their favor is going to put them very close to ending the game. So this really just comes down to maybe finding one last break, and they're going to invest the streaks to do it. The Predator missile is going to be able to find themselves a kill. So this is now going to open up the lane. Can they try and break through? The sentry turret looks to get dropped down, but it's going to be Crozen having to play his life inside of yellow. A very difficult job to do at the moment, as you can just see the swarm coming around him, but he's doing a very good job of playing his life. Finally will be dealt with, and now the spawns, they're getting very crazy. Full House Gaming, they have to close spawns, and they can still end it on this hill here, Brody.
Yep, you got to get it here. If you're Influence Rage, you have to get in. There's 20 points left before Full House are able to get the win, and that is just one wave of kills. King trying to make his way in. Crozen able to pick up 1. There are still trades in favor of Full House, though. There is just one more player you realistically need to take out. The Predator missile is in from GDS. Full House Gaming, though, they can't seem to remove these players from the hard point. Influence Rage are now in.
All right, Crozen, he's got a really important role to play at the moment. It's going to be contested. He reads the first one. Oh, he reads the second. Big kills coming through up close here. And this is going to be still back and forth. The sentry turret is down. The challenge will come through. The assist is there. 5 more seconds. That's all you need. Full House Gaming, they can simply look to hit this time, or they can make a rotation. It looks like they call to hit it. The gunfight doesn't come through. Go on, just playing his life beautifully well. Finds himself another triple. And that means that we're going back to P1.
A fight for survival now for Influence Rage. They're able to pick up those 3, but you need perfect hardpoint from here on out if you're this roster. You can't afford to give up any time to Full House Gaming, and these rotational gunfights are huge. And here it comes the Fennec in from this player. Will end up falling. It's still going to be Influence Rage, though, for the moment. In control of this hill, Austin. They are far from giving this one up. They can push this out. This would be huge. Bigadera, though, coming in here with a mech suit, trying to make this one work. This is horrible to go up against, and this is exactly why Bigadera finished his with 23 kills. 150 to 75. I'd say that's a convincing victory there for Full House.
Very much so. I mean, what a crazy opening that we were getting, because it was a lot of back and forth that, was happening essentially for us. But when we were looking at, some of those P3 hills, those P4 hills, that's where we started to see Full House Gaming build themselves up a nice lead. That was the snowball that they needed to be able to at least hold on to that cushion. They changed that into P5, able to at least keep that contested enough so that there was no points going over on the other side of the board. So very well done. But I mean, a huge shout out to the beginning of that, where the Predator missile came through right away. That kill streak really securing them spawns there, Brody. We talk about P2 really being, that factor in that hill that's really going to change up the game here for you. That's what ends up happening at P2. They get themselves a nice hold, they get themselves a nice lead, and they carry it out to be able to lock in this very first map in the best of 5.
Crazy map number 1 there from Full House. They used their specialist perfection as well. I think the Death Machine impression there in P4. Really well done, I think, on the whole there from that team from Full House. They can series off 1-0. However, I believe that's not the only series we have going on right now. We have a second one going on simultaneously, of course, 4 matches overall in the winners bracket quarterfinals. The other one we have is Cygnus Esports versus RRWR, sorry. Now, if we can take a look at the map set for this series, I'm sure we can show everybody at home kind of what this one looks like. This one is supposed to be Standoff Hardpoint, Raid S&D, Takeoff Domination, Summit Hardpoint, and Firing Range S&D, at least on me. But yeah, so just ignore your eyes at the moment. There you go. Now you can see it. I was misreading it anyway. So yeah, a crazy map set here between these two teams. I'm very excited to see how the Standoff Hardpoint goes.
Yeah, that's what I'm also excited for as well. I mean, we brought up the fact that, there is going to be snipers in play here. And, sometimes we even see 2 scopes end up coming out here for these squads. And on top of that, we obviously got Standoff brought back into the rotation here for us during Cold War, Brody. We were obviously ecstatic about that. And we got to see a lot of different strategies implemented throughout a lot of the rounds. Now, I feel like the big key is the fact that you're not switching back and forth through, each S&D round when we come in towards Search and Destroy here for us. It very much is about, putting yourself in a position where you're going to have to try and find, X amount of offensive rounds or defensive rounds in a row. So adaptation could feel like it's a little bit more difficult to do because sometimes you get shut down round after round and you're not really sure how to respond. So you're just hoping to be able to do the same thing once you're flipping sides and you're going over towards offense or defense. But that's really one of the big, change ups for as far as, coming in towards S&D and COD Mobile, but it's always explosive. It's always fun. And the big factors are the scopes. We got to keep highlighting that, Brody, because they're just so fun and we didn't get to watch them really the entire year.
Yep, and here's the reflection, I guess, of that map number 1 score. Full House Gaming 150 to 75 over Influence Rage, and we were hyping up Influence Rage. I guess I was, in a way, right? Because it's like, they won the Latin America finals last year, albeit with an ever so slightly different roster. So for them to kind of lose in that manner in map number 1, a doubling the score, if you will, really does show just how out of control Hardpoint can get to kick things off. We do have some stats as well from that first series. I actually managed to grab some. So Bigadira finishes 23 and 16 off the back of that one. The MVP for Full House Gaming. We'll definitely keep an eye on him going forward. But here is map number 2 between Influence Rage and Full House Gaming. We're getting right into Summit Search and Destroy.
Yeah, looks like we've already lost a couple of members here for Full House Gaming as well. So a nice position to be in if you're Influence Rage. We'll see really what the plan is going to be because they are going to have to try and find a bomb plant. Now, when I was casting the Masters just a few months ago, it was really all about this A site. Getting the bomb down at B felt like it was extremely difficult. It's kind of, pushing through the spawn to get to there, but you can really just fly out of this doorway that we're currently watching on screen right now to be able to get an A, and they do have some pressure along the path. So there is options here, but on top of that, Slayan, he's in a pretty nice position. He might be able to find a kill. Shots come through, but can't clean up the elimination just yet.
He gets away, though. I think that's the important thing here for Salen, is that he actually does manage to get away. Keeps his life in this one. Shots going down. Crozen will actually snipe Salen out. And I was kind of gassing him up for staying alive. It didn't last all that long, though. His Influence Rage now definitely have the numbers of 4 versus 2. GDS able to pick up 2 frags. And now Full House Gaming with this 2 versus 3. Still going to get this bomb down. Just 35 seconds on the clock.
35 seconds. A 2 versus 3. A good job being able to bring this one back. A couple of shots through the smoke. Don't find its mark. But you do have to try and still get the bomb down, and finally that is going to come through. So it is going to be a retake here. Trixon with the scope has to get something going here for himself, but his teammate GDS is able to find one, and that evens up the odds. 2v2 we go.
Oh, GDS trying it. It's going to be Trixon with a nice snipe on a Dato, and this has quickly turned this round on its head. It's just King. 1 versus 1 now. He's able to take out Trixon. Just got to defend this bomb for 15 more seconds, and he's got the position to do this. This is perfect. King looks for the shots against GDS. GDS gets away, though, but King surely has time on his side. If you're King, you just try and survive here. He's going to go for the shots in. Not able to get the frag, but the job surely done. King gets the kill and the round to them, and it was a massive round for GDS, but unfortunately, not enough.
Not enough. I mean, did get a little intense there when you're looking at it when they opened up with a couple of kills like right off the bat. I mean, the fact that GDS comes away with 3 and almost brings that back from a 3 versus 5 is exceptional in itself, but you still have to now try to get something going in towards what will be our round number 2. A lot of pre-nades being thrown out, looking and searching for some information. A very passive setup, and I do like this here for Full House Gaming. Just got to make sure you're not getting picked, and some of these picks could come in, but Trixon, he's going to shut the door on Crozin. He'll find the first blood, and that's going to eliminate here one of the snipers for the side of Influence Rage.
Indeed it will. Now 4 versus 5 for Influence Rage, and this is just so tough when you're the ones that have got to meet the bomb up, but they are able to trade things out. King will fall to a sniper shot from Trixin. You got to imagine, though, Gohan is definitely the playmaker here in this situation. If Full House decide to move up those steps into the mainframe, should have a couple of frags here. Somebody has to move, and there's the first frag coming in. Tito able to take it on Fashion. There it is from Gohan. As said, he needed to be the playmaker. He gets the opening kill, and now this should open up a lane here for Influence Rage to get this bomb down on B.
3 versus 3. I mean, Trixon's got to be a little frustrated with this, right? A couple of first picks coming in, just a massive advantage on defense, and it just feels like they're getting too aggressive. But in the back, I mean, there is a flank coming out here for us, and it's a matter of will this pay off or not? And, well, that looks like it's going to be a spot out. So the shot's going to come through. Ditto finds the kill. So now we go into a 3 versus 2. 30 seconds left. They got to get the defuse, and that will be the bomb going down.
You know, everyone was joining FaZe yesterday. Well, it looks like Trixon, he learned a lesson or two, able to get that snipe off onto Tito. Now has to pull off a 1 versus 3. There's no way. Okay, Data gets away. Has 30 seconds to try and get these kills and the bomb defuse. He's just seen both players as well. The information has been gained. Now, what does he do with it? Oh, that's a nice quick soap for the ace. A 1 versus 1. Has to get this defuse as well. Goes for the snipe. Oh! There it is, Trixon! Oh my goodness me.
What was that, Brody? I mean, Trixon just says, I'll throw the whole team on my back, has the scope in hand, and finds all 5 players. A 1 versus 3, opens up with the first 2 picks. What a round out of your sniper player to come out here and really set the tone in round number 2. Trixon is 6-0. Was that? That is unbelievable.
Oh, dearie me. Trixon having a hell of a game here in Search and Destroy, able to tie this one up and out at 1-1. Full House Gaming definitely working off the back of this man's sniper rifle. He's feeling pretty hot with it. Now down to a 4 versus 4 early on here. And we kind of see these teams. I think one thing I'm kind of learning here very quickly about at least these 2 teams in this Call of Duty mobile setting is they are very apprehensive to try and push for this bomb.
Grenade out.
Nade's going to go out here. Talons love to play this position. I mean, it's a lot of control when you're talking about trying to make a move over towards that B site. You need to be able to move through upper comms to do so. In the back here. Look at the flank. It's going to come through with a kill. GDS now finds himself on, it's going to be kill number 4, but a few more players are also going to drop here for us. So that's going to drop us into a 3 versus 2. Full House Gaming, they have themselves the advantage, and Trixon, well, he is still alive, and that's going to be a problem here for Influence Rage.
Indeed, it is a 2 versus 3. Gohan and King now left up. Trixon, of course, is still alive, which basically makes this a 2 versus 4 at this point, the way that he is playing in this Search and Destroy. But you got to find some kind of opening. You've got to imagine that Gohan will be the player. If anybody, he's actually just spotted the head of Fashion. And that should give him an advantage if they can take him out. The shots do go down in from player number 5. Yeah, that's going to be King. These players, they're taking shots. They just can't walk away with a frag. And, well, it gets even worse, doesn't it? Because Fashion actually ends up taking down King. It's now 1 versus 3 for Gohan.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to work your way out of this one overall. I mean, you got to try and move over and grab the bomb and then work through 3 players. That's not going to happen. He finds the first one. Trade will follow. So far, defense looking to be a lot better across the board here for us. And Full House Gaming, I mean, it's off the back end of Trixon being 6-1. I mean, this is obviously one of the big factors, but his teammates get a little bit more involved in that round number 3 to give them that edge. They're playing the numbers well. They're always coming out with advantages, and now Influence Rage, well, it's going to be a battle right into the middle of the map. It's going to be the first kill that does come through successfully here for Full House Gaming, and that's going to force everyone back now on the attack.
Gadara trying to make a move up here. Fortunately, it won't happen. Gohan, of course, has that angle, and Gadara thinking better of it. But the good news for Influence Rage is they do actually have a player pushed all the way up. If they can get this frag, if Dato can walk away with that kill against Fashion, that's huge. That will now open up a lane. And this should effectively turn all the Full House Gaming players around. But they do have a secret weapon themselves. Not so secret anymore. Insulin gonna take those first few shots off. Will actually walk away with at least one frag and gets away with his life.
Right, not too bad for himself. Now it's just a matter of trying to be able to get out here and exit safely. And, well, another kill could potentially come through. Finds the reach out. Very nicely done. And, well, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Salen. He found himself a kill, but he would have to end up finding the rest of them here, too. A 1 versus 3. A scope to work with in his back pocket. Shot's not going to find its mark. And now he's going to have to try and make a challenge. But Ditto in the back. He's watching the cross. He's going to land the shots, and that will even us now up to a piece.
And the thing there for that round for me was Full House Gaming. I mean, they spent so long trying to make those flanks work, to trying to really throw Influence Rage off their toes, and it just didn't work out whatsoever. So that is going to be a big response coming in here from Influence Rage early on. A very tight search and destroy as far as really all manners are concerned. Where did Influence Rage go this time?
And this is the change-up, right? Defensively, and last time it was like a 5-man rush mid on the defense, where you're really never going to expect that, are you? And this time it's back to just a passive setup. So you're really relying on Crozen here to open up with the first kill, to loosen up the setup on one side of the map or the other. And there it is, beautifully done. Salen just caught with his pants down. The peek comes through. Crozen finds the first one, and now with plenty of time to play with, you can start working towards the site.
Influence Rage seem to have their eyes set on a B push. They need to be careful though. Tito, nice kill from him, and that should now open this one up entirely. It's a 3 versus 5. Full House Gaming have all of their players start over towards the alley, and while there is still a little bit of work to be done, definitely advantage being felt in the court of Influence Rage. Gohan, can he just effectively settle this one? And the fact he's got this lane down, all he needs to do is look to his right, and this should be Bandit. Crozen is going to have something to say about it. We'll take out Trixon.
Big gunfight, but it's going to force him back. So 5v2, not looking great right now for Full House Gaming. They're dropping 1 by 1. And, well, it would take a 1v5, and I don't think that's going to happen. You can start to see everyone swarming around, but the first kill will come in, and there's the trade. King gets it, very nicely done here. So now, on the attack, the last few rounds, the adaptation that's been coming through, Crozen finding that first pick, being able to open up that mid lane. They work the numbers quite nicely after that, as they're able to come out with a lot of individual gunfights. And, you know, Trixon had the hot start. That was really what was, you know, being so good here for them, for Full House Gaming. But now they're on the attack. They're going to have to try and get something done, and we'll see what their strategy is going to be. And it looks like everyone's starting to stack over by B.
Oh, nice kill coming in from Bigadera, and that is a nice start, I think, overall from Full House Gaming. They wanted to set their own pace. They've managed to do it in this round. And now for Influence Rage, I mean, your only hope is that Gohan is able to stay in this position, realistically speaking. Now, there is some good news. Dato's able to take down Bigadera. So now this is a 3 versus 4 still, a little bit more manageable, but this is the big problem. There is very, very little map control here. All this Influence Rage roster.
Trophy system going to go down, and now you're starting to move up around B, and you really did call it quite nicely here, Brody. I mean, very little map control. You're basically pinned to the back of your spawn, so if this bomb goes down, it'd be difficult to play a retake here, but he was able to find himself one that does still even us up. Salen will drop. Trixon also able to find himself a kill, so a matter of seconds. Full House Gaming now find themselves with the bomb going down, but the peak is perfect. However, the cover is there, and now it's going to be a 1 versus 3. Would take a lot of the King to get this done.
It would be an incredible, sensational play, wouldn't it, if King's able to make it happen. There is 40 seconds left. I was going to say the one saving grace at the moment for King is that this bomb isn't down just yet, but it is about to be. And now he needs to work off the back of that. Shots do go in a fashion, but it won't be a kill just yet. King just going to have to play his life for the moment. Has to find a new approach to this play. 30 seconds on the clock for him to do it. He does it for King. He drops down here. Might get some good timing, but you've got to imagine Fashion's about to see him. There's no way that King's able to do this scot-free.
Well, I think he spots one. The problem is the time on the clock here, and now they do know where he is, so everyone's going to start to collapse. There's the team shot. Fashion finds another one, and that will bring us now all tied up 3-3. Brody getting very intense for us across the board, and that was off the back end of, you know, a really nice round coming through. Trixon gets involved in that one. He's now up to 8-3. Has a plant, has a defuse, doing all the objective work for his team, and he's really just having one of those stellar games that's now played a factor in being able to keep this one close.
Once again, the aggression being set here. This time around, Full House Gaming getting right in the faces of Influence Rage. Bigadera, what can he do? Oh, he gets a little bit up close and personal with Gohan. Regrets it almost immediately here, and now in a 4 versus 4 situation. Trixon trying to get some snipes off. Of course, we saw him go absolutely off in these earlier rounds, Austin. I kind of want to see more of that, to be honest. Yeah,
and I feel like it favors him more on the offense, where you can go for some of these peak angles. You can try to predict where they're going to be set up. But at the moment, you're going to have Ditto just playing close. He's going to be protecting the B-bomb site. Little Nade's going to go out. Not going to find a whole lot of information here for him, but he's going to be searching and looking. And you have to be careful. Trixon might have seen him here, and likely Ditto might have just seen him as well. So you have to be careful whenever you see Trixon. You know he's probably got a scope in hand. You don't want to give him another peek, and he's going to completely back up. I like this call, but the bomb, it's worked over towards the A site now. So this very likely should be a plant, and it looks like it will be. Salen gonna drop this down. No one in position as of just yet, and Influence Rage now are gonna have to play retake in the 4v4.
Indeed they are. This is a massive advantage for Full House Gaming. If they get somebody in the mid-map as well, it might well be round over for Influence Rage, because you have to find a way to retake, and this is just so hard to do. You can already see that Fashion trying to make his way down, or Cruzen, sorry, trying to make his way down, but, I mean, for Influence Rage, you've got to find something quickly, and here we go, actually. Gohan's going to pick up one. Insalen able to pick up a return. Gohan with yet another one. That's his 11th kill this game. King with yet another one. Just one player left. It's Fashion. What can he do? The shots go out, but it's going to be a retake from Influence Rage.
A very intense round. I mean, a lot of back and forth that happens there, and I thought the setup was going to be good because there was really no one in position, but it's just really that break that comes through the middle of the map, right? They find a couple of kills that gives them enough room to be able to just shift over to the bomb site, use their numbers, play the trades, and it's just way too much to handle there for Fashion in the 1 versus 3, only able to find that first kill, and then the trade is good. So now into our round number 8, the aggression is really coming out for us, as everyone's trying to take over the middle of the map here on the attack. Last time we got a bomb plant at A. This time they've already managed to get on A right away, and it looks like they're going to go for the same setup. A fast plant bomb will go down. This time it's going to be the 5v5 retake.
Oh, here we go again. Full House Gaming get this bomb down. Now it's all going to be about Influence Rage trying to go for this retake. They have players coming through mid. Slow but steady. Dato and Crozen, though, immediately with the frags. There is a trade coming in, but look at Dato now. Looking to take these players out in from behind. This is going to be a great retake if they make it happen. A 3 versus 2. Now make it a 2 versus 2. Instalin able to get another one. Not another one as well. Instalin with an incredible play. And the rocket launcher to finish the round. Instalin, insane. What is that?
I don't know what that is, man. But I love the rocket launcher coming out there in the final moments. A little ring around the rosy, a little finesse there to really pull off the clutch play. I mean, that was a round you needed to make sure things do not get out of hand. So now we're squared up 4-4. The aggression has been working out very nicely. This time they're going to switch it up a bit. They're going to start working over to B, but a lot of nades, a lot of tacticals, they've been thrown out. So that information should be good for Influence Rage, but it's going to be Gohan in the back. It's going to be watched right now from GDS. A big one-on-one gunfight. Meanwhile, it's going to be Crozen who falls, and will these players even see each other?
I think Gohan might get away here without GDS seeing him. Yes, he has. This is dangerous for Full House Gaming. Gohan's in from behind. It's now, I think, for me, a case of how quickly he does this. I know, obviously, you don't want to make too much noise, but if you take too long, you might find yourselves, if you're Full House, thinking, something's sniffy here. Something's going wrong. And Gohan, I don't think he's executing to the best degree at the moment, to be honest.
Well, there's the first one there. Gohan able to find the big one-on-one gunfight. Will he be able to find the second? Salen with the response. Bigadera also finding himself another gunfight right inside, and Bigadera coming up with another one here for himself. 3 versus 2. No way, it's a third. Cheetah will shut him down, but the trades just simply go back and forth. Now leaving us in a 1 versus 2. Salen gonna try and drop this bomb. I think that was a hit marker that came through, and it was. Trixon's health down to just a sliver of HP. That's gonna at least stop them from getting the bomb down here right away. Or sorry, excuse me, the bomb has been planted, but they're just going to play their life and try to go prone. We'll see if now the flank will come through. And, well, it's going to be an isolated 1v1. Salen finds it. So 5-4, very intense rounds here, Brody. A lot of back and forth, but overall, no clutches coming in here in the end.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate opportunity there for Crozen. If he was actually looking at the bomb, expecting that player to still be there, of course. Surprise, surprise, they were not. But Influence Rage now find themselves just one round away from being 2-0 down in this series. This is a massive round. You have to imagine. You don't want to go into that raid domination. 2-0 down. Trixin has to go off here. He did it early on in the search and destroy. Now would be a great time to replicate that.
Oh, sure would. I mean, a big opening pick here. I mean, could play the difference, especially with how well they've been attacking and, controlling the bomb sites the last couple of rounds here for themselves. They've hit some kind of a second wind in the search and destroy. It's been playing out quite nicely here for them. But maybe a big gunfight through the side. Salen really debating on whether or not he wants to drop this bomb. Maybe just trying to bait out some sound cues at the moment. Cheeto is going to be able to throw a stun. That's going to lock Salen in place. But luckily a challenge doesn't come through, and now it does. But we're going to see kills go back and forth. Both teams going to lose one apiece. Salen's still trying to battle for it, but Cheeto will take him down.
Big round here from Influence Rage. Yet another one as well from Gohan. It is just GDS now left up in a 1 versus 4. What does he have in him here? Well, I'll tell you what he doesn't have, Austin. A lot of time, to be honest. 5 seconds on the clock here before that bomb is going to go off. And actually, I don't think anyone in Influence Rage get defuses this in time. I think that's actually perfect from GDS. I was talking about the fact that that was going to be around there for Influence Rage, but there just isn't the time to get the defuse. GDS does it perfectly. It is, technically speaking, a 1 versus 4. All they had to do was look up in that position. They're not able to do it. And Full House Gaming now 2-0 up in this series. What a clutch from GDS, I think, overall there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive mistake. Like, that's just simply how it is. I mean, in this game, what we're used to a 7.5 second defuse. It's much shorter here in COD Mobile, and you just got to make sure someone's over on that bomb, pulling off the defuse. In those situations where you have numbers, you got to trust in your teammates to bring home that kill, because if no one gets on the bomb, Brody, when it's planted, well, you're not going to be able to find yourself the round win, will you? So a massive misplay, but a really nice clutch that ends up playing out there for them, and that was off the back end of, I think, about 3 offensive rounds in a row that they were just snowballing, and they were just coming out with first picks. I mean, the beautiful just pushes coming in towards the sites, getting the bomb down and playing the clock very nicely, making them challenge you. It was just beautifully orchestrated. They come out with a really nice win there, and now they find themselves with a comfortable position here in the series.
Yep, going 2-0 up in a raid domination. That is a strong position of Full House Gaming to be in. And I've got to say, again, Influence Rage, last year they ended up winning the Latin America Regional Finals. I'm a little bit sad to see that it doesn't feel like, at the moment at the very least, that we're getting the same Influence Rage roster, even though it obviously technically isn't the same roster whatsoever. Yeah. It's going to be an uphill battle now. You have to pull off what we like to call a reverse sweep. Do they have reverse sweeps in Call of Duty Mobile? I don't know. We're going to call it a reverse sweep anyway. That is what they have on the cards now for Influence Rage. But here's a look at our replays. That is the insane play coming out from Insulin. That was just great.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. Like, you're just seeing it here, right? Like, they're like, oh man, someone's got to get on the bomb. 2 players up top went to challenge, and that is just, that's an unfortunate situation that plays out for them. But hey, that's Call of Duty. Sometimes you get caught up in the moment, and you have to really kind of make sure that the comms are always on point in those situations there for us. So a very unfortunate situation that you now have to bounce back from here, Brody. You have to regain, because as you said, a reverse sweep now is in the cards if you want to stay alive in this upper bracket.
Yep, and let's show how the map set currently looks then for Full House Gaming and Influence Rage. 2-0 up are this Full House Gaming roster, of course. If you missed map number 1, a 150-75 scoreline for Full House on Hackney Yard. It was an indomitable victory, I think, over there. The Search and Destroy, a little bit closer. Influence Rage definitely showed some promise there in that map. But from here on out, it needs to be perfect. Raid domination, that is up next. They also need to win the fire and range hardpoint and the standoff search and destroy. The one thing I will say as well, right? For a standoff search and destroy, the sniper rifle is going to be so key on that map. So if we get to that map number 5, Trixin is going to be on one. I mean, this is all presumptuous. Oh, yeah. We're presuming that he's like the next FaZe Clan member. He looked pretty good, is what I'm trying to say there in that search and destroy. But the raid domination, that is up next. Now, just to remind for everybody at home as well, Cygnus Esports and RWR is going on behind the scenes right now. That is yet another winners bracket quarter final matchup. And that is currently 2-0, I believe, to Cygnus Esports. So quite something, Austin.
Yes, it's a very nice position to be in. I mean, without a doubt here, we might end up getting in towards the round twos a lot quicker than maybe we were originally anticipating overall. But finding yourself, I mean, 2-0 up, you want to get it done. You want to make sure you're not giving the other team, you know, a resurgence going in towards the map 4, then potentially forcing a map 5. Get the job done right here, right now, in towards the map number 3, and that's what we'll potentially see, because we go back to the map number 1, and it felt like overall, like the slaying power that was coming through here for Full House Gaming was, you know, really just a couple levels above, you know, what we were getting here out of other squads. So that can be a bit of a problem if you're not being able to match that. If you're, you know, going on these like sprees, being able to get streaks coming in towards like a second hill right away, that can get very terrifying here. And the same thing, you know, essentially exists in the domination, where you're looking to control everything around B. You want a ring setup, you want mid-map control. That is really a lot of what this game mode comes down to on Raid. So we'll see what team is going to be better at it. We'll see maybe if there's going to be some ARs that come out, if we are going to continue to kind of just get these bisons that have really just been kind of rolling over a lot of the competition here so far throughout the day.
Yeah, for sure. That's actually a player, I think, in this series. If I want anybody to kind of maybe shine here in this raid domination, it's definitely Gohan for me. I think, you know, the way he's playing with that SMG role at the moment is actually pretty good. He is showing some promise for sure. But if you can really step out here and show up for his squad, it would be incredible on raid domination, because that's what we always talk about, right? When it comes to raid as a map, it is just such an SMG heavy map. You know, when we talk about sort of Black Ops Cold War, of course, and Black Ops 2, dare I say it. You know, it is very much an SMG heavy map, and I can imagine the exact same thing will come over to Call of Duty Mobile here. But it has been great so far. Remember, guys, this reminder for everybody at home, this is round number 1, the winners bracket quarterfinals. We have a long way to go before we decide which 3 teams will be making it into the 2021 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, because that's how many spots we have today. 3 teams will be making it there, Austin.
3 teams. It's like you look at all 8 and you're like, damn, only 3 of you guys are making it throughout this entire bracket, Brody. It's a lot to take in. It's very intense, and even more intense for the players that are currently in game. But it looks like we don't have a raid. We're just jumping over towards our other matchup at the moment. This looks to be a very close game. A and B currently being held. We're starting to see a bit of a lead being formed as well. This will also be a target to 150. Streaks are in play. Death Machine currently on your screen. So a lot to play with at the moment as we see a 10-point differential.
Man, Takeoff, such a good map here, and we're already seeing it as, 110 points to 97 for Cygnus Esports. This is our other matchup as we get into the second half here. A pretty close one, all in all, but if you are RWR, you need to start moving out of this C flag and making your way over towards the B, and you need to do that through the top side of the map. You need to get control of that building.
Oh, the sentry turrets. In domination, the sentry turrets are just so difficult to deal with sometimes, but there's a couple of nice kills that come through. Ivering looking to open up the lane here for himself for a very quick moment, but you have to try and make some progress now over towards B at the moment. And while you're looking at the kill feed right now, and seems to be pretty one-sided, so this is still looking to be a very nice tempo lead in favor of Cygnus Esports. They're running away with it. They're slaying out. They have so much specialists to play over, and we're going to see B just about taken here. If they can throw a couple more bodies on there, find and clear out the middle of the map, they might have a chance at being able to pull away with a 2-cap.
Tatilla and Envoy are going to be able to pick up that. I think Envoy actually just grabbed out his Death Machine as well. And, well, here you go. RWRs from Gus is actually going to pick up. Here's now the Tempest play coming in from Kim Wax. He picks up 2. A clutch for this man, trying to get number 3. Unfortunately, that shot will not connect as Pharaoh able to take him down. And now an opportunity here for RWR to actually get onto that bone zone. But they just can't do it every single time. The artillery strike comes on through, and it is still Cygnus in control. But this is much more promising than previously. Time is just running out here for RWR. And
yeah, there it is. 150 to 117. Very nicely done. And Cygnus Esports, you know, one of the favorites coming into this tournament overall. You can see it there. I mean, they had themselves a very nice showing throughout the entire very first series here in the round number 1, Brody. But, you know, they had to go through quite the brawl to even get themselves into that grand final throughout the qualifier there for us, Brody. When we're looking at it overall, they had to win 2 best-of-5s in that grand final, and they ended up doing it. So a team that is going to be very difficult to take down, but we move back through. This is the match we've been following. Full House Gaming up against Influence Rage. 2-0 up is Full House Gaming, and this one, at least off the bat, is very close.
Yeah, gunfight's already going down here. You can see the hunter-killer drone, though. Oh, that's horrendous, isn't it? You can kind of see life goes in slow motion when that's coming at you. And now here is an opportunity for Full House Gaming to get a good start. They have control of A, they have control of B, and you can see them kind of oppressing Influence Rage here into the garage, into C. It doesn't work, though. Tito's able to get out, and now maybe an opportunity here for Influence Rage to get out. They do have players trying to flip the spawns and trying to grab A. You can see that on the minimap. That's going to be Dato and Crozen.
Yeah, it's a very nice two-stack. But now the question is, all right, where are you going to go now? Are you just going to look to try and hold on to C and A? That's going to be really difficult to do. And it looks like now they're able to clear out just about everyone on that A flag. So we're going to start to see the focus maybe shift over towards the B flag. You do have a few numbers here. You just need to win a couple of gunfights. And Crozen going to bring this LMG here for us, looking to try and pepper in the shots, but isn't going to be able to deal with Fashion, who plays this life quite nicely. So he's going to back all the way up. The setup is still looking strong, but the numbers constantly flooding in. Just a matter of finding these kills right now if you are, in fact, Influence Rage.
Yep, Influence Rage now looking for these frags. You can see them start to shift up here. They're looking for control of the zone, but Trick's in. Here he goes with the death machine, looking to pick up all of these gunfights. It's a worrying state of affairs for Influence Rage as they currently stand. As well, in their current position, they're getting bullied back into those C spawns. They've managed to get out, but it's going to be Full House Gaming now trying to hold on. Kills coming in for Insulin and Vigadero as Influence Rage just once again not able to pick this one up. Death Machine is ready to go here for that player there. It will not get used just yet, though.
We'll see if he can maybe try to get any additional points here off the remaining B flag. The equalizers have come out at the end of the first half here, so might be able to find a couple of kills, but might have just been worth maybe saving them in towards the second half overall. So we'll see the final tally come on in here, 75-54 through the first half. Very nicely done. And, you know, this is looking very similar to the map number one where Full House Gaming, they are simply just outslaying their opponents. Look at it, 13-5 right now, 13-6. I mean, together, they're 26 kills here, Brody. Like, that is almost more than what we have total here on the side of Influence Rage. So that's got to step up here for me if you're going to have any shot at being able to keep this series going.
Yep, you're going to have to see Influence Rage really step up to the plate here. Already 2-0 down. This needs to be a solid start for them, and this may well be it, but you need to get these kills. Bigadera able to pick up yet another one. Full House Gaming, they just always seem to win these fights. Fashion has to win this one versus King, and actually King going to keep the hopes and dreams of capturing this B zone alive, but he is all on his own for the moment. He just has so much to do, and you can just see all of this pressure being applied. While all this is going down, I said King needs to play his life. He's done that.
Sure has, and will finally be dealt with there, but still you have pressure around the flag, and Tito comes back through. He's going to be able to find himself one up close, so a chance to be able to still lock in this B flag. It's neutral across the board, but Tito's playing his life quite nicely. He's found a couple of kills in a row, doing a good job at least being able to clear out the area. He just needs the support, and the support is just not there in time. So we're going to see now the jump on the flag. Full House Gaming, they got the stack, they got the numbers. B flag just about ready to come through, and there it is, right back in towards two flags here in their favor.
Yep, Influence Rage now. They have, well, not the best of positions again. You need to start seeing them get things going here. There's 3 minutes 40 on the clock. It's not that great of an advantage for Full House Gaming at the moment, but it will continue to grow for as long as they are the ones holding on to these two flags. Influence Rage, you need something. You need it right now. Gohan is able to use that hunter-killer drone. Now Crozen looking to get this three-piece. If he can get it done, it would be huge. But I believe there's a mech suit on the map for a Dato. Or for Brigadera, sorry. It's not a good state of affairs here for Influence Rage.
Not a good scene at the moment. I mean, working towards another death machine that's going to come out here very, very soon, and just trying to hold on to a slight lead. But there's the death machine right there into the Goliath, looking to just mow it down. Goen does actually get a good amount of damage into it, and they deal with the player open stairs. So this is a chance to be able to move back through, and there it is. The Goliath is destroyed. They found a couple of kills, and they captured the flag. That was probably at the perfect moment. But now you need to hold it, Brody. You need to hold on towards the two cap here for a very long time to at least bring this lead in towards a very close back and forth between both squads, or to be able to even pull ahead with the lead to close out this map. So it's going to take quite a bit, but they have the setup, they have the numbers. It's just a matter of what can Trixton do in the back, and he is also going to be dealt with.
Yeah, he tried to capture Z there, and actually that's a really nice way to alleviate pressure on the point itself on B. It just doesn't work out. That's really unfortunate that Trixton will end up falling. And, you know, looking at the maths of this situation here, Influence Rage would technically end up winning this game, I believe, if all stands as is. Full House Gaming, They will need to try and capture that B point away. This is a good opportunity here for Influence Rage. And all the kills are going in their favor as well. But here it comes. The pressure over towards C. Insalin, Bigadera, both of them trying to hold on. But Dato King crows in. They're able to pick up the kills. It's not over yet.
All right, they just need to deal with one up close here. I mean, it's a matter of what can we get out of GDS, and he's able to find a couple of kills there. I think with the help of the second from his teammate, they try and stack the point. Gohan through the middle, he's able to find two, but there's too many members. Full House Gaming, they want to bring this home. They want to get the B flag, but the equalizers come in beautifully. Tito finds the kill up close. They are still keeping this one going here, Brody, and we're getting very close to the end of the map.
Yeah, indeed we are. Fashion now trying to make his way over towards the point. Influence Rage in control once again. We've seen Full House apply the pressure. It hasn't worked out. It's boiled over a couple of times, but here we go in. It's kills coming in from GDS and Fashion. They're able to get it done. One more kill against Tito. They should clear it, but Influence Rage spawning close by. Once again, the pressure amounts to nothing, and Austin, we're about to see a lead change here in this domination.
Oh, we are. I mean, you got to get to a flag ASAP right now. Influence Rage, they are doing it. They got the setup. They got launcher control. Dato's finding everyone coming off the spawn here at the back of A, and now the desperation right through the middle of the map. What does Full House Gaming got? They got to get on the flag, and they got to do it now. Kills starting to come through. They're able to deal with one, but the pinch in the back. Dato finds another multi-kill, and that might have just sealed the deal. No one in position. No one can get to a flag, and this series is going to see a map 4.
Wow, what a comeback there from Influence Rage. I mean, that's all you could really say, isn't it? They fought tooth and nail for that flag. I thought, as we came out of the first half, they came into the second one. I thought, as soon as Full House came in, because they were the ones to capture it at first, I thought, yeah, this one might well be over. It might well be a 3-0. Influence Rage, though, they held on. Some incredible moments from all 5 players across the board, by the way. And I think there was a moment early on there in the second round, I think it was Bigadera, that had the Goliath suit out. It was just sitting inside laundry, just basically being super oppressive over the point. A death machine from an opposing player comes out. Perfect use of the specialist there coming out from that player to take out the Goliath and making sure they could capture the point. Really well played, I think, overall from Influence Rage. And that is the resilience we wanted to see in that map.
Yeah, we sure did, but as another one finishes, we're moving back in, I guess, just to see how kind of maybe everything played out with the replays. And you take a look at it, and it's a nice lead for Full House Gaming, right? Like, they have themselves up, a good 25 points, it looks like, going into the half. They have control, but then everything just starts to spiral out of control, and they're no longer able to get their numbers on top of the flag. And that comes through a lot of the control that they were just having at the back of laundry, right? They were forcing the spawns, they were forcing them to pretty much come through the middle of the map and cut through dividers, deal with all those headies on ring and top laundry. That is just never easy to do. So a very nice setup comes in the end. That's enough to pull out the win and enough to keep things going. And I mean, it's not easy to rebound back off of the way that you lost the S&D too, right, Brody? I mean, you were looking at a round 11 potentially if they were just able to hop on the bomb in time, and no one was able to do it. So the fact that they regain, they're down in the first half, they bring things back. This is a really good look for them heading in towards the second hard point here in the best of 5.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing here, if anything, is that Influence Rage are by far and away not out of this series whatsoever, because you mentioned the fact that the search and destroy is extremely close. If you were to remove the hard point from the series, we would be saying Influence Rage and Full House Gaming would be effectively neck and neck here, just down to the fact that, the search and destroy was incredibly close. Obviously, that domination was an incredible comeback from Influence Rage. It is just going to come down to this map number 4 in this series. If we can bring up the map set to show everybody at home now where the rest of this series will be going in just a second. I believe it's going to be firing range. I want to say hardpoint for map number 4. I might be right. I might well be a clairvoyant. Who knows? But yeah, it is going to be, I think, an incredible matchup now, because I think Influence Rage, not that they weren't playing the best in map number 1, but they definitely got rolled over. They have woken up.
They have woken up and they matched the slang. And I mean, that was on the back end of, I think, 26 kills, I think it was, in the very first half from 2 players alone on Full House Gaming. So the fact that they can bounce back from that is a very good look at what they might be able to do coming in towards a firing range. And I mean, this might be a map, that could potentially be their pick, right? Hackney Yard might have been Full House Gaming's pick. And now they're coming into one where they might be a little bit more experienced on, and they might be saying in the comms, like, all right, guys, we just took the raid. We made a very nice comeback. We're going into a firing range. We can still do this. We can get this changes to a map 5. So
Yep.
this is going to be good looks. And it felt like they also had a really good usage on a lot of their specialists that were coming out. You mentioned the fact, using the death machine at the right time, using the equalizers. I think there was a couple of specialists that were thrown away there from Full House Gaming at the end of the first half that were coming out into the second half that was used just very nicely overall. So this puts them in a spot where they might be able to do the exact same thing on firing range. It's a smaller map. It is similar to Hackney Yard in that sense, but you do have to be able to hold on towards the setups, especially at American, especially at Wood. Those are some of the money hills that end up playing out here for us on this map mode combination.
Yeah, for sure, right? It is so fun to see firing range back in competitive rotation, and like, I guess my experience of firing range overall is just watching like very old Black Ops 1 clips for all the way back when competitive Call of Duty obviously was played on that title, and firing range was one of the competitive maps. It is so fun to see it back in rotation again, the magic of Call of Duty Mobile here in the World Championships. But yeah, this is going to be a great opportunity, I think, for Infamous Rage to really start to put the first foot forward in this series, because that was a really tough comeback from them. I think that's something you really can't understate. Like, they had to work for that one. This could well have been a 3-0. They have been given a second life here in this series, and now it's about moving on. And just to give everybody a little bit of context as to overall what this tournament means, again, these teams fighting for the 3 spots available for Latin America teams in the Call of Duty Mobile 2021 World Championships. $2 million on the line overall for that one. A lot of cash, a lot of dough, and these players will be fighting for Austin.
Absolutely they are. And I mean, just the fact that, you're playing for, a good amount of cash here, and this 150K in the line as well. There's just so much to play for here for you. But I believe we're going to take a look at the bracket, see how things are kind of shaping up here for us overall. Psych, we're moving into game. We're moving right in towards firing range, and this will now be the map number 4. We just saw an incredible comeback that did in fact come through. We'll see if they can build off of it. Full House Gaming, they want to get the job done here, Brody. They do not want to go to a map 5.
Yeah, you don't want to go to map 5 if Full House Gaming. You let the last one slip away from you. This time, surely it doesn't happen again. Trade's going down straight away, but it is actually going to be Full House Gaming that come out on top, as Fashion and Drixon are able to pick up a couple of frags. And off the back of that now, Control in for Influence Rage as Tito able to get in all on his lonesome for the moment. And now you're starting to see the effect of that.
Fighting for a lot of this first hill. I mean, you usually don't see a whole lot of time go over on it. It's about setting up the map control here for the rotation for P2, but sometimes you're able to at least get a player up top in 10, can start cutting down players through the middle of the map here for you overall. But now we're going to see Gohan just trying to move in there for a very quick moment, able to get a little bit of time, but up top, you got to deal with the player in Sniper Tower, able to get there. And now with 15 seconds remaining, Full House Gaming, they might be able to get the scrap time here, but the early rotation does look to be favored for the side of Influence Rage.
This is a really nice rotation, actually, from Influence Rage. You could kind of see there, Full House Gaming inside tin. They had control of that, and it was a problem that Influence Rage needed to deal with. They come through, they get all of those gunfights, and well, guess what, Austin? They deal with it. But it's not over just yet here for Full House Gaming on the rotation. As you can see now, the kills coming in. They managed to break it early on, and now it's about really blowing this game wide open. We've talked about getting early leads and hardpoint. This could well happen here for Full House Gaming.
Oh, it could, but Crow's in. He finds himself a couple there to make sure that they're not able to come through freely, and now it's going to be a response right back. Bigadera able to get himself 2, already working towards what could be maybe an early death machine, but here comes the contention right through the front doors. The reload is there, so won't be able to pick up the second. And now with the close spawn still favoring the side of Influence Rage, just another 30 seconds to play for here for yourself. You got a death machine that's already been able to come out, and this might be good to be able to pull away with a bit of a cushion heading in towards P3.
Yep, moving over towards P3 now. Influence Rage and Full House Gaming fighting for this rotation. You can already see Influence Rage pretty happy with their positions. It's going to be Fashion trying to make his way in. A couple of shots going out, but not enough to actually pick up the frag itself. And Fashion here, I mean, this is just so horrible to try and get in, but Trixon has the help now. This is the push they wanted to make happen. It's every single kill going Full House Gaming's way. They managed to break on in early, Austin.
Oh, right into the next one we're about to go, and it just feels like now there is a lot of control right now for Full House Gaming, but, are they going to be able to actually hold it? I mean, that's going to be the difficulty because they're challenging out pretty aggressively, and I mean, Dato's like, all right, keep challenging me, guys. I'm going to keep taking you down, and he put in quite a bit of work in the remaining scrap time there in the previous hill, so good stuff out of Dato, but he will finally be cut down, and now it's 3 players inside for Full House Gaming that have all of the control in the world. They've already gotten the first 30 seconds for themselves. You got a grab spike now in the back pocket. You got equalizers, everything you would want. Little ring around the rosy, little spin there will mean that we'll finally see Tito break through with 2, but there are still close spawns, and there is not full control just yet, and there it is. Full House Gaming, they're able to get right back in the point.
This is just crazy, Austin. The back and
It's
forth
chaos.
gameplay between these two at the moment. I mean, you look at the scoreline and you got to say, well, Full House having a better look at things here. But I mean, overall, this has just been such a chaotic hardpoint thus far. Nobody has had a full hole, but Crozen trying to make a change of that as we rotate over towards the next hardpoint. But here's a death machine coming out from Trixin. Shut down early on.
Ooh.
That is a key shutdown. Now Insulin able to get 3 in a row there. Will end up taken down. And once again, now it's time for those specialists to start coming out. Equalizers from Bigadera. He is shut down. Trades inside. It is Influence Rage now in, but you've got to imagine that Insulin and GDS will not let this one go away easily as they now are fighting for this one. Crozen in for a death machine now. It is specialist galore, but it is finally going to be Influence Rage here, or Full House Gaming, sorry, who were able to have the final say. And now the positioning, I mean, you should theoretically be able to hold all these lanes.
I mean, that was an investment of Predator missile, so that means that they're going to try and get it, and they do end up doing it. Trixin was the one that dropped it, found a 2-piece. That clears out a bit of room to at least move through with the team push, so they were able to break in. Now we're looking at 101 to 68. Influence Rage, they've struggled to hold on towards the majority of the time on a hill since P2, and that is simply going to have to change. But look at GDS. He's reading things beautifully with the death machine. He's found himself two. Will be cut down right back here from King, but this is going to at least establish a bit of an early setup. I don't know how Dado finds that one. He just snaps up top there with a death machine of his own. So a lot of the specialist has been invested, and now P1 about to pop in Full House Gaming. They find themselves on the time first.
Yep, just 30 points away here are Full House Gaming. One hold, realistically speaking, and Influence Rage will be in danger, and you look at where they're spawning as well. This is not a good position for Influence Rage to be in. You have to find your way over and quickly. Fashin holding over the mid-map. Bigadere are also there. It's Influence Rage. They're spawning out Austin just 10 seconds away from victory.
Might be able to get it done right here, right now. Influence Rage, they found a comeback in the last map, but this one not looking possible. Will it be a triple? Oh my goodness! Trixin finds them all at 20-7 score line to end it right there, right now. 150 to 68 will be the final tally, and Full House Gaming, they're gonna move on through the winner's bracket.
What a hard point from them. And I got to say as well, what a hard point from Influence Rage. They definitely had a fighting chance there in that hard point, Austin, especially early on. It was just complete chaos. But once the specialists started coming down, I think particularly for that P4 rotation where Full House Gaming were able to basically hold it. It's just so tough when you're spawning out over towards the other side of the map, and there's not really much that you can do there, unfortunately, if you're Influence Rage. But they will be going down to the lower bracket, Austin, and Full House Gaming moving on here, one step closer to guaranteeing a place in the Call of Duty Mobile 2021 World Championships.
They sure are. I mean, just need to win that next one. The next one might be a little bit difficult because they are playing, the #1 team from the qualifier. But, if they're able to do it, then that would obviously give them such a massive boost going through the rest of the tournament overall. But as you mentioned, I mean, the fact that you now have to go through this lower bracket as Influence Rage, and, you want to be able to make another return to the World Championship here in 2021, and you got to go through how many elimination matchups to get it done? I mean, too many really is the right answer to that. So it's not going to be easy, but at that same time, we'll be keeping a close eye on them, and we'll see if they can, in fact, try to get something done and make it to that loser's final. But it'll be
Activar piel de combate.
Well, there's a look at some of the new content coming to Call of Duty Mobile. You definitely want to go check that one out. But again, let's take a look over to our bracket now, Austin. I believe it's ready to go to show how those matches affect the remainder of our bracket going forward, because the winners bracket semi-final, it is ready to go, I believe. It's not currently shown there. Full House Gaming with that 3-1 victory over Influence Rage would then be going on to face Zygnus Esports, who got a convincing 3-0 versus RWR in their first round, Austin.
That's going to be a big matchup, man. I mean, Zygnus Esports, Full House. This is going to be one heck of a match to see who's going to be able to make it to the finals here and, guarantee themselves a top 3. That would guarantee yourself, of course, a chance to be able to move on through to the World Championship here. So this is one of the big ones. Of course, they're playing for additional money, but if you can at least just get the qualifying match out of the way early, that puts yourself in a very nice position to at least run through the rest of it and guarantee your spot at the World Championship. But I mean, it's not going to be easy. Cygnus Esports, I already hit on it. These guys got knocked down. I think it was round 4, round number 5 there in the qualifier, and they made the entire lower bracket run, got back up to that grand final, Brody, and then won 2 best of 5s that went the distance all the way to a map 5 to get the job done on a bracket reset. Like, talk about a narrative, talk about a storyline, not easy to do whatsoever, but one of those teams that has been able to do it. And you got to imagine their confidence coming in towards this one, especially already coming off a 3-0, it's got to be through the roof.
Yeah, absolutely. Cygnus, the number 1 seed here in today's regional playoffs. They are in with a chance of making it to the top 3. Just one more victory and they'll get there. No doubt we'll be covering that match later on, but I believe also we have some more matches coming your way very shortly. It's going to be the remainder of the winners bracket quarterfinal matchups. I'm very excited to get into it, Austin. It's been a great day of mobile so far. We are far from done though. On the other side of this break, we have some Call of Duty Mobile for you guys, the remainder of those winners bracket quarterfinal matches. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. The LATAM Regional Playoffs are about to continue, and if you're just joining us, well, it has been a heck of a day so far, Austin. We've just finished 2 of our quarterfinal matches, and we've got 2 more coming up.
We got 2 more coming up, and the first 2 looking pretty convincing on one side. Got to see a comeback there on the Ray domination. So there's already been a nice little, kind of start to the day for us for as far as what we've been able to get. But now we're looking at this other side of the bracket. We're going to see what these teams are going to offer, and we're going to get to start to learn about these guys too.
Yeah, it's going to be Loops Esports versus Godsend. That's the first game. And then, of course, we have Skade versus Operation 34. So those are going to be 2 matches that we're kind of focusing on here. After this, Austin, we will have some semi-finals to go as well. And those will be effectively the qualification matches for Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Because, of course, once you make it to the upper bracket final, you make it to the top 3 and therefore the World Championship as well. So those are going to be very important matches. But particularly down to these ones, again, it's going to be more of the same where we're trying to kind of discover, I guess, how everything is going so far. Let's show everybody the schedule at home then to, I guess, show everybody what matches are ahead of us right now. Because again, we have just had 2 matches earlier on. That was Full House versus Influence Rage. So that was a 3-1 to Full House Gaming. Cygnus Esports 3-0 versus RWR. But those are the matches we're casting over right now, Austin.
That's right. We're coming into those ones, and this will be, another look at what we're going to get out of Loops Esports and Godsend. The other one is Skade, and these guys, might be able to kind of come through this very first round, and it might be with ease because they ran through the entire upper bracket and obviously went the distance there versus Cygnus Esports in 2 best-of-5s in the grand final. But they were the ones to at least win out on the winners final, guarantee their spot at grand finals, and they might be able to very likely do so again here. This is going to be one of those looks at, what are these other teams going to be able to do? What do you have prepared for a team that has looked very solid? Those are the questions you're really going to be asking throughout a lot of these first initial rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I think I will say as well, the one thing is you just got to put that first foot forward. I think overall here, if you're Loops, Godsend, Skade, and Operation 34, you just need to make sure that you just take it one step at a time. You win this first match, then you can kind of deal with what's coming up in that qualification match, that semi-final. Let's take a look at the bracket then to show everybody how it stands as is. If you didn't have a look at it before we went to a break, we can show you guys that bracket. And again, those are the matches. Those are the scorelines we saw. That's 3-0 to Cygnus and the 3-1 to Full House. So they are already in the semi-final. Now we're booking 2 more teams into the top 6, 2 more teams into the semi-finals, Austin.
That'll be a really fun one once we get there. I mean, on top of it too, like whoever ends up coming through these lower round ones, or rather winner round ones, and then getting to the finals. I mean, like it's just so much to really take in because we know what these teams are capable of doing, and we know their history from the qualifier. I mean, a lot of these guys, they're scrimming against one another, they're practicing against one another, considering they're the only ones remaining, throughout this specific region. So, at the same time, you have to imagine that these guys have probably got quite a few reps in, and might have something potentially prepared coming in towards a matchup like this or at that same time. So it should be interesting overall as we get into it. But I mean, as we kind of dive in on these matchups and take a look at what we're going to get for the map sets, we've already seen throughout the day, we got to see a Summit Search and Destroy, which we haven't seen probably since like Black Ops 1, Brody. Got to see like a Raid Domination, which we've never seen competitively. So it's already been like a nice mix up, and we got a different map for every single map pool there in the first couple of sets as well. So yeah, it should make for a really fun time here coming through these round ones on top of it.
Yep, let's take a look at the series layout then for our next series, Loops Esports versus Godsend. This is the one we're going to be focusing on. And here's the answer to your question.
All right.
What do we got? I believe this is the names are correct. Okay, we're being told the names are correct and the pictures are wrong. It threw me off for a second, but it's okay. So we're going to be casting Takeoff Hardpoint to kick us off, Standoff Search and Destroy for map 2, Fire and Range Domination for map 3, Raid Hardpoint for map 4, and then Crossfire S&D for map 5. I kind of want to get to that map 5, Austin, if only because when it comes to Crossfire, the sniper rifles, man, that's just going to be mania in the mid map.
Sure will be. I mean, anytime we see a scope now, it just feels like we haven't seen one in so long, so we're always very happy about it. But either way, guys, let's jump right into our map number 1. We'll see how these two stack up against one another, as it is going to be a very open first hard point. Not the easiest to be able to lock down. A lot of flank angles you really have to watch out for, but it seems like there is a decent stack here for Godsend as they will collect the first 10 seconds.
Yep, indeed they will. Godsend looking pretty good early on here. You got to make sure you try and get this full 60 if you can, because it would be a great start if they're able to get it done. But immediately we are seeing some response coming in here from Loops. ACR able to pick up a couple of kills there, and now Loops in control. They're already preparing themselves for that rotation as well. Joker tries to come in for a flank, but that's just not going to work. Loops come in and deny.
All right, from the back here, we're going to see another one. Almost able to combine for 2, but there's the cleanup. So now you're starting to see the push and already thinking maybe about making your way across the map here. Now, the next hill could be very difficult to lock down. Just 2 real stairwells that come into it, but it is going to be Godsend still coming out with quite a few kills here for themselves. And now 22 to about 22. So very even. Both teams actually getting decent time off of P1, which you don't see a ton, but there's the new hill that's going to pop. The early rotation here for the side of Godsend. Now they just got to hold.
Yep, now you got to hold if you're Godsend. You couldn't do it before because Loops Esport were able to get in and actually get more time off the back of that first hard point. But they're just going to wait around this corner effectively as those Loops players push up into the alleyway. Now it's going to be the kills coming through. Plin able to pick up to Pedro with another one of his own. And if you're a Joker and Dudu, you just sit here at the moment and just try and play these angles. Piln will now look to push on through. There's one, look at number 2, but it's not going to happen. Joker holds on. And for the most part, for the moment, Godsend have done a good job of holding on, but pressure never lets up.
Yeah, it looks like already thinking about moving into the next hill. They've been happy with the amount of time they've gotten off of it. And Godsend, I mean, Joker, look at him. He's still finding kills. He's able to find 2 more and contest just a few more seconds at time. So I like this play because this next hill can be one of those lockdown money hills here for you. And you're looking at the setup across the map right now. Dudu's going to be able to find some long-range shots at the moment. Able to at least get that first one. Can't combine for the second, but that's fine. His teammates, they're in position. They're only going to be down about 9 points here overall. So they have a shot at being able to come away with a bit of a lead as long as they can hold this one.
Shots down going down for Araujo in the back line. A couple of kills versus Dad and Piln. There's the first one. Piln's already weak from the first shot, so Araujo should be okay to pick up this frag. At the very least, somebody has to pick up Plin, and there it is. Plin will go down. So Godsend at the moment, I think the initial push is actually paying off. That gamble to try and rotate early on for this money hill. Every single kill going their way. Loops have to start rethinking their strategy here if they want to break on in, but I tell you what's going to make it tough. It's going to be this death machine, but I tell you what, just as I talk about the death machine, well, there are kills coming in for Loops. Joker uses his as well, both shut down, and that is a massive break for Loops.
Yeah, that is really well done. I mean, just Mohawk also, or Mohawk coming in here with a couple more himself. So they come out with a huge amount of points, and we'll see maybe the scrap time go over as there is still going to be a couple more players in, but that's going to be good cleanup. Joker and Dudu, they're able to find the remaining players. So going to be up a good 20 points here or so, putting themselves in a strong position. They get the early rotation. They come out with the time. Now we move into the next one, and a lot of the specialist has been burned, but Dudu still has his death machine if he decides to bring it out. Not just yet for him, as we're going to see up top a couple more come through. Plin looking pretty strong with it overall, and that's the kill feed you wanted to see. Loops Esports, they find themselves now with the early setup, and they might be able to come back here and close this lead.
Yep, Mihawk now looking for these kills to leave.
Bora, come isso bem.
Vai,
Vai, não, briga. Obrigado, em cima dois. Em cima.
I'll let you guys listen to it.
Vamos!
Quartinho.
Pega por um.
Quartinho ligou.
Me liga. Pega dois. Mais um.
Peguei dentro.
Dois âncoras em passarela.
Pega
Então,
cima.
para trabalhar com a ponte já.
Quartinho. Âncora, peguei.
Verdade, eu tô terra. Medicação.
Alrighty, well, we're back now after that listening. Godsend currently in the lead here, but this is a pretty close game, I think, all in all, Austin.
Oh, very, very much so. I mean, it's really coming down to a couple of these early rotations, and we're at that point now where if you lock down one more hill, you're going to very likely close out this game for yourself, but it is P1, so not going to be the easiest to do. And Loops Esports, I mean, they really need some time, or at least keep Godsend off of P1 time, but the kill feed is saying otherwise, isn't it? They are just slaying around the map. They're starting to get a lot of the roamers here just moving through multiple angles, so the team push can never really effectively come into break. And I mean, this game could still end for us on P1, pending they can keep numbers here, but finally Loops Esports, they're going to clean up a couple and they're going to get a touch.
Yeah, and they will now at least confirm that we will be going to the next rotation regardless really of what happens. But here comes the death machine from Plin. He will unfortunately end up falling, and as far as Godsend are concerned, they are content with this situation. Look at their positioning on the mini-map, Austin. They're ready for that rotation over towards P2. Their sentry gun is down also. I mean, you can give this time up to Loops Esports if you really want. This has to be a perfect break right now.
Gotta win these gunfights. Are they gonna be able to do it? Can they get through the sentry? The pre-fire is starting to come through in the wall, and oh, very nicely done here. Petro's gonna come away with 3. Very nicely done. They get the sentry turret. They'll find the break, and this will allow Loops Esports to keep this one going for us, Brody.
Oh, what a play from Pedro. Godsend now trying to make their way in. Uses the last 10 bullets, but it's to no avail as Loops not able to hold on. Godsend pushing through. Araujo with 2. Mihawk with 2. And that should be it done. Nobody can get in. 150 points have been reached by Godsend as they find their way in. And I'll tell you what, it was a good attempt for Araujo there with the death machine right at the end to pick up, I think it was like 4 players, I believe it was there. And just an incredible play overall, but it was, I guess, all for naught as Loops Esports were unable to finish it off in the end. Just too much damage done there, I think, when they went to that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the benefit of having the close spawn, right? When you're talking about those B2s and those B3s, it just felt like, you know, there was just a better understanding there for the side of Godsend, knowing where they had to be at the right time to make sure that they were always going to have the close spawn. So even if they do lose, you know, the initial setup, they can still funnel their numbers in very closely with the team push to be able to break through overall. So a very nice job out of Godsend, just really focusing on the crucial hills, pulling out the specialists, investing, you know, the actual streaks at the right time. So very nicely done for them.
Yep, let's take a look at our Xperia rewind time record here as we look over towards the replays for this map, and this is the one, really, isn't it? So we're actually going to get to see, we're going to count it up, how many kills he actually does get. It is 4, I believe, unless that last kill does get taken away, which I believe Matt might actually have grabbed that one, but still, it was a superb effort. You really do just have to say that much. A great effort overall from Araujo there towards the end. Let's take a look then at the map set now for this series to see how that affects it. Of course, it is going to mean it's going to be a 1-0 start now for Godsend overall. But now we move into one of my favorite. I mean, it is actually, maybe controversially so, my favorite map mode combination of all time ever. Trademark it. Standoff, search, and destroy. Really excited to get into this one, Austin.
It's a great map. It is a great map overall, and yeah, you know the scopes are going to be coming out for sure. You know, I've already gotten to cast over a little bit of standoff here on the COD Mobile side of things, and you have a lot more time to play with. I think that's really like the biggest factor. When we're used to about 1:30, you have a total of 2 minutes to get that bomb down, which means that you really do need strong sniper players, especially when you're thinking even ahead of this tournament. You're thinking about going up against, you know, the World Championship teams, like some of the best S&D teams in the world here at COD Mobile, you know, have the best sniper players, and it is that simple. So you have to be able to match that. You have to be able to find these picks. That's what opens up a lot of these sites, especially on the attack. And we've already gotten to see quite a few highlight plays on the day, that is for sure. So when we're talking about standoff here for us, Brody, having a total of 2 minutes, looking for picks, I mean, this is really what it comes down to when you're looking at trying to find yourself a map and a bounce back, especially if you're Loops Esports here after losing that map number 1. You want to be able to tie things up heading in towards map 3.
Yeah, really excited to see how this standoff search and destroy does go. I mean, the first couple of series of the day, I think, you know, when it came to Cygnus, they kind of rolled through RWR, right? And really through Influence Rage and their opposition. You know, it was a close one. Influence Rage definitely came out, but they just couldn't end up winning there off the back of that series. So definitely, I want to see a Game 5 series here between these two teams. I'd really love to see that. I'd really love to see a really close one. I think the hardpoint definitely had the hallmarks of the pretty hotly contested map number 1 in our series. But let's jump into map number 2 now. It's time for some standoff, Austin.
Yeah, time for some standoff, and it's even like a lot of the old line of sights that we used to have in Black Ops 2 as well. Like, we look at the tractor, for example, and you could absolutely sit on that heady and look to beam people off of the back barrel, where it's kind of blocked in Cold War. It's not really, you know, easy to use per se. So we'll see what happens. And already we're seeing the scopes, we're seeing the sniper play, so we're getting excited. And already some early trophy systems going out. I like this. We'll probably see a lot of contention kind of happen throughout yellow, and it looks like the cross will be spotted. So right away, the offensive push inside of the A site, a chance to be able to drop the bomb, and it looks like it will be going down.
I'll tell you what, this is one hell of a rare state coming in from Godsend here, as they're able to get this bomb down on a pretty much problem-free. Loops Esport now needs to make a rotation happen, and well, look at that. ACR comes in with the Holger, able to get that first frag. Now it's going to be Joker and Dudu on the bomb site looking for these kills. No will fall, and this is actually a pretty good retake as far as Loops are concerned. They're getting all these frags in, but they don't have much time left.
Oh, not too much time. In a 4 versus 3, you got to win some big gunfights at the moment, and it looks like Dudu not going to be able to find all the shots. He's done so much damage, but ACR cleans him up. Right back will get a response. So 3 versus 2. Got to get on the bomb, though. That's the biggest factor. We'll see if they can keep it clean. That will be a trade, and that will be the defuse. Very nicely done. Loops Esports get there in the nick of time, and they will be able to find their very first defending round.
I gotta say, I was really concerned actually when Loopsy Sports gave away the site pretty much straight away, because generally speaking on Standoff Search and Destroy, at least in the past competitive Call of Duty this season that you and I have casted, Austin, it isn't the best thing in the world to let happen. But Loopsy Sport with an immediate response, brilliantly done from them. And now we get to see what Godsend are able to do on the offense here. Once again, bomb in hand for Noel. He seems to want to take this one towards B. You got to be careful, though, because you look at that loop presence over towards back alley, over towards Kebab. It's pretty heavy, for sure.
And will they decide to drop it? It looks like this time they're waiting on a pick potentially to come through before they call their bomb player over. But now they're going to have that right on the site. So they're essentially going to go for the exact same play. They're going to drop the bomb. This, of course, is going to be known here now, as you got 40 seconds to start playing for this retake. And Loops Esports, they're going to start to make their way through the middle of the map, but they're going to lose one, and there's a quick trade.
Ah, Plin. Oh, he does actually see that player there, I believe, but can't get the frag off. Looking for some more now with this very snazzy sniper rifle. And now 20 seconds on the clock for these two players in the mid-map. That's a nice kill from Plin. Now looking for some more. Loops have done a good retake in the last round. Can they do it once again here? Dermac actually being able to bring this down now to a 2 versus 4. It is literally just Joker left. He's able to get one before falling. Well enough time for this defuse to come in for Plin. And of course they're going to give it to Plin here. He just had a monster round.
And, I mean, there's nothing really different there from Loops Esports, is there? I mean, they just essentially do the same retake. They're not worried about coming through the front. They'll keep one player there while all the chaos starts to unravel through the middle of the map, and they essentially just do the same retake. This time, are a little bit faster, actually. They get to the bomb quicker, and it just felt like there was maybe a miscommunication potentially there, for the side of Godsend, as no one was watching L-Wall. So are they going to continue to go for this A plan? It looks like they maybe are calling for a different route. They have player 4 here that's going to be responsible for watching the back alley. That was Joker. And now it's kind of just back and forth. They're really hesitant on what they want to do, but it looks like they are going to get a trophy set up. They're going to bring the bomb over again. But the big question here, Brody, is what are they going to do different once they get the bomb down?
That's going to be the question, isn't it? No, we'll get this bomb down. Now it's about defending it. It's something that they haven't been able to do in the last couple of rounds. You've got to do something different here, surely. I suppose there's not really much you can do when the bomb buster himself, Plin, comes in. He does what he does best. Can he get it done here in this round? Has the help of Pedro in from behind. Look at this wave of Loops Esports players coming in. The shorty in hand for Mihawk. He's able to get one. Switches away for the second kill, though. It is immediately traded on out. Now here's the problem for Loops Esports. Do they have the time, the pressure to build up here? Null comes in from behind. Dudu win with another one as well. Every single kill goes Godsend's way. And this time, they do not let up.
Yeah, this was a lot better. I mean, they get the rounds, and they just really stop that entire wall of blue that you saw coming in there from their side of the map into the site. So it was a little bit one-dimensional, and I think it was just a little too easy for the side of Godsend to be able to lock that down, and they do so successfully. But into round 4, early gunfights in Courtyard. We're going to see a lot of shots come through, but there's the pinch. Neox able to come away with 2 for himself, and he has not been traded as of just yet. So a very nice opening round for Godsend to create an early numbers advantage.
Godsend still going to get this bomb somewhere. Lin with the sniper rifle has been a real threat so far in this game. Only 2 frags to his name, though, at the moment. Just needs to follow through. He actually needs to survive here as well. If you kind of look at where ACR and Dad are on the map, If Plin can do some damage here, it would be huge. Can he get it done? Sniper rifle through the fence. There's no way. Oh, he gets pushed too far. That's really some Call of Duty timing there. Looks away at the wrong time. Mihawk comes in. And now this should be an easy plant for Godsend.
Could be the case. 1 versus 4. I mean, you need a lot here to get the job done. Can he read the second player right behind him? Oh, if he does, then maybe there's a shot at pulling off a 1v4, but Mihawk's not going to find, or not going to allow that rather, as he brings home the last kill, and that round just comes down to Mihawk just opening up the middle of the courtyard with the 2-piece, right? You trade an early numbers advantage. Godsend just able to work over towards that A site a little later in towards the round here, so they're changing up their strategy a tad bit, looking for some aggressive routes. Now they have a chance to do so again on their very last attacking round, but this one is going to be all force right into the A site, maybe for another quick plant.
The question is how to Loops respond to this. The last couple of rounds, Godsend have been great at holding on. They do not have elbow control though at the moment. That's going to be huge because Plin going to give it up actually. I'm a little bit surprised he does that. He moves all the way over towards courtyard. You can kind of see it on your minimap there that Plin does that. And it might be because of the fact he's actually going to go for a reposition all the way in from the flank. He gets the shot off, but it's actually going to be a good sniff out from Dudu and Mihawk to recognize what is happening. Gunfight's on the point though, and it's going to be Dermac coming up top.
All right, so 4v4, and you only got a good 20 seconds left here, but Plin's able to find the snipe on a 1. Godsend now, no longer having all the numbers they once had, but you're getting low on time. You got to move in. You got to find the defuse. They're going to stack the bomb. 3v2. Joker able to come up with 1. Mihawk from behind finds the kill, and now I don't think there's any time to get that defuse off. There's the push. Sure, you'll find the kill, but the bomb's going to blow. Plin will drop, and what was a very rough start to this S&D here, Brody, will now be 3 rounds in a row for Godsend to take the lead as we switch the sides.
Yeah, this has been a crazy comeback in from Godsend. They've absolutely stepped up to the plate. I mean, they've really struggled on the offense there to hold on for the last 3 rounds. They're able to get it done, and now we switch over to Loops Esports with the bomb in hand. Where do they want to take this one? Godsend have 1 player already on A on the bomb site itself. They've got 3 players overall on the site as it stands. So I guess the best bet here, Austin, would go towards B.
Definitely would be. I mean, Mihawk would have to get some kind of a sound cue back alley, or would maybe have to start bouncing between both, and you can kind of see his arrow moving inside of yellow, where he's wondering if players maybe are pushing through, so now he's going to get additional support there from Joker, just to make sure nothing is happening. And I like this. I mean, you're buying a lot of time, you're using a lot of the clock, but now they're going to try and make the move. It's going to be on Mihawk. Is he going to read the plant? He peeps out, and well, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? Blinn just says, I got your back, finds the kill. The bomb won't be dropped at B, but this is going to start to make everyone move on the map.
Loops Esports, they're playing this one pretty closely. They didn't get that bomb down. Not just yet. So time now running out to do so, but they're going to reposition here, actually. They want a piece of the A pipe. Won't get it just yet here as they reposition towards that B. The big problem is you have to get rid of Araujo, because look at the amount of damage he has done at the moment. He's shooting air at the moment for some reason, but now bomb going down at B. Araujo lets his guard up.
Right, how do you play the retake now? And you only have 3 members to really do it here on Godsend. There's a lot of control. That's the biggest factor. It's just going to be so difficult to start to move in, but we'll see how they do it. Joker would have to maybe find a big pick. Arho just going to go for a bit of a wall bang here inside of yellow, and there's going to be 1 back alley, and there's the peek. Dad just waiting for the call out. Loops Esports, they should have this round all wrapped up unless Joker can do something spectacular in the 1 versus 4, now 1v3. Has to go to the knife, and well, he's still alive somehow, not sure, but oh, the knife in the back. Dermac gets there. We'll put it in, and that's enough to bring us to a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, I gotta say that entire round there for me just comes down to the fact that Loops are actually even able to get that bomb down full stop, because Araujo was so oppressive on that back tank around this back barn area, where it was just basically impossible for Loops to do anything. But Araujo looks away for the moment. Loops able to get that bomb down, and that's a round for them. But look at this start here, coming in from Loops. Plin gets that fight against Noel. It's not really even a fight, just slaughters him with a sniper rifle early on, and now numbers in their favor.
The difference, and well, Joker finds the kill this time around, but still, just the patience and just holding, waiting, trying to search for information, and it's been kind of a stack, multiple rounds in a row, but it still leaves us in the 4 versus 4 now. Mihawk, he's been really good in this position. He found a 2-piece when he was on the other side of the map. Is he going to be able to find him on the bomb? It feels like he hears something, but he's not able to find the shots, and oh my, Dermac's able to get himself away and out. And Dad's got his back on the push, so now you got 35 seconds to start playing retake, and they should know where a lot of the players are going to be.
Well, shots going down. ACR is able to pick up 2. That's going to be huge, flipping this round on its head. Joker able to trade on out. So now a 2 versus 2. 25 seconds on the clock for a Godsend to find this defuse. And, well, things going to get a lot harder now, isn't it? As Sturmek does take down Dudu. All on Joker. He's got to pull off, 1 versus 2. 5 seconds for the defuse here as well. This is just so much to ask for. And, you know, fair play, the Joker. He actually tries it with a jump over, but it just doesn't work, Austin.
No, it does not work. And it's not usually like something we'll see here too often, where it's like the whole back alley control and like top grandmas here to your right is being held there from multiple members here on the attack, and then they plant B for yellow door. Like it almost never happens, but it just comes down to the fact that there's just been like a 3-stack every single round for Godsend. They're so worried about this bomb going down on A that they're keeping the majority of their resources over here for him. And I mean, Loops Esports, it feels like they got a read on it. They went to B the last couple rounds, but now they're going to try their hand today. Let's see if they can brute force their way through.
Here we go, Loops trying to go for the retake. They're able to do it. They do lose 1 life in the process, but now the threat from Godsend not quite over yet. Araujo and Dudu in close proximity, so not going to be able to get this bomb down entirely safely just yet. I have to imagine somebody's going to move sooner rather than later. There we go, ACR throwing shoulders. Araujo, the whole gut, there's quite a lot of kick to it, but he is ready to keep it down. Araujo with 2, and now a 2 versus 3 here for Loops.
Oh, it almost looked like it was possible for a second, but almost too much now. Flynn would have to get so many kills and retrieve the bomb, and as a sniper, to try and get it done, and all 3 players are stacked on the site. But Joker, he's isolated himself. There's a quick scope, a bit of a misplay on his part. Gives a chance with 45 seconds left. Quinn could get the job done. Another shot is going to go wide, but he's got the shotty right in his back pocket. What is he going to be able to do here with the shorty? Up close, it's a double stack. The first one is good. 1v3 on the cars, but Myok says no. What a shot. That's going to bring us down to now 4-4. A chance for a 1v3, but it will not come through.
There's a universe out there with that 1 versus 3. It happens, Austin. That was so close to completion, but Flint going to be denied this time around. 8 frags on the board for this man now, and immediately taking some snipes off, tries to get one through the fence as Godsend swarm onto that A. And now for me, it's going to be about this adaptation. Godsend, they know that Loops haven't pushed over towards A. They know that isn't at least the immediate strategy, so they need to be sure that they have control of B also.
Really interesting, very aggressive here, and well, you're going to lose one of your players because of it. So, Noel, you've lost him. You got a lot of control, at least, on the A site. But the problem here is that the majority of the players here for Loops Esports, they're starting to work around B. And there is a lot of pressure on Mihawk to try and get something done at the very back alley. I mean, coming up with 1 would be the goal. If you can get 2, that's fantastic. And it very likely might come down to that. Dad's done this bait and switch a couple of times where he's just laying down, waiting for the call out. And look at the wall bangs coming through here as well. Actually, a couple of tags there in towards ACR. He's forced all the way back in warehouse. And now he is isolated. He is alone. He's responsible for watching this flank. And now that bomb, it's starting to inch up closer to B. Might be a chance to be able to drop the rock here.
Grave system going down. It's going to be big for Dermek to stop anybody from taking him out with any utility as he tries to get this down. Doesn't actually have the cover inside Kebab, and that's why it's just such a massive risk. I tell you what, I give him quite a lot of props for trying it, but Mihawk comes in, shuts it down. Now a 3 versus 3. He has even the odds, and even better, their bomb is down, Austin.
It is down, and I mean, that's just another big explosive play that comes out. He might not be done. Mihawk for 3 in the round, maybe even a chance at the ace. We will get a trade, and now even the katana comes out for a quick moment in the back pocket. But what will they do? Have to try and make a move here. Have to try and drop the bomb somewhere. Down to the final 10 seconds. ACR tries to take a shot with a shorty. Won't be able to find its mark. The plant will now make its way over to A. And it looks like it should successfully go down, and it will.
Oh, Mihawk. Oh, nice from ACR, though. The shorty, the best weapon in this situation. And now this leaves Dudu in a spot of bother, doesn't it? A 1 versus 2. ACR and Pedro looking right at him. Dudu could try this. If he gets the first kill, he might well actually just jump on the bomb, but it doesn't even happen. Pedro shuts him down. And now on round point here, Loops Esports.
Looking solid. I mean, like, there hasn't really been a solid answer for their B push. The only time we've really seen it is when Mihawk's had to, find just a big explosive play for himself, and he even gets 3 in that round, trying to get it all done. But it is still not enough. So We'll see what the plan of attack will be this time. Looks like it is 4 players still. The island player has been ACR. He's been happy doing this, and look how passive this setup is this time around here for Godsend. They are just simply looking to maintain just the control in the back alley. Want to keep a player inside of yellow. They do not want this bomb to go down at B. That is for sure here, Brody.
Well, A is open as far as loops are concerned. I'm not entirely sure what the strategy is here for Godsend in terms of giving so much real estate up to loops. I mean, the real estate market at the moment is quite inflated, to be honest. You want to be careful if you're Godsend. You're losing quite a lot of money here on the line. And for me, actually, I think that the thing is, how quickly do loops realize this is the case? Because as soon as they realize that he's clear, this should be an easy bomb plant. They should just get this down.
Should be. Shots are going down, though. Should have some kind of an idea that there will be a push inside of A, and now they're going to find out. There goes the bomb. All 5 players remaining on each side. You got a wide spread here for the side of Loops Esports. This could be for the map number 2. How is Godsend going to play the retake?
Keep an eye on Pedro coming in from behind here. He could be completely spoiling this retake from Godsend as long as he hurries up with the play. He's taking this one quite slowly, mainly because he doesn't want to make loads of noise. But in the process, he's giving up this 5 versus 4 towards Godsend for the retake. Dudu has already picked up 1. Now, the pressure is on, though. Pedro in from behind. He's able to pick up 1. Dad with 2. It's just down to a 2 versus 3, making it 1 versus 3. Joker left up on his own. He will fall, and Loops, I gotta say, it does definitely feel like they got gifted that last round somewhat. A free bomb plant and, of course, the hold as well.
It does feel like a gift, but it also just comes down to how strong they were at the B site. Like, it just almost felt like they had to dedicate, so much of their resources to making sure that the bomb was not going to get planted at B, to make sure that they weren't working their way through back alley, getting yellow control. I mean, it was just too much in a lot of those rounds overall there for us. So that was just beautifully done there, Brody. I mean, inside and out, you look at it, it's that mind game that plays in Search and Destroy from time to time, right? Where you're looking like, all right, we got to stack B. We cannot let them get this down. And it's like, well, let's try our hand over at A. Let's see if we can get something done here. And it's an open site, as you said. They get the bomb down, and that flank in the end there is really what kind of allows them to hold on to the setup inside of the area. So, I mean, beautifully done. That's going to allow them to lock in that map, and just a lot of back and forth, a lot of little mind games that we love seeing in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, incredible Search and Destroy there. You really do have to say, don't you, Austin? I mean, it's just what a close one between these two squads. And again, I think the hard one was really close as well. It's kind of unfortunate in a way for Loops there. They weren't able to win that map number 1. So let's take a look at our map set overall for everybody at home to show you guys now what this map set actually does look like as we go towards the domination. I can't remember for the life of me what the actual map is, and it is going to be firing range domination here. This should be a real tough one, and the reason I say this is because B is just so open. If you get B, you should theoretically be able to just spawn trap as long as you get yourselves in the right positions.
Yeah, it's a chaotic map. It's a lot of like give and take. It's like we'll take A, you take C, and then it's just the team that's essentially holding on to B that is really going to make the difference for the overall score count. But it can be chaotic, because you really did say it. Like, you got to worry about the sniper tower, you got to worry about tin, you got to worry about trailer. But the most important factor really is trailer control when you're talking about this, because you have the clear angle at being able to keep people off of B, or being able to cover your teammates who are trying to hop on top of B. So that's kind of one of the big power positions that you really do need on lock for whatever team that's looking to control the middle of the map here. But I mean, it is very chaotic. You can kind of get lost in the sauce, so to speak, where it's like you're trying to make some flanks happen, you're trying to pull some pressure away from the middle of the map, draw them back to their home flag here. So I mean, it's not an easy map, I feel like, for as far as setups, but it is the team that's really making the best decisions on the fly that typically comes out with it.
Yeah, for sure. And this is going to be a big map because it's the first time we actually have a swing game in a series. I mean, the first couple of quarterfinals, Austin, it was a 2-0 start for both of the teams that ended up winning there. But the domination is when we could absolutely see now a swing game here between these two rosters. Of course, Godsend taking that map number 1, and then Loops with the Search and Destroy victory. I mean, really here for me, this is just going to be an incredible test of both of these rosters overall. It's going to come down to just who can come out swinging right out the gate, as you say. I mean, it's going to be hotly contested for sure, but I actually cannot wait to see how this one goes down. Again, I keep on coming back to it in a way, Austin, but it's like, you know, for COD Mobile to see all these map mode combinations coming back from sort of like histories past in Call of Duty esports, it really is quite something. And Firing Range, yet another one of those maps. It's like one of the best maps of all time. If you were to ask, I think just like a casual Call of Duty player, what is one of the best maps of all time? Firing Range is like 100% up there. It's like just an incredible map.
Yeah, absolutely. But looks like we're going to take a look at our upper bracket here at the moment, guys. Give you guys just a bit of insight on what's been happening at the moment. No surprise to see Skade 2-0 up there in their very first round. They are one of the favorites by far here in the tournament for the regional playoffs. And then, of course, the series that we've been currently following, Loops Esports and Godsend. They are tied 1 apiece. Godsend winning the respawn, Loops Esports taking the S&D. We'll see if Godsend can continue to find success here, as we'll now be taking our first look at the domination on Firing Range for the first time of the day.
Domination on Firing Range, that is the map here for this one. It's going to be a swing game between these two rosters, so either one is going to walk away with a lead at the end of this. Let's take a look who can start strong. Loop's going to kick up the first blood. Control there of the little hut, but it's going to be Joker and Mihawk actually with a response. Nobody capturing B just yet, but Loops Esports, they have some eyes on it.
They sure do, and already that trailer control that I kind of talked about and mentioned, it's going to be here for Loops Esports. So they have now a lot of middle map control. It's just now trying to actually dedicate the resources to throw yourself on top of the flag. That is really the most difficult part, being able to cap it. And now you're seeing Godsend actually flood through. They're going to take full tin control here. Now they have themselves some decent map control as well. They might just even get a flip of the overall spawns, as it looks like it will be the home flags now going over. And now you can make your way out into B. You've already gotten a bit of progress, about halfway there, but they're not able to get it. Loops Esports, they find 3 kills to clear out the middle of the map.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, here's something to learn, folks at home. This B flag is incredibly hard to capture, but hey, Pedro might have just found a way to do it. A 3-piece for him here on the point, and now an opportunity you have to imagine for somebody from Loops to make their way, or from Loops to make their way on towards the point. But nobody done it just yet. Again, it's just so impressive. All of these high up positions in this tower, in the sniper tower, for example, where ACR is currently situated, it makes capturing this flag so hard to do. But it is just like the tiniest segment away right now.
Yeah, it's just like, there you go. Hop on it, just get that final tick. But now you got to hold it. And this is where we'll have to see, you know, what you try to do to respond to this if you're Loops Esports right now. And it looks like they've been able to really back up, grab themselves trailer control. They're trying to now pinch inside of 10. Dad's got a big gunfight here to see if he might be able to take down Mihawk and open up just a bit of space maybe to try and get some progress of your own going. But Pedro's also up top here. He's able to find a big one-on-one kill. Can he find a second? He reads it beautifully, and Pedro does come out with 2. Second one secured on towards Dudu, and the spawns are still funneling right into him. I mean, he's already got his death machine going. He's just going non-stop right now. Pedro goes on a 4 or 5 spree. That's enough to clear some space, but meanwhile, they've had to backtrack to make sure that they're going to be able to hold on to their home flag. They still got B control, and Godsend, they find themselves in firm positions.
Yep, indeed they do. Godsend in a great position here. This is what I was talking about. As soon as that B flag is captured, it's going to be incredibly hard to take back, especially with the way that some of these players right now on Godsend are playing. And, well, that's going to be big from Dermak. He's able to flip it here. Loops Esports now in control. Is there an immediate response? Pedro comes crashing down with that missile to pick up 2. So Loops, they feel pretty confident here. You have to imagine that they could hold on. They're even trying to hold on to A, though, as Joker and Mihawk apply the pressure up there. Just 20 points to go here in this round of play.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad overall, and Mihawk's gonna be able to find himself another one. So this is the difficulty, right? This is sometimes you lose that B flag, and now you're in position to be able to bring this one back here in your favor. But it is going to be overall on how they use the specialist, or whether or not they save it towards the second round. That's what I love doing personally. And as we're seeing now, 60-46, it is just the C flag. This lead is going to slowly but surely come down here, and that's going to be Loops Esports still putting on the pressure, looking to try and draw some players out over towards this home flag. The death machine will be invested. Joker able to find himself a 2-piece, so not too bad overall. We'll still see some streaks in play. The Hunter Killer drone, the Predator missile, everything basically in the back pocket, but there will still be a slight lead as the home flags are going to be secured here for Godsend.
Yeah, Godsend looking to hold on here. Loops trying to apply the pressure. If they can capture the C in the last few seconds, it would be huge, but they're just 2 points away. Now about 10 seconds. And Loops actually going to apply the pressure right at the end, but it is too little too late, as Godsend able to walk away with a slight lead, I would say. I describe that as a slight lead going into the second half. There is absolutely a way back in here for Loops. Do not doubt it. You can have a look at some of the stats. Look at Pedro, man. 19 frags to his name. That is an incredible scoreline.
He's trying. He's fighting right now, Brody. So who's going to get the B flag first? That's really what it comes down to. Last time around, Godsend did it, and they built themselves up a nice lead. Now, you want to go 2-1 up in this series. If you're Loops Esports, you really want to get a handle on it fairly quickly. A big 1-on-1 is going to take place right here from Pedro, and who other, maybe almost for the 2-piece, but Noel will be able to shut him down. That's a big trade to make sure you are locking down that trailer control. But in the back, I mean, you're seeing a bit of damage being done. There's going to have to be a bit of a retreat on the home flag here. So Loops Esports trying to clear out their spawn. They got to get wood control, and while that happens, B flag will be secured, and it will go over to Godsend.
Good opportunity here for Mihawk to do some serious damage with the Death Machine in hand, but I tell you what, I probably just cursed him there with the Caster's Curse, as he will end up falling with the Death Machine in hand. Now, realistically speaking, it's going to be about whether or not Godsend can continue to hold on to this setup they currently have. I said that Loops, they really needed to come in here and come out swinging, capturing that B flag for themselves. That has not happened, and it is very easy because it's only 150 points as your target for this game to get out of hand. Godsend, every single kill is effectively going their way as well. This is just not looking good for Loops as it stands.
It's not looking good at all. I mean, very, very difficult at the moment. I mean, 25 points down, and this lead is going to grow very quickly. Like, you have to get a second flag now, but I mean, look at the kill feed. It is Joker finding multi-kills. Predator missiles now starting to come through there. He's able to find himself a kill with it. Another Death Machine about to come through here for Joker as well. Like, this is where snowballing can just get a little bit too much here for you when you're the team that's trying to get on top of the flag. But they do have a chance. They got 3 members in the middle of the map here, Brody. They got a 2-stack. This might be their shot at getting B, but up top, who other than Joker to make sure that they don't secure it?
Well, it might not be over just yet. You can see Plin going to be able to capture C here. B also going the way. It's a triple capture. It's domination here for Loops. And now an opportunity to skyrocket the scoreline in their favor. You hold it for what, 10 seconds here? And that is a solid amount of points. But guess who is on the map? It's Noel with the Goliath score streak. This is a problem here for Loops. Yes, they have 3 flags, but you got to ask for how long when that Goliath is on the map.
They got 2 Goliaths on the map right now.
Jesus.
This is just so brutal. Like, how are you going to be able to hold on to one of your home flags? That's the difficulty right now, as you got 2 Goliaths, 1 on each side. That will be the Goliath kill. So they deal with 1, but you got to deal with the second. Just so much. And now the A flag looks like it should go back over towards Loops Esports, so they're going to have a shot at being able to come out with a little bit of time. They're holding on to the 2-cap, but will the 2-cap be enough? They might need to make a move for the 3rd flag too.
Yep, indeed they will. The 2-cap, I think at this stage will actually be enough. I want to say you get, an additional 12 points overall. So, yeah, Loops should be okay as it currently stands with this this push up for the 2-cap. If you can get C as well, I mean, that would be incredibly helpful. But got Joker, he is a problem. He is a problem you do need to deal with. This Goliath suit is absolutely horrendous to try and take down, but it is quite weak at the moment. Joker, though, just keeping on playing in this position. That flag might actually get captured, though, before we can do anything about it. Plin will do so, and now Loops able to capture C and B, but Godsend, they get B right back, and Noel will now get away as well. Every time this happens, Austin, with 90 seconds on the clock and 8 points away, it's so damaging.
Oh, Pedro, he's got a big 1-on-1, and Joker, he's going to be able to get the help from Dudu there. Everything coming together for Godsend, the slaying, the positioning, the control. It's all way too much. And there is the final tick. Godsend, they're going to be able to do it here for us, Brody, as they close this one at 150 to 132, and that will give them the series lead.
I think it was just a period of time there going into the second half where Godsend, I think they managed to shade together like a collective like 8 or 9 kills, just completely uncontested. And it's just so easy to get streaks off the back of that when you have control of the 2 flags. We've mentioned it at the very top of the show, Austin. It is very easy for games to snowball out of control. That happened right there. There was a glimmer of hope. There was a glimmer of hope. Leap had a domination for a brief period of time. I mean, it was like, what, 20, 30 seconds? They had domination on the map. It's just those Goliaths, man. Those Goliaths were just too much. It was damage done.
It's damage done. It's like, usually, we'll see 1 because it takes quite a bit of a spree just to get up towards that point. But when you're going into the second as well, I mean, yeah, that's when it becomes a little bit different. But very nicely done. We'll take a look at our replay here overall, and I mean, this is really just a lot of the plays that went so well in the very first half of domination here, where Godsend, they built themselves up a nice lead, Brody. We got in towards the second half, and there was maybe glimmers of hope, but in the end, getting that B flag, as we just saw it there previously, was enough to lock in the dub. The respawns, they've been in favor of Godsend. They've been all over them, and now they have a chance to be able to get this done, potentially going in towards the map number 4.
Yep, let's take a look at the series score as it currently stands then between these two teams. Again, a little recap of what's happened thus far. Takeoff was a 150 to 100 victory for Godsend. We went to the Search and Destroy, though. Standoff, 6-4 victory for Loops. Firing range, though, for Godsend, as you guys just saw. It was much, much tighter than that hard point, but nonetheless, it was a Godsend victory. And now we move over towards the raid hard point. From what I can tell at the moment, I mean, I know we've only seen 3 maps between these two rosters, but it feels like Godsend are a little bit more well put together, I think, overall, when it comes to these respawns. And that spells a bit of a problem, really, for this Loops Esports roster coming into raid hard point.
Yes, it does. I mean, I think the big problem is, like, starting off. I mean, every single time Godsend have gotten in toward the map, it feels like they've always had a lead, and it feels like, you know, Loops Esports, they're playing catch up, they're trying to work back into a game, and a team like Godsend that has, you know, really good mechanical players that are making really big plays in some of these big moments is stopping them from ever really getting back into the game here. So for me, if we're getting to a map 5, which if you do, then maybe Loops Esports has a real strong chance at taking it, because they looked really solid in the very first S&D on the standoff. That's what you got to be thinking about in the back of your mind. Let's get through this hard point. Let's get it to a map 5. If we can do it, we can take this series. But, you know, you have to be able to come out here strong. You have to be able to start off on the right foot here, Brody. I mean, that's the X factor here. Someone's got to come out. It might be an individual player that has a hot start, earns some streaks, gets an early specialist that can play the factor in allowing you to snowball a hill in your favor and at least give you a cushion moving in towards the future hills for the rest of the map.
Yeah, and just an update for everybody at home as well. We don't know exactly what the second series is like at the moment. It's been a while since we had an update, but last time we saw it was Skade 2-0 up versus Operation 34. I'm being told by the voice in my head, aka the producer, that we can hop into it and see what's going on between Skade and Operation 34. Yeah, he's an annoying voice in my head, but, you know, we still listen to him every so often. There's Operation 34 currently in the lead here with this map number 3.
Currently in the lead, and I mean, Skade, this is one of the top 2 teams. They're the second seed from the qualifier coming into this. They are 2-0 up in the series, but you got to give it over towards Operation 34 at the moment here. I mean, they're keeping this pretty close, just down by a couple of points. They do have to make a move for this B flag, so that is going to be one of the key factors. And Law actually here with the Annihilator finding a couple of kills. Very nicely done for him. It opens up space, and now that's going to give them time to be able to secure this B flag. So they got a 2-cap. Now they just need to try and hold on to it.
Yep, this is pretty much what we saw in the first set of series of the day, where Full House Gaming, they ended up losing to Influence Rage in a very similar situation here with raid domination. There is not a lot of time left in this domination. There's also not a lot of points to go around. So for Operation 34, it's about holding this for, 30 to 45 more seconds. We're definitely starting to apply the pressure for Skade. But here we go. Pabzera able to get onto this point, has the support of his teammates as well, and we will see a flip.
That's a big moment right there. Now they just need to backtrack, clear out this player inside of Art, and this is looking like it's going to maybe come through. This should be a trade, and there it is. So Skade, they find 3 down. They have B control. The pressure now on the side of Operation to try and move through. They only have the A flag, and will they even have that for long? We could potentially see a triple cap come through, but the Predator missile will come through first, trying to select some targets, gonna back up, find the player close on his tail, and now this is looking good for Skade. They're gonna take the lead. This is pretty much their game to lose right now, Brody. They have the control, but they got to move over to be quick.
It's just 90 seconds, and that's Skade. Look at the kill feed. It is entirely Skade's to hold on to. If they wanted to capture A there, they could well have done so. The Hunter-Killer drone will apply that pressure, but it's going to be good as Yohito and Benja are able to come on out, and they will actually grab some kills. I mean, that's the Annihilator from Miguelis as well. The Annihilator for Miguelis. Get him number 3 as well. Law will deny, but damage surely done. And it is Skade with the 3-0, a glimmer of hope distinguished there in map number 3. I mean, I had flashes there of what we saw earlier on with Influence Rage and Full House. I was like, yeah, it's going to happen again. We're going to see a map number 4 between those teams. It's not over yet, but unfortunately, it was. It was a really good comeback there. But also not, once Again, at 3-0, we now have another team in the semifinals.
We sure do. I mean, Skate's just fun to watch. The fact that they're able to come out with a 3-0, we didn't get to see maybe the first two maps, so we don't know how close it was, but this is still a team that you just gotta keep your eye on throughout this entire bracket, and we know we're gonna get a clash in a lot of those semifinal matchups. But we're moving into our map number 4. This is the main match we've been following. Godsend. They've been so good in the respawn so far. Loops Esports, they've only got the job done on S&D. They need to come alive here in order to get us to a map number 5.
Yep, indeed they do. Godsend, they are the ones starting strong low here in Hardpoint. They have control of P1. Plin and AC are able to get a couple of frags though. You can kind of see them executing this pincer movement for the moment as Plin and Dermek coming in from behind. It is now just Araujo left alive on the Hardpoint, and as far as Loops are concerned, you're pretty happy with that one. You're able to get your way in with that nice little pincer movement.
We sure are. Just need to get the remaining 20 seconds, and you'll have yourself just a nice little lead heading in towards P2, which is going to be the more difficult hill to try and break right now. Dudu going to be responsible for cutting off all of the exits coming off of this P1 hill, and, well, it looks like it's going to be at least decent here for them. But take a look at the spawns. 2 players actually going to spawn out poolside right now. Because of player 2 pushing through basketball, this could be a big moment for Plin here. It's just a matter of how he plays his life.
Yeah, Plin trying to play his life, putting shots in there. Unfortunately, the kill doesn't walk away. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Araujo takes him out. ACR follows up with the Predator missile, able to get a couple of kills there. And, well, now Godsend inside, starting to stack up this time. Pedro coming in from behind, though. You can kind of see maybe in a lane opening up here. Pedro gets a couple more frags, and this is exactly what's going to happen. Pedro, he's on a rampage at the moment. A few frags in turn. Loops Esports now have an opportunity in from behind.
They control the spawns, but now they need to make something happen inside of the hard point. And Godsend, well, they're going to find 3 down. That is the worst timing you could have ever asked for right now for Loops Esports. They got to wait on one another now to make this push happen. And Dudu, he's going to be able to clean up one coming through cutout. So as much as you're controlling the spawns for Loops Esports, you have not been able to get anything done, and you're still seeing the slay out inside of the P2 hill. Kitchen looks to be all Godsend, as there is no one really able to break on through. Now, you do have streaks. That is the best thing. ACR, he can look to drop in that sentry maybe at the new hill, but you still got a battle for the rotation right now, and it's on Dudu to try and get the job done.
Yep, indeed it is Dudu on his own for the moment. That's going to be a smoke. He's just trying to hide here at the moment. He's going for the stealth mission inside the point, at least to try and contest this time. But he will unfortunately get taken down as Loops Esports now in control of this hill, and they need this time. You cannot afford to give this one up to Godsend. Joker comes in, picks up 2. Dudu with another one as well. There are some trades coming out. A sentry gun coming in as well. It does get taken down pretty quickly, and I mean, I said you need to hold on if you're Loops. Not able to get it done as Godsend now find their way in.
They do find their way in here, still contested. Both teams on each side of the garage hill. One of the money hills on the map, but not looking that way right now in this matchup. Going to be able to play his life just a little bit longer. Everyone trying to flood through weights, and I mean, it is still like a lot of this time just really going to waste. No one's securing it. You feel like if you're Loops Esports, you really would have wanted it, but somehow, some way, Neok is going to be able to play his life and just burn a few more seconds off the clock. Finally, the scrap time is secured. So now we look towards the rotation, and you got 4 members all swarming around the point here in basketball. You need a lot of big gunfights to come through right now for Loops Esports.
Well, there is one. Pedro able to pick it up, but immediately traded out as Mihawk, once again, surprise, surprise, he is on one. You can see the kill feed. It is all blue. It is all Godsend picking up these frags. Plin in for one of his own. But again, Godsend just continue to apply the pressure. Maybe an opportunity here for Loops to find their way in on. You can see the pinch kind of being set up, but you need to hurry it up. You can't just afford to give up this time away to Godsend. And there is Pedro, picks up the final frag. And now, Austin, this 40 seconds has to be Loops. You just cannot give this one up.
No, you really can't. You have to be able to hold on to it. And, well, miscommunication. Look at the entries that come through. Godsend, they flood through the front. They're able to get themselves inside of the point. You need a big moment now out of ACR, but he gets a hit marker on her second shot. Still very contested. A chance to be able to break in. Loops Esports, they just need to find the kills, but easier said than done. Noel will be able to lock things down for a moment, but there's Pedro in the back, finds the remaining kill. So the scrap time has been going over, but for as far as actual time, locking it in from the beginning or the middle of the point, that has simply just not been happening whatsoever for Loops Esports. And now we're going to see the Goliath in play for ACR. You feel like this could be a really big moment for Loops Esports if the kills start funneling through.
ACR now with this Goliath. It's been a problem previously in this series for Loops. Now he is the one causing problems for Godsend. Here
Oh,
we go,
man.
ACR with 2 with the Goliath. It is a problem, and you can see the rocket launcher from Noel. They're thinking, you know what? Let's get rid of that Goliath as quickly as we possibly can.
The good news is it is fairly low, so just a little bit more damage should be able to get the job done, but you're seeing how it's shrugging you off. Oh, the missile. I think it went wide, but it's still okay. The flank from behind is good, so they get rid of it. A lot of time went over, but the remaining 30 seconds could just be over towards Godsend right now. They're at 122 points. We'll see just a brief contention inside of the point right there as Dermek's able to get himself a kill, but it is a full-on brawl. Players coming from every single angle, but Dudu, he's reading it so well. He'll find himself some kills. We take a look at the stats right now, Brody. Everyone pulling their weight just about. No one's necessarily going off, but you might need someone to go off right now if you're Loops Esports, because this could be the very last hill here of this set.
You can't afford to get broken if you're a Loops Esports here. You can see Dudu in with a Death Machine. He's able to pick up 1. Godsend able to pick up 2 overall. Plin and Dad, though, in with kills. It's trades, but it's trades in favor of Loops for the moment. Godsend will be spawning out over towards the driveway. Joker with 2, though. It's the Death Machine. Death Machine's right back. Dad and ACR now in with Death Machines, and it's going to be Death Machines galore here on P1 Austin.
Oh, it's chaos inside of the hardpoint, just how we like it, but Loops Esports, they're the ones that need to find the kills. Up top, launch and control there for ACR. Will he read the back? He will. Beautifully done. It's a full kill feed for Loops Esports. They're keeping themselves alive. They're reading the spawns beautifully. The setup is intact. This is everything you want right now. Godsend, what do they decide to do? Do we rotate early? Do we hit the scrap time? Joker's going to try and eliminate a few players from exiting off of the P1 hill, but you got to look at a rotation here very soon, Brody, if you're Loops Esports.
Yep, you absolutely do, because there's, 7 seconds away if you're a Godsend from actually winning this game, and I think that's kind of why they've retreated away to this rotation. There is an opportunity here for the Loops to put this one together. You can see Pilm in the mid-map. Death Machine for Dermak. They're both going to get shut down, though. That's Joker with a Holger. The rotational gunfights. It's all Godsend. And now Loops, what do you do here? Joker tries to get this kill in the mid-map. Loops do have an opportunity. It's just not enough as they reach that 150-point marker. Godsend able to get it done.
The respawns, I mean, this Godsend squad just a level above from what we get out of Loops Esports. Unfortunately, Brody, there was moments where it looked like they might have been able to come away with some time, but you just got to hand it over towards Godsend. It felt like they were always contesting the time. They're always doing a really good job of making sure things were never given over for free. And when you're playing hardpoint like that, it just feels so oppressive when you're on the team that's down and trying to make that comeback happen. So very nicely done there. Godsend, they look solid throughout the hardpoint, solid throughout the dominations, and they lock down the series here 3-1.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. I mean, really, overall, I kind of said it going into that hard point. It looks like Godsend's respawns are pretty good at the moment. You know, they were very impressive there to Loops Esports, although I do have to give it to Loops. I mean, they definitely gave them a hell of a fight towards the end of P5 and then P1 as well. I mean, they won pretty much every single important gunfight. It was just, you know, having the final say, making that last rotation. They fell just short of forcing a game number 5 here, and that means we haven't had any game 5s today so far. It's been all 3-1s or 3-0s, but what we do have, Austin, is 4 semi-finalists ready to go and 2 qualification matches coming very, very soon. Let's take a look at our bracket if we can, to show everybody at home what teams are currently through to those qualification matches. We already saw Cygnus Esports win 3-0 versus RWR early on. We also saw Full House win 3-1 versus Influence Rage. So we know that those teams are already through, but now Skade with the 3-0 versus Operation 34 and Godsend with the 3-1 versus Loops Esports. We have our semi-finalist, Austin.
Brody, I'm really excited for these semis right now. Like these are going to be some good matchups. I feel like both of these teams stack up against one another very well. We haven't got to see Skade fully, but it felt like they did play a pretty close set in the domination, and Godsend looked like a pretty strong domination team as well. So these respawns should be really interesting. It's just a matter of how good I think Skade is going to be in the S&Ds. That very well could determine a lot of what's going to happen in this bottom semifinal match. Now, up in the top, Cygnus Esports up against Full House. I mean, Cygnus Esports Esports, they are the the champs of the qualifier. They ran through the entire bracket. They won 2 best-of-5s against Skade, coming through that losers final, and they were able to pull out the dub. And we already saw Full House. That was one of the main matchups that we saw there at the beginning there against Influence Rage, and they looked pretty convincing as well. So they're going to be very exciting. But it looks like we also have our lower bracket here for you guys to see how this one is shaping up. RWR up against Influence Rage to see who goes home or who goes on, and the exact same thing now for Loops Esports in Operation 34.
Yep, there it is, the lower bracket. These teams, they're not done yet, Austin. There still is a path to make it to the Call of Duty Mobile 2021 World Championships, but you have to have a perfect run through that lower bracket all the way to the losers bracket finals. That is going to be a task and a half on their hands. But I tell you what, Austin, those are the kind of storylines we love in Call of Duty Esports, whether it's mobile or not. We love it so much, and it could well still happen. And I mean, I guess we still got some more series to come today. The semi-finals will be coming very, very soon. But before we get there, we're going to take a break. When we return, more Call of Duty Mobile on your way.
Sé de rapear, Capi pone la pista y yo empiezo a tirar.
10-4, copiado. Activar piel de combate.
Se llama tipo la que te va a setear, entregar. Del oso te lo voy a ponchar. Pa' cuando rescate se pa' inventar. La renta la paga, si no, no vendrá. Donde yo me pare, tú no puedes estar. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando. 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, bailando y lo parto. Tranquilo que te flow, yo te lo reparto. Que tú estás muy bajo. Tranquilo que de plata estoy abasto. Prendo un habano celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un... No me hagan mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, bailando y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que te
beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness! I'm taking it up a level, gonna even score. Oh, and able to get both. Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. The one gets the second. I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, You know I'm taking over, game over. On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket. Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2021 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Here it's time for the LATAM Regional Playoffs, and we're about halfway through the day. We have semi-finalists ready to go, and if you're just joining us, my name's Infinity. I'm joined by Austin, aka Visions. Austin, we've had an incredible day of Call of Duty Mobile so far.
Yes, we have. There's been a lot of very close games. We've seen, crazy snipes come through there for us when we go back towards the Summit S&D. A lot of crazy plays from like Joker in the last series on Godsend. So, I mean, it's been a pleasure to be able to cast over these guys who are all fighting for, again, 3 spots to make it to the World Championship, Brody. So it's been a very fun day, and you have to imagine the gameplays only get better and better as we start to go through some of these semifinal matchups.
Yeah, for sure. Let's kick off, I guess, what we're talking about with the semi-finals by reminding everybody at home about what these semi-finals actually are. So we're kicking things off with Cygnus Esports versus Full House Gaming. You can get the schedule for everybody at home, or the bracket, one of the two, just so we can see sort of what these semi-finals are. So there we go, Cygnus Esports versus Full House, and Skade versus Godsend. And we did get to see pretty much every single quarterfinal matchup one way or another. Some of them convincing, some of them not so much.
That's right. It's been, very interesting to see maybe some of the first rounds. This is how we expect some of the first rounds to go as well. When you're talking about a first seed that's coming through here, like Cygnus Esports, they find the 3-0. The second seed, Skade, they find a 3-0 as well over Operation 34. So I wouldn't say maybe it's totally unexpected to see some of the results that have certainly come through here for us. But as we get in towards the semis now, this is where I think things get interesting, because this is the stack-up matchups. Like, this is where we're either going to see maybe a rematch of Skade and Cygnus in the winner's final to see how they go up against each other once again. And this is also going to determine, who makes it in the top 3. So there is so much on the line. You want to get the job done here. You don't want to go to a lower bracket match and have to maybe win another one and then go into loser's final and win another one. That is just way too much. You don't want to have to think about that. Get it over with now on day 1, Brody. Lock it in. Get the job done.
Yeah, of course, it's not just the qualification for the World Championships on the line, although I'm pretty sure that is important for these players. They want to make sure they get a shot at that $2 million prize pool for the Call of Duty Mobile 2021 World Championships. But also, there is a prize pool attached to this tournament as well. $50,000 on the line. First place takes home $15,000 of that. So you want to make sure you win that prizing. You want to make sure you get as much of that as you possibly can. So things are definitely getting intense here. I think personally, Austin, just given what we saw from Cygnus and given what we saw from Full House Gaming, that this next series is going to be an exhilarating one.
Absolutely, man. I cannot wait to see how it's going to come together. This is the clash. This is what it's really going to come down to right now. And looks like we're already loading in, Brody. Map number 1 to see how they're going to stack up against one another. Cygnus Esports up against Full House Gaming. Let's see how it plays out.
Yep, Cygnus Esports, and then this is going to be standoff hardpoint. I tell you what, I haven't seen this one in a fair few years. There's getting on board with Envoy. He's able to pick up one. Irvin now on the hardpoint. He's able to pick up one of his own, but it's going to be Full House Gaming. Not done just yet. Kim Wax with 2, though. Irvin with yet another one, and now this should mean that Full House Gaming, I mean, they shouldn't be in the hardpoint with those kills.
See how this gunfight in the back kind of plays out here for us. Just fighting maybe for an already early rotation into green, making sure you have the favorable spawn. But it is just a solo mission. However, you're seeing the gas spawns come through as well. Meanwhile, time is actually still going over towards Full House Gaming. And even got the shorty up close here, starting to find a little bit of favor. But Cygnus, they're going to find 3 down. They're going to realize where they're all spawning. A little rocket shot was trying to be thrown out, but Wax is going to be taken on out. So very close game. Just a couple points here separating the two. And now it's a fight for scrap time.
Yep, indeed it is. Full House Gaming Looking for that scrap time. I think they're probably going to get it more likely than not. And of course, get the rotation as well. You can see the players already making their way over towards P2. This is going to be an important lane for Irvin to try and take, but he will get shut down by Trixin. Patillo and Cheto able to pick up a couple of frags on this rotation towards their next hill, but it will be Full House Gaming in here for the moment.
Here for the moment. And now you have to try and find yourself a really big break. You have control of the spawns. The stun is really going to stop them right in their tracks here. So Irving's gonna have to try and play his life, but there's the push that comes through. Very nicely done. The back alley spawns here coming on in for this side of Full House Gaming, but the collapse is good. There's the numbers. Zygnus, they're gonna find themselves inside of the point, and it's at the perfect time.
Yep, absolutely it is. Zygnus now will be looking for the last 30 seconds of time here as Full House Gaming. I mean, are they going to want to give this one away? Probably not. Bigodera and GDS trying to find their way on in. And I tell you what, they've done it quite successfully at the very least. They're looking to contest this time. Zygnus sitting up top. Cheto more happy than not to do that, though. He'll have the final say in that hard point, as I think Full House Gaming now, for the best, Austin, will be looking towards the future and towards this next rotation.
Next rotation coming through. Even game. This is really what we were expecting between the two. And look at, well, the shorty's working out here up close in a lot of these hills like Zygnus. They got just one in their back pocket. It feels like every player we switch onto, but it's not going to find favor there. The equalizer comes out and finds two, but the response is just almost too much. Zygnus able to find quite a few kills, but the spawn's now still very, very close. Can they find a full team wipe again? They've just about done it. One more player inside of the point. The equalizers are no good. The shorty finds the kill, and a beautiful rotation here for Zygnus Esports will be enough to at least close the lead and maybe even take a lead of their own.
Yep, it will. Tatilo and Envoy going to pick up those first couple of frags each. Full House Gaming not going to be able to find their way on in, not for this last 20 seconds or so. Look how far out they are at the moment. This is like the earliest of rotations, because on COD Mobile, what you see, generally speaking, rotations coming in just because of the pace of the game, about 10 to 15 seconds. That's sooner than you would normally see in regular Call of Duty play. Look at Full House at the moment, Austin. They've rotated an entire 30 seconds early because they just know they can't break Zygnus' hold.
Can't break the hold at the moment, and I mean, this is a big rotation as well. It's about to take place inside of Warehouse, and this is also a time where a lot of people still have their specialists left here, so we might see a lot of them be invested on this fourth hill up top. Irving's going to be able to find himself a kill, looking pretty good right now for Zygnus, as we're going to see the death machine come through. It shuts down a big death machine there from Trixin, but we'll see the spawns all on crates. Can they try and flood through? A little baiting and switching needs to take place. We'll see kills go back and forth. Chaos inside of the hill, but right now Zygnus Esports, they're holding strong, and they will be still inside of the point.
To be frank, Austin, this is just not time that you can give away if you Full House. You rotated 30 seconds early on the last hard point. You gave up so much time to make this one work, and now there's a sentry in the hill. It's just lasering down every single player that pushes through. If the sentry doesn't get him, well, the rest of the Zygnus players will. And at this point, if you're Full House Gaming, you are not in a great spot. You give this time up, you'll be 10 seconds shy of an L in map number 1, and every piece of utility is being thrown their way. Trixin and that player there, Fashion, cannot get anywhere near because of the stuns being thrown at them.
Oh, it's so much, right? I mean, the streaks and even the sentry being moved. I love this. Probably going to bring it right to the top of the warehouse here just to watch over the middle of the map. Meanwhile, it is still a fight for mid-map control right now inside of Courtyard. Fashion needs to get something done, but now the numbers favoring the side of Zygnus Esports. They could get it done right here on this hill. You need so many things really working out in your favor if you're Full House Gaming, and it doesn't look like it's going to come through. Too much to handle. 150 to 60 here for us, Brody, in the map number 1. Zygnus Esports firing on all cylinders.
Can we get a sheesh in the chat somewhere? Jesus. Yeah, thank you, Austin. I knew you were useful.
I got you.
And it was a sheesh. That was incredible from Zygnus, and I really do have to say I kind of hit on it there towards the end. The key moment for me, if you had to pick one out, was absolutely when Zygnus, they had full control over the Grandma's hard point. You know, they had it. That low rotation is pretty long. It's pretty important to Full House Gaming. They thought, look, there's 30 seconds left. If we try to break in on this one, we might just give up the rotation towards Zygnus. And that gamble, it simply didn't pay off. Not only did they give the 30 seconds of scrap time away to Zygnus, which, I mean, 30 seconds of scrap time, especially when your target is 150 points here in hardpoint for Call of Duty Mobile, that is a big risk to take, and of course it just didn't work out. More to the point as well, you end up losing the rotation in just a massive way in like the first 10 seconds. It was just a great 1-2 punch from Cygnus Esports that Full House just had no response for. And I don't blame them, to be honest. There's a sentry in the hard point. There's not really anything you can do.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we take a look at the Xperia Rewind time record here, and it's just so difficult to do anything in the final moment. It just comes down to a lot of those moments that you really just highlighted, Brody, where it's like if you're going to rotate 30 seconds early to a new hill, you got to hold it down. But that's the beauty of saving your specialist for some of those rotations where it's like, okay, we're going to lock things down here. We're going to get this 30 seconds. And then once we get close towards the point, we're going to call it our specialist. We're going to start, dropping the streaks. And that's what allows you to really break open the spawns, get inside of the point. And they just did it, so wonderfully. So very nicely done, pretty much right across the board here for us. And that is, not what you want to see for Full House Gaming, but this is also, one of those teams that is just so difficult to take down. So in my mind, Brody, this S&D that you're coming into, you got to have a big bounce back here. You got to be able to come into it and really lock things down, tie up the series. It's just because of the respawns and the way that we're already seeing Cygnus Esports play, I would not want to be 0-2 down heading in towards a Hackney domination.
Yeah, Cygnus Esports, they're on one at the moment, 150 to 60 score line in that map number 1. That's indomitable for a qualification matchup for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. Fire and Range, Search and Destroy, that is up next. A map mode combination that used to be a competitive map mode combination all the way back in Call of Duty Black Ops. We're going to see it here. And we talk about sort of dominations in hard points before, right? In terms of when you do get absolutely battered in the first map of any given series, right, Austin? It's really hard to come back on. If your opposition here, if you're a Full House Gaming, I think you really need to win this Search and Destroy. You need to, because you can't get battered on that hard point and then go on to lose the Search and Destroy. I suppose it does matter to a certain extent what the scoreline is if they were to theoretically lose this map, but nonetheless, this is a big one for me.
I agree. We're on the exact same page. You got to come in here, out here, win a couple of these first initial rounds and really get the ball rolling for yourself. Build some of this confidence because you just suffered a really tough defeat, but that's something that does tend to happen from time to time when it snowballs out of control. We know this, but we'll see how they're going to be able to respond as we head in towards now firing range, Search and Destroy. This is the changeup we need. We're going to see exactly a Full House Gaming try and respond as they are going to be on the defense first.
They are. Full House Gaming. See what they're able to do here on the defense for the next few rounds. Cygnus Esports. I mean, they haven't quite decided where they want to go with this bomb just yet. And that's not the worst decision in the world, is it, Austin? Because if you can get one of these frags, then you can start to choose where you want to go. But for the moment, Cygnus not giving Full House anything.
Nothing at the moment. Little shots will come through, though. Just damaging up. Gimwax is going to have to try to reposition here for himself. Might want to take another long-range gunfight. Has the weaponry for it, that is for sure. Now, that's the first pick that comes through. Beautiful opening. GDS is now down. Cygnus find themselves in a decent position here on the attack. It's just a matter of where do they want to send this bomb. They have player 1 that's going to be all the way over towards the top side of the map here. It gives them an angle to work B. They're starting to group up a little bit around the back of Trailer, though. So they have themselves options, but it looks like they're still working for picks, and they're going to find a second.
Now maybe a lane here for Cygnus as they make their way over towards A. Insulin is probably the player that can... It was an attempt by Insulin. You see the rocket launcher there, Austin. That was an incredible play. Unfortunately, it doesn't come to fruition. Totillo runs straight into the building, takes out Insulin, and now it's full control over the A site for this Cygnus Esports roster. Bigadera just coming from behind and takes out Envoy. Looks good as well with a drop shot onto Irvin. It isn't to be. And, well, it's just unfortunate for Trixin, isn't really? He just gets a kick marker on the player trying to plant the bomb. Totillo closes out the round. Oh, Cygnus Esports, they find an opening and they make the best of it.
They sure do. They make the best of it. And I mean, one of those players, Trixin, we do have to kind of highlight because we watched him in the Summit Search and Destroy in the round 1 matchup, and he was lighting things up, finding himself 1v4s like with the scope in hand. It does not matter, and he might be someone you call on here right now if you're Full House Gaming to try and get some success going. But the first round on the attack, good here for Cygnus Esports. And they've been taking their time. I really do love the teams that are looking to spread out, giving themselves options, looking for information, trying to work a pick. One might come through. Oh, the hit marker there. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find the kill, but still crucial info as they're going to start to reposition.
Cygnus, I'm getting vibes of what we saw in the first round there from them, where they're just trying to find an opening before they make the move. I don't blame them whatsoever. Oh, the information! Oh, Cheeto! Oh, no! Trixin, removed from the round, decimated, eviscerated. Take your word of choice here. That is a solid start for Cygnus, and now another one as well as Kim Wax takes down Bigodera.
They're getting picked apart right now. Full House Gaming, you know, not finding trades, just very exposed in a lot of these angles, giving a chance for the sniper shots to come through. And that's what's led to now another 2-man advantage. 5 versus 3. 45 seconds on the clock. Fighting every second they can, but the challenge comes through. Cygnus able to find another one. It's all down to one. Insolent. What can you do here, buddy? I mean, you got so many players to work through. The bomb is going down. This is not a position anyone ever wants to be in.
Frag out.
1 versus 4 for Insalin. He makes the first kill, but, you know, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. It's just not a position you ever want to be in. And the reason for that is it's tough. It's just really tough to try and win those 1 versus 4s, especially on a map like Fire and Range. It's just so open. It doesn't really give you anything whatsoever. So Cygnus Esports, as far as they're concerned, they've played those 2 offensive rounds perfectly. And now you need to see something different from Full House Gaming. You need to see something different now. But straight away with the CR56, the AMAX coming out, Tatillo draws first blood. Oh my goodness me, it's like a time loop at the moment.
Yeah, it's 3 first bloods in a row. I mean, Full House Gaming, like, they can't catch a break. I mean, I don't know if the situation here is just to back up, give them the site, play a retake, whatever it is. I mean, they're just losing numbers. Again, Cheeto, like, it finds Fashion here. So it's another 5 versus 3. This has been the same story every single round for Full House Gaming. They just get picked apart one by one. And here again, they find themselves in a 2 versus 5 in the round number 3. They're able to get one back, but still numbers not in their favor.
You have to imagine this is just rinse and repeat for Cygnus Esports, sorry. At the moment, a 4 versus 2. What do GDS and Trixin do this time?
Snipers!
Seen Trixin with quite a big success with that sniper rifle in the past. GDS, of course, with the Bison. So they have their weapons for success. What they don't have is a lot of time on the clock here, Austin, and they are taking quite a lot of it for granted. Trixin will pick up 1, looking for a number 2. The quick scope is a miss, and Envoy with 2. As 3-0 now for Cygnus. And part of me does actually kind of wonder here how much this is coming down to Full House just not setting up properly for that A push, because Cygnus are doing it every time.
I mean, like, at this point in time, like, I don't know, I'd be calling just to play inside of Tin, to be calling to play back trailer, sit inside of American, but they got other plans. They want to smoke mid and just run down. I feel like this is one of those Hail Mary calls where nothing is going right, so we're just going to full send it, and, well, you can clearly see how that's going at the moment. They're going to lose every single member, and this strategy is just not going to pay off. Trixin's left all alone with a scope in his hand and a 1 versus 4 when there's still plenty of time to play with, but this is not going to be very likely unless he can find a couple of kills and get out with his life, and, well, maybe he can. He gets the first one and makes it a 1v3.
Oh, I just see him. Now it's going to be about how he's able to pull this one off. Now, the good news is if he does take down one of these players, you can't imagine there'll be much of a trade coming through. They are fairly separated out. If you're a Cygnus, just don't do anything stupid. This bomb is down, and that's important there. If he's able to get that frag off on the Kim Wax, this is a much more manageable situation, but oh, dearie me, you still need to reserve 5 seconds regardless of what happens for that defuse. Trixin, you got to find it somewhere, and he will get taken down, of course, in the end. 4-0 start for Cygnus. That is as solid as you can possibly get. Now, we are going to see Cygnus once again on the offense here. Full House Gaming, what do you do?
I mean, they just seem to be in panic mode at the moment, right? Like, they send it the last round. They just try to full hit down mid. Doesn't work. Their slow play hasn't been working. This time, they're going to leave one player isolated on top of the site at A, while they kind of keep a couple players near the middle of the map and at least around B. But we'll see. Oh, does he see a foot? Does he see a foot? Cheeto's been so good with a lot of these snipes so far. He's just looking for an angle at the moment, and Fashion looks like he might be. Oh, he saw that. He saw that. You're just waiting for the shot to connect right now, Brody. It's just a lot of back and forth, little peekaboo, but he hasn't been able to find it just yet.
Fashion's just sitting here like, well, you know, I'm not going to complain. You're missing the shots, but now he's going to get overwhelmed by a tsunami of players from Cygnus Esports. Fashion able to pick up 1. And now for the first time, there is a response from Full House Gaming. They have found a way to deal with Cygnus.
They finally get the first one, but
Enemy
a lot
contact.
more work to do here. And this has just been, I
Enemy
mean,
in sight.
this has just been a game of peekaboo, literally. Back and forth, little hops. You can see an angle starting to be worked here for Trixon. And now we see it from Fashion's POV of what he's been seeing here with the Bison. Just trying to play his life. And he's been doing this essentially all alone for most of the round, but now has a player behind him to try and assist. Good shots through the wall there. Finding a wall bang. Good tags. Going to be able to at least deal about half damage there. But now you're going to get Gadara finding a kill, making it a 5 versus 3. A better round all around the board. But Cheeto finally gets Fashion, and that makes it a 4 versus 3.
Oh, Trixon.
Okay.
Nice little quick scope on Irvin. Installing with another one. Installing with 2. And that's huge. And Cygnus Esports there. You know, we were asking for a response from Full House for the longest time, Austin. And we finally found one. Full House able to draw that first blood. It kind of felt like Cygnus kind of just got stuck. Yeah, it's like, you know, when you're trying to get water down a drain and there's just, it's blocked. It's just not happening there for Cygnus Esports as they are 4-1 up. We have got a response from Full House, and now we switch sides. It's Full House. Let's see what they're able to do on the offense. And, well,
Wow.
something spicy, something special straight towards B.
They're flying. The problem, though, is always getting the bomb down because the player can sit inside of tin and just essentially watch over the site and give the information over towards Envoy that, hey, they're on the site, and you can make that peak happen. And the same thing can kind of happen over here now for Irving as well as Kim Wax. So they got them pinned, but the bomb might be able to go down. It's just a matter of can you exit. Irving won't allow that to happen. The bomb does not get planted, but kills go back. Irving finds 2, and now it's a 4 versus 3.
Irvin just going to sit there at the moment. The big problem here for Full House Gaming is, yes, all right, you're in a 3 versus 4. You don't have the numbers, but more to the point, look where the bomb is, Austin. It is in no man's land as far as they are concerned. They need to retrieve it somehow, and I think the best way to do it would be Trixon just coming out and getting some snazzy sniper shots onto any of these players, at the very least providing ample cover to retrieve that bomb. But with 55 seconds left, nobody able to do it just yet. And the thing I love most here about Cygnus is they're not giving anything away, but maybe something has been given away here. Trixon finds an angle.
Ooh. Look at this little peek through the crack there in the back, too. Just trying to search for some info. They do another check on the bomb. At 3 versus 3. 35 seconds left in the back. Kim Wax able to find another. Now down in numbers. Full House Gaming have to try and respond with a man down. 2 versus 3. Have to move in and still pick up this bomb and then drop it. The wall bang, Trixon gonna have to try and find something, but GDS in the back, able to get Kim Wax. Evens us up once again, but we're low on time. 15 seconds left. GDS has found 2. Will he find all 3 in the back? This could be a chance for Irving to find himself a 1 versus 2. He's able to reset the fight, and now 1v1 we go.
5 seconds. You've got to. He knows this player's got a plant. He surely knows. Just got to check it at the right time before this plant comes in. I don't even know if it can actually. I don't think GDS touched it in time. Not enough time to get that bomb down. Cygnus will come out on top. Good effort from GDS though. You've really got to give it to him. He came round and effectively made that round winnable for Full House.
He did. Just a little bit short there. Being able to get that bomb down, that's definitely a moment that feels bad, but I mean, it was a much better start to the round. The last couple have been, where they've been finding the first picks, and you know, once again, this is a moment where you have Trixon has found a kill on towards Kim Wax, and this is an aggressive push over towards the A site. Bomb looks to be planted here. We'll see if it will go down, and it will.
Full House Gaming making the best of that closeness of this A site towards the spawns. Now going to be about the retake in from Cygnus Esports. Can they get it done? A 3 versus 4. The shorty out for Tatillo. Tries to get this kill against Fashion, but it doesn't happen. Insulin takes down Envoy as well. And now a 1 versus 4 for Cheto. It is possible with the sniper rifle. We know how deadly it can be. Also the shorty in hand. He's ready for this push, but what he wasn't ready for was the cover coming in from Fashion. Not dead yet. Our Full House, they are able to get this round in hand.
Well, the good news is that, you know, you have switched sides and things are going to feel a little bit different, and this aggressive type of nature that seems to be, you know, the aura around this team right now that is Full House Gaming, you know, has been much more suited for the attack. So can they continue to find favor? It looks like they've just been going back and forth between sites here. Last time the problem was actually getting the bomb down, and the response is here. Cygnus Esports, they got the numbers starting to funnel their way over. They got great idea that they are on the B site. We'll see who can really open up with some kills. There it is. So we'll now go into the 4 versus 4, make it the 4 versus 3, as that will now be a numbers advantage. But how do Full House Gaming play it?
I was going to say, I kind of like it from Full House Gaming that they might have been thinking about moving away from this site to try and at least guarantee the round with that A rotation. Cygnus have caught wind of such a play, though. Kept 2 players on the B site. They've also got 1 in the mid-map, so they're prepared for every eventuality, but the numbers still not in their favor. That has to be tough to work with. Enselin almost loses that advantage, almost loses the bomb as well. That was a dangerous position to find yourselves in, but here's what I was talking about, Austin. Here's the rotation from Full House.
Oh, but Cheeto's read it. I mean, he is in position here. It's just a matter of, can he find kills? He's got the shorty and the scope. Bigadera finds himself a kill, and well, Insulan able to come through as well. Now it's making it a 1v3. Not going to happen, and well, the story starting to come alive. The comeback down what was once 4-0, then up to 5-1, and now they found back-to-back rounds. Still getting a lot done on the attack here for us, Brody, but they got a little bit more work to do. Still got to find 3 rounds in a row if they're going to do it.
Some of the plays now coming out of Full House Gaming. They seem to have found their pace in this search and destroy. Is it too late, though? That's going to be the question as they're barreling towards A. Bomb in hand for Insulin. He will now get this down. It's going to be about the retake in from Cygnus. They are close by. Kim Wax should be the first player to try and pick the frag, if anybody, here for Cygnus.
All right, catches them with some damage there. Nice. And that will be the nade. Beautifully done. Patillo finds the kill. Now on the retake. Cygnus looking a lot more solid. They're going to be on top of the bomb here. Maybe thinking about a defuse, but they're still looking for the kills. The shorty up close. There will be a kill. And now Fashion as well, able to even up the odds in the 3v3.
Look where Cheetah and Envoy are positioned as well. This is crazy in terms of these kills coming in. Fashion takes down Irvin, though. It was a promising retake in from Cheeto and Envoy. It's not over yet, but GDS, he has to just hold on to this bomb. That's all you got to do if you're GDS. Just make sure they don't get on it with 5 seconds remaining. Somebody on the fuse, tricks in 1 versus 2, though. That kill is enough to make sure Cheeto doesn't drop on the bomb. And Full House, a 3rd round straight now. It was a little bit concerning when Cygnus were able to draw first blood on the retake, but they get it done in the end.
It was looking so shaky, and guess who it is that's here leading the charge in the frags? I mean, you gotta talk about Trixon. He was the big, X factor in the last S&D in the first round, and here he is again leading the charge 8-6 with the scope. He's just been so good in a lot of these tight moments, and that has played the factor in what has been 3 rounds in a row. Will there be a 4th? And look at all of the aggressive rounds that have come out. They've decided just to slow things down. It is a 5-stack right inside of Wood right now. Just trying to look for some information, trying to figure out if they can maybe work for a pick. Anyone gets a little too antsy on the side of Cygnus Esports, and it very well could be a first blood in favor of Full House Gaming.
Just keeping an eye at the moment on this flank, making sure nobody coming in. What we're seeing here from Full House Gaming is kind of what we saw from Cygnus in the first couple of rounds, if you kind of remember, right? Where Cygnus wanted to find a pick before they make the move, and there we go. Fashion able to pick up that first blood. He moves all the way up, and now the opening is most certainly there to get this bomb down. How does Cygnus respond? They got a nice Kobe nade a couple of rounds ago. Can they do it here? Tatillo's pushed through. He gets his kill, and he gets away with his life.
Oh, I can't believe there's no trade there. So that will bring us into a 4 versus 4. There's still plenty of time to play with, but Irving's going to find now another one in the round, and all left alone here. I mean, they're just going to try and drop the bomb, but they're not going to let it happen. Cygnus Esports, 3 versus 2, a chance to close it out here, and the bomb's down here on A.
This bomb will now go down, I believe. Nice kill coming in from Trixon. He is effectively the player in this round to hold on if you're Full House Gaming. Sat in a corner is Trixon. Looking for the kill. Sees it. Doesn't get it. He's going to get taken down by Irvin. And now 1 versus 2. If you're Fashion, you've got to try and hold on. But the retake is there from Irvin and Envoy. They're able to get it done, Austin. Wow. Full House Gaming. I mean, they made a meal of that one. I will say that much. They were, what, 5-1 down there in the Search and Destroy coming into the rounds where they had to go on the offense. 3 rounds in the bounce before Cygnus are able to close it out. And it looked like Cygnus were just going to roll over them, Austin, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Full House not having it, not in any universe.
Yeah, I'm sure Cygnus Esports is probably taking a big, deep breath after that one. Like, all right, we got there, guys. Let's go. We closed it out because you know, they had such a massive lead. They were up 4-0, and sure, we know sometimes we see in COD Mobile, you switch sides, and the other team is able to essentially do the exact same thing. They start stacking up a couple of rounds there, but you just needed one for the longest time to be able to close that one out. So very nicely done. They get there for us, Brody, and that is really, you know, one of the big factors that we talked about the Zygnus lineup. They're able to really always come out here for us, make sure they're closing out maps. Even when it gets a little dicey, they're there in the end to close it out.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And let's see how that affects the series then. A 2-0 lead for Zygnus Esports, just one map away from making their way not only into the upper bracket final, but also into the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships to 2021. And it's a Hackney Yard domination. That's what they have to win. Now, Hackney Yard Dom, it's an unforgiving beast because very similarly to the Hardpoint, there is a good side to the map. So it is really going to matter who spawns closer to that tire shop, because once you're in there, it's kind of, it's almost easy in a way to just spawn trap people into what I believe I want to say is the A flag, right? So it's so easy to do it. It really depends where these guys spawn on for the first half.
Yeah, the big factors, you know, is the entries. When you're talking about coming from like the P5 side or the P3 side, you know, it's really difficult to get inside of B unless you have members in there already, because you're funneling through the top L wall window or you're funneling through the bottom of L wall. And if you're not able to come through there, then your only option is to essentially overextend over the wall through the left side of the map, or come right through the middle of the map here. So it's really difficult sometimes when you lose control of the warehouse to get back into it overall. So teams that are able to at least lock things down, you know, defensively on the good side and come out with a bit of a lead, that is really the factor when we're talking about coming out here and being able to come away with a win on a map like Hackney Yard.
Yep, for sure. Let's take a look at the winner bracket and lower bracket there to show you guys how everything is going right now. Of course, 2-0 up are Zygnus Esports versus Full House. We now need to receive a reverse sweep from this roster to make it to the top 3, to make it to the upper bracket final. After this one, though, we will have Skade versus Godsend. That is going to be a very important matchup. We saw both of them fighting pretty hard to make it into the semi-final previously. So we'll keep an eye on that one after this. But let's take a look at the lower bracket then also to show you guys what is going on. The match that we have a look at is 2-0 currently to RWR versus Influence Rage. Again, you can't understate this, Austin. Influence Rage, they won last year's Latin America Regional Playoffs. You know, them being 2-0 down, just one map away from falling out in top 8 and not qualifying for this year's Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. That is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, to get, you know, double first rounded in a tournament like this where you're trying to get back into the World Championship, Brody, it is a crazy storyline, and it very well might happen. They would have to get a reverse sweep done, but we're moving back into the series. We've been watching the entire time, and well, this has just been all Zygnus Esports. They've just been so solid, so dominant. They let up on the gas a little bit in the map number 2, but they still led 5-1, showing us you know, how good they are at being able to work for picks. But the respawn, we go back to that, and I think that was what, 150 to about 40 or 50 there for us, Brody. So it was a bit of a beatdown there for us in the map number 1, and we were moving into, of course, a little bit of a different game mode, but still a lot of the similarities apply, where you need to be able to slay, you need to be able to hold positions, have to do things together, bait and switch, and you need that more than ever if you're Full House Gaming.
You absolutely do. They are going to be starting on the bad side as well. So Full House Gaming, well, we'll see how this goes, I suppose. Zygnus Esports, they need to win these opening engagements. Totillo immediately with 2 frags to his name, looking up top for number 3. Trixon in the L wall, gets taken down, and that's a solid start for Zygnus.
Yep, very nice start through the middle of the map. This is where you're going to have to maybe start opening up some of the lane here, and looks like it will be a good one. Bigadera able to get himself one, feeling the pressure of the rest of the members here from Zygnus, but he's getting great help, and he's able to combine for a second. So that's a great bounce back here very early on for Full House Gaming. They'll try and throw the bodies on the flag, but they're going to lose the numbers now. So it's up to Fashion to try and play his life here as he just sits in warehouse.
I don't think they know Fashion's here, to be honest. Zygnus Esports, gonna have to remove him from this situation and do it pretty fast, even though they do hold on to B as it currently stands. Envoy's going straight for it, but Bigadera comes in from behind. He picks up that gunfight. Kingwax and Irvin, though, straight back in. It's never a moment's rest for this Full House Gaming roster. And you know what, Austin, despite the fact that they held on to the zone overall, they got no progression on the capture. They didn't get it at all.
That's right, just unable to really do so. The numbers come back through. They're going to deplete all of that on the B flag there that was done for Full House Gaming. So now back to step one, trying to get inside of the warehouse. And this is a good move for Trixon. He does come out with a couple of kills there. So this is going to at least loosen up a bit of the defense here. So it's up to Kim Wax to try and maybe find some of his own. Won't be able to do so. Good shots come through. Excellent support. Trixon's on the flag. Numbers are here for the side of Full House Gaming. They just got to try and cap this B flag now.
Oh, Envoy. I mean, these are some shots and a half. Nice kill coming in from that player there to finish off the frag. Cygnus Esports, though, just a few seconds away from potentially even losing this B. Cheeto trying to hold on to it. He will actually pick up one. Is it enough, though? Irvin and Totillo now trying to come through, and it will be Cygnus Esports holding on to B. One thing I will say, I think, overall here, Austin, is Full House Gaming. They're doing a great job of applying the pressure. It's just finishing off at the moment that they're being a little bit unwavering.
Yeah, no, absolutely. At the moment, it does feel like that. And, you know, the good news is you're getting close towards the next half, and you're going to have a good side here, and it's going to have to be just as dominant. And if not, then it's going to be pretty difficult. But you're still looking at 30 points. I mean, when you're coming off of the good side, you want to be able to have a good 30-point lead, it feels like, the majority of the time. And that is at least played out here for Cygnus Esports. I would love to see them now just try and push the envelope a little bit more, see if they can maybe get a little touch on towards the home flag here. You got nothing to lose. Just the final 5 points need to come in, and Cygnus Esports will be able to have themselves a very nice opening to the first side of Hackney Dom.
Yep, indeed they will. Full House Gaming, will they try to capture B in the closing moment? It doesn't happen. Now, you know, I'll preface this by saying that is effectively what you kind of expect if you're a Cygnus Esports. You spawned on the better side of Hackney Yard domination, and you worked it to perfection. Now, the interesting thing is, does the same thing happen for Full House Gaming, and are Cygnus able to play spoiler here out of the gate? Because if that happens, there is some real danger on the cards. But look at this coming in. It's Trixon with this death machine. Tillo trying to play his life. Surely coming in from behind. Insulin should be able to take him down. GDS also. And for Full House Gaming, crisis averted. They're able to capture B early on.
I like the investment. They use the death machine early. They cleans up a lot of the players here for Cygnus Esports, and then GDS just hits a route right through mid and ends up coming out L-wall here. So it does give them the B flag, but Cygnus Esports, they still are able to find numbers inside of the point now. We'll see if Insalen can find anything, able to only come away with one. Fashion also with the response. So it's up to Irving to try and really cut away at a couple of players, and they will sniff him out and take him down. Very nicely done now for Full House Gaming. They got the 2 cap, they got the setup. Now it's just about holding for the rest of the round to see if you can try and close out the map.
Indeed it is. Just one break, realistically speaking, I think is all Cygnus need, of course, because they held it pretty perfectly in the first half, so that you have to imagine is all they would need. That is their win condition going forward. For Full House Gaming, though, pretty content with their positioning, but look at number 5 and number 4 in the minimap. That's Kim Wax and Envoy pushing all the way through here, really starting to apply this pressure so that they can get him from behind. Envoy's actually got a death machine out also, so need to be careful. Do Full House Gaming, the equalizers from Totillo, only going to be able to get one before falling, but the pressure now starting to mount. Beat by a Gadara will end up falling, but every single time that Cygnus pick up one of these kills, Austin, they end up dying, and they cannot get full control over this B site.
Oh, they cannot, and this is looking like it's looking rather pretty solid here for Cygnus Esports. I mean, they just have all the numbers inside of the point to maybe make this push happen right now, and there's the first one. So can they actually get on the flag? That's the problem, but as soon as one goes in, the flank is being hit. So they're finding the numbers to move into bottom L and top L, but they never really have the additional support inside of the warehouse, and that's because of all the routes that's constantly being hit right now for Full House Gaming. So everything really coming together here for them, and now you're starting to get a little worried if you're a Cygnus Esports fan. You're like, all right, we have to get on this flag. We have to make a move, and this is when you might start to look to overextend, and look at what they're doing. They're getting the spawns over by P4, and this is their chance to start funneling through, but it's being read so well from Full House Gaming.
Oh, Fashion as well with the death machine. You can see why this is one of the most powerful specialists here in Call of Duty Mobile. He can do stuff like this. He almost gets that kill on the Cheto as well. It doesn't happen, but Full House Gaming in full control of B. Cygnus know what their win condition is, but they're actually overextending all the way through the bottom side of the minimap. And I think their plan here, Austin, might well be to try and overextend and get control of A. That flick of the spawns might well just spell disaster for Full House. But look at the scoreline, Austin. We're about to see that lead change.
Targets
This
in
is
sight.
where things can get a little terrifying right now when the pressure is starting to seep in. Cygnus Esports, they've had to make a couple of big bounce backs throughout the DOMs on the day. They did so in the last series on the raid. Can they do so again? The Death Machine was utilized there for Trixon. Only able to come up with about one. We'll be able to at least spot a couple more, but GDS in the back, just doing a good job anchoring out here on A, finding kills, making sure no one's going to be able to play for the flip, but a big one-on-one does come through, and now everyone has to backtrack. So this is your moment to try and find success, and a big 1v1 does come through for Kim Wax. It's just, can he play his life, and how many kills will he find?
Yep, big 1v1. You can see now the spawn flip surely going to come through any second now as Cheeto's managed to get himself all the way through. That may well happen sooner rather than later, but he's actually got to do a bit of effort. Kimwax trying to play his life. Cygnus Esports, he's actually going to lose it. Cheto will unfortunately lose his 1 versus 1, but the pressure now on a B. We're about to see the changing of the flag.
Oh, you got to make a move, though, to the third flag, so now you just got to play defense if you're Full House Gaming. I mean, you can even move back over towards B, and Trixon's doing a good job of at least keeping that in the back of their minds, but no one's really in position to do so, and now Trixon is lighting up the feed, finds a couple more. Cygnus, what do you got for us? Can you push through? Can you make a move? It's not looking very likely. Everyone just essentially grouping up, waiting for this push from Cygnus Esports, but the stack is in. The numbers are in their favor. Can they get a touch? Can they stack it? The stun is actually stopping them from doing so, and it looks like that final tick will be good. Comes down to the wire, and you thought for a moment it might have been possible, but it will be a closeout. Full House Gaming, they get their first map.
Tell you what, Austin, that's on your edge of your seat action right there. If you've ever seen it before, I mean, that is just incredible from both of our squads there. Just what an ending to the game. Full House Gaming. I was a little bit concerned at the end of the first half, of course. I mean, there was a big question, I think, looming over that rotation into the second half about sort of whether or not they'd be able to replicate what their opposition in Cygnus did to them at the end of the first half, but they did it, and they did it even better as well. They held for the entirety of the time, and they recognized it as well. I think crucially that all they needed to do was just hold back and keep an eye on their home flag. That is exactly what happened, and we have a series on our hands here.
We do indeed. We got a series, Brody. We always love a good series here, and I mean, it's the way that they've been losing at the first two maps. It is always, insane when you look at a team that come out here and be 0-2 down and still, put on a performance like that. Hold strong, making sure that everyone is picking up the right things at the right time. And sure, it gets dicey. Cygnus, start to get into the back. They get a touch on the flag. You think for a moment, if another one-on-one gunfight comes through, they might be able to do it, but not the case for us in the end. And now we're going over towards a hard point again, Brody. And this is where I'm a little bit nervous here for the side of Full House Gaming, because the first hard point, while they were making early rotations, they were losing them. They weren't really able to hold on towards setups overall, and that is something that simply just has to be fixed going in towards this next hard point if we're going to see a map number 5.
Yeah, I mean, again, we go back to that crucial moment in map number 1. It was, I don't know if I would call it a mistake. I will say this much. I don't think it was a mistake by Full House Gaming. I think it was a tactical play. It was a massive, massive risk that just didn't work out. And that's the reason the scoreline is just so disparaging in favor of the Cygnus Esports roster, where they're able to just give 60 points away to Full House Gaming there in map number 1. I think, with Summit, that's a lot harder to do because I don't think there's any rotations that are kind of like that one where you're moving over from Grandma's to P4. It's not likely to happen for sure. That being said, it could well still happen. We never want to rule out such a play, but you're absolutely right, Austin. I do think this is going to come down, at least for me, to making sure you rotate correctly and making sure you make the right calls at the right time in terms of making those rotations and then holding on to them.
That's right. And using specialists at the right moment. I think this is something that we really got to highlight Cygnus for doing. It felt like, we can hold on towards some of our death machines, our equalizers, when they were at that, Grandma's Hill, and they make that rotation to P4, and that's when they start to use some of them, pull it out, find the break, boom, they start flipping out of the spawns, and in full control was there for Cygnus Esports. So you have to be ready to match that, or at least utilizing, specialists of your own to be able to come on through with the breaks. And on top of that too, we'll see if Goliaths start coming in, because, that was, sometimes a problem throughout a lot of the hard points. And you look at a map like Summit where you get a Goliath set up in some of these close quarter hard points, man, it can be really difficult to break on through as well. So a lot on the line. I mean, the fact that they get the map 3 is a big deal here. It's just, can they do it now on a hard point, especially with the way Cygnus Esports has looked already in that game mode? That's what we're going to find out here, Brody. Summit hard point. This is going to be the map mode combination to see if we're going to a map 5 or if another team is dropping down to the lower bracket.
You know, I look at Summit and you look to see this overview. I always forget how snowy Summit is.
Right.
You know, because the Black Ops 2 remake, I think it was called Uplink. That was the one that's probably more freshly in my mind. It was all like rainy and like kind of like that kind of Black Ops 2 vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always forget that we got kind of this snowy match here in Summit. We love to see it though. It's a classic in Call of Duty, and it could well decide who makes their way into the World Championships. Of course, top 3 is the positioning you need to guarantee it.
You need to guarantee it. You want to guarantee it. You want it done here. And sure, things maybe get a little nerve-wracking at the end of that S&D in the map number 2, where they're up 5-1. And Cygnus Esports do let Full House Gaming work back into it just a little bit, but they still get the job done. They still close out the final round, and now they just need to close out one more here. But you know, has Full House Gaming hit a resurgence? You know, are they going to kind of switch some of this momentum and allow it to be in their favor to carry on through if they have a strong opening? I mean, that very likely could be the case, as we get just about an angle of every single corner on this, don't we, Brody? I mean, I love seeing it. I'm here for it. I haven't seen Summit in a long time. I haven't played on it in a long time, so I'm loving the little run through on the map here. It's great looks.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I am playing the game right now. You know, this is like the flight simulator version of Summit at the moment. It's what we're looking at. We will eventually get into game number 4. Not entirely sure what the hold up is with the lobby. But yeah, very excited to get into this one again. This has been an incredible series between Cygnus and Full House. I'm not all that surprised, to be honest, given what we saw from both of these teams in round number 1. But this could be Austin. We're finally into Summit Hardpoint.
Summit Hardpoint. Here we go. We got the long load in, and now the teams are ready to see exactly how it all comes together. Right away, P1, Scrappy Hill as we know it to be, and it's going to be just an immediate aggression here from GDS, already pre-firing, waiting for the second. But up top here, this is where a lot of the action is going to take place. A lot of the control, and oh, nice help there. Able to find a couple of the kills. That's now going to give Kim Wax a chance to be able to hold on towards his power position and allow his teammates to start funneling through to the hill.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty hotly contested hill, you have to imagine, right? Just given how many sort of positions you can hide in for both Full House Gaming and Cygnus Esports. That being said, the former here in control pretty convincingly. Cygnus Esports haven't been able to touch, but here we go. Maybe an opportunity for them to do that, as the kill feed is absolutely theirs. Tatillo with that last frag should be able to score some time here for Cygnus Esports off the back of this hard point. Full House Gaming, though, not done with this one just yet. Insulin will end up picking up 1 and a second as well before falling. Cygnus Esports, though, they will look to grab the remainder of the scrap time, Austin.
I mean, that's pretty good. 30 seconds off of the, the first initial hill, especially since you also are going to have to try and make a move here for P2. Now, this is really all about top control now. This is why I was highlighting it earlier, because you can start dropping down from above and really taking these players out. They have so much to watch out for, and we're starting to see it. Irving able to come away with 1 with the help of his teammate. Now a chance to be able to start flooding through to the point itself. It will be neutral for the time being. Even seeing streaks come through. Patillo finds 1 with the Predator missile, so that clears out a bit of space. Cygnus now right back on the hill, looking to see if they can take that lead now in their favor.
Nice kill coming in from Trixin, looking for more as he looks to line up Cheeto and Envoy here. Unfortunately, that does not happen though, as Cygnus will now take the lead in this game. And a big reason for that is Cygnus just do this thing where they effectively just get on a heady and just sit there and just watch. And that's exactly what's happening right now with Cygnus. They're looking in various positions, but flank now coming in from GDS. They want this flank to work out. If GDS can make it happen, it'll be a good positioning for the map for Full House Gaming to get.
Big kill on the back here. Chance maybe for a second. Tatillo going to go all the way. And well, they have to know he's back here. That is for sure. You can see those red dots in the minimap starting to collapse on him. They're having a tough time actually dealing with them off screen. And actually, Tatillo finds another one. I mean, he literally is battling against the team at the moment. Has a shorty. Will he be able to find the shot? He will not. And Salen will be able to take him down. So the fight for the spawns will be in favor of Full House Gaming. And now Cygnus has to try and battle through. If they can get into this forklift position, you can set up a spawn trap, but inside of the point, that's where the action is. In Full House Gaming, they got some players there. there, but Tatillo again finds the entry and starts collecting time for his team once again.
Tilly wants an MVP award at the moment, the way he is playing here in this game. Cygnus Esports in an important moment, I think, overall, because Full House Gaming, all the way to the back, Cygnus, they do this thing where they effectively just, They control the kill feed for the longest time. Every single kill is theirs, and that is starting to happen right now. Cygnus Esports, they get this last 20 seconds. It's going to spell danger for Full House, and I think here's one of those decisions, Austin, where Full House Gaming, they recognize they need to rotate, and here comes the gunfight.
Yeah, here comes the gunfight, and the specialist now might end up coming out too. We'll see. It's going to be Irving just trying to play his life as he was a little weak, so he will be pushed out, and they will find the kill. Now it's going to be inside of the point right now. I mean, another rotation. We can see it. They have numbers around the point. The shorty up close is good. Cheeto finds it, and it's all blue in that kill feed. That's going to be a beautiful, beautiful approach to the point, and it's still going. Cheeto is just on 10. I think that's 7 in a row, though, for him up close, and you have the close spawns, but it's going to be now. Thing that's making their way in. It's a full-on brawl right now, Brody. No one has full control as of just yet. Fighting going back and forth, looking to try and get a handle on this hill, and Salen will finally be able to start collecting time, but the close spot for Zingus is still there.
Yeah, look at Cygnus right now. Look where they're spawning across the map, or spawning close by, sorry. Full House Gaming, though, they're not giving up this one just yet. They want some more time out of this. They need to make sure that early rotation was worth it, because we've seen in the past it has been completely damaging to this Full House Gaming roster in the past. Trixin picks up 2. Now looking for some more. Fashion also there. Bigadera able to pick up the second to last. Cheeto still looking to hold on here. It is just kill after kill after kill, but Trixin, now with 14 kills, has some score streaks to go.
Oh, look at them all. I mean, it's going to get very scary. Maybe very out of hand, too, if you can start to snowball this. But we go back to the center hill, and this was, actually decent time for Full House Gaming. Last time around, they got a good 30 seconds. Let's see if they can maybe get that same setup currently intact. And Salen just going to start to move around the map right now, and the Goliath has also been dropped, so this could spell disaster. The Sentry versus the Goliath at the moment doesn't want to take too much damage, so we'll just hold the off angle here, but this is still going to at least give them room to start funneling through the front. So for the time being, this will be Full House Gaming collecting it all, and this, Brody, is starting to get close. Look at this. They're going to take the lead. 25 seconds remaining. They have a chance to start building a cushion.
Well, Envoy could well be the player here to put a stop to this one. Gets this kill against Fashion as well. It would be huge, but the rocket launcher killer comes in. They recognize that the Goliath was on the map. They take him out, and Full House Gaming, now off the back of this, will get some time. It is just such a close hard point at the moment, Austin. Who knows who will end up taking it? Full House Gaming will not be gifted this last 4 seconds. Cygnus, of course, they know how important that time can be, but rotation is up. 5 seconds, and it will start to give points to whoever is on this hill. And Insulin up top, trying to hold on to it.
The number 1 seed coming in towards the playoffs right now is feeling the pressure. Full House Gaming, they might be able to get us to a map number 5. Everything you got needs to come out right here, right now. And the setup is looking pretty good, actually, for the side of Cygnus Esports. They got themselves in and around the point, but raining from above. Look at them jumping over the railings, right back in. Full House Gaming, they could do it here.
Could well do it here. Full House Gaming just need 5 points now. It's going to be Envoy to pick up a couple of kills now. He is not giving this one up. Bigadera in close proximity. The Hellstorm missile coming down. It's going to pick up a couple of frags. Cygnus Esports far from done here. I believe one of the players does actually have a Goliath as well. The gravity spikes come on through from Insulin to Tillo. With now this Goliath picks up more and more frags. It's going to be this Full House Gaming roster trying to hold on, though. They can still finish it here. Can anybody from Cygnus touch? Absolutely not. Chaotic the end of that hard point, but Full House Gaming once again from the depths of defeat, they reach deep and they find victory. And it is just such an incredible performance there, because it's not dissimilar to what we saw in the domination, Austin. That hard point was not Full House's to win. It was not. They were down by 50 points. We talked about the important moment in that game where Full House Gaming, I mean, I would say it was a massive win there for Cygnus to actually even not let Full House get the majority time off the back of that rotation we were talking about, where they rotate early across the map to try and get a full 60 on the next hill. It didn't happen. And Cygnus Esports, from that point onwards, I was like, well, yeah, this is a great opportunity for Cygnus. But no, Full House force us to our first game 5 of the day, Austin. I am so happy we've got here, because you know me, Austin, you know I love my game 5s.
Game 5 for sure. Might even go round 11, Brody. We don't know.
Might. I
go
got
the
a feeling,
distance,
Austin.
I hope it does. I hope it does. This is one heck of a matchup, and just to kind of really set the tone for what this match is. Like, whoever wins this is going to the World Championship, and the fact that Full House Gaming might be able to guarantee that in reverse sweep fashion is just unbelievable to start thinking about, because they have looked real good the last couple of maps. Now, we do have to kind of really zone in on what happened in the map too, because it was looking pretty solid for Zyngas. Overall, they were finding a lot of kills. They were getting themselves a couple of first bloods, and it felt like it took a really long time for Full House Gaming to actually get their footing in that map number 2 on firing range. Now, Raid is, of course, a bit of a different beast. It feels like it might be easier to make some of these calls, especially offensively, but you got to be ready for these picks. And the sniper play at the beginning of the first half of the game was just so good for the side of Zyngas Esports here, Brody. That's really going to be, again, one of the big factors when we start talking about Raid S&D, but you got to make sure you don't go down 3-4 rounds in a row. You have to go tit for tat, back and forth, keep things even, try and do what was working the second half of the game, which was aggression on offense, but still mixing it up with playing with patience and just throwing them off their game. So we'll see if they can do that here, but all the momentum is certainly in their favor for Full House Gaming.
Yeah, I will say one thing as well, in regards to that firing range, in regards to that map number 2, right? The vibes I at least got was that firing range at least seems somewhat offensively sided on Search and Destroy, just because of the close proximity of the A site towards the spawn. You effectively just have that lane where, unless you have a sniper rifle, which is what happened, I believe, in round number 5, where, we saw Full House Gaming at least be able to hold on there. I mean, Indigenous, they just ran down every single time. Raid is a lot more even in terms of the offense defense, at least from what we know, of course, having casted it over the last year in Black Ops Cold War. So I honestly don't know how this one is going to go, but we've got our first game 5 on the hand. Hey, we might also have our first reverse sweep of the day, which apparently I was told does exist in Call of Duty Mobile. I said it earlier on, just to be clear. I wasn't saying the you couldn't just come back 2-0 down and win 3-2. I just didn't know if the term applied in mobile esports, but apparently it does. Apparently I'm not an alien to everybody here. We're all good. There might be a reverse sweep. That's what I'm trying to say here, Austin.
Yep, there very well might be. I mean, it's so possible. It's just going to be a lot on what we get here, and it looks like maybe the map not ready just yet, as we'll come back to us. But for the moment, we can start framing up what we see out of Raid S&D. And we've obviously casted over this, I think I want to say, since about stage 2, stage 3, roughly, throughout the entire year here for us, Brody. So as we kind of look at what we're coming to expect, a lot of what happens, at least, for us in 4v4 and Cold War, is the middle of the map on defense. And it should be interesting to see how much of that is going to be contested, or maybe how much of the value is just simply going to come from making your way over towards the site, taking control of it, dropping the bomb, playing for the setup here. So it should be interesting to kind of see what their plan of attack is going to be coming into this, especially with the aggression that Full House Gaming has already shown us throughout the map number 2.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at our lower bracket. I believe we have that ready to give you guys an update as to what's going on over there, because the last time we checked, RWR, they were in a matchup versus Influence Rage, and hey, would you look at that? It's done and dusted. Influence Rage are out of the tournament. They came in as the number 5 seed overall, and they will be going home in top 8. They do walk away with $2,500, but unfortunately will not be getting a spot in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. I will say, for what it is worth in regards to that RWR Influence Rage map, I think they actually got to take a look at the stats for the game number 4. I don't want to say this on stream. It was like 150 to 17. Influence Rage did not have a good go of things there in the map before. So I'm not all that surprised that RWR managed to find their way into the lower bracket round number 2. They're one step closer to guaranteeing their place in the World Championships, but the battle for them is far from over, Austin.
Far from over. Yeah, you're gonna have to try and make one of the hardest runs from losers round 1 all the way to losers finals. I mean, yeah, and then on top of it, it's just so much, man. Like, that is just one heck of a journey mentally, and you got to go through it 2 days knowing that 3 maps and you're eliminated and you're not going to have a shot at being able to do it. So it's going to take a lot, but I will say teams that do tend to get a couple of rounds in a row are able to achieve that because you start fixing those mistakes, you start coming together, maybe using a lot more teamwork, you start believing in it again, and it can all kind of work out in your favor. So you never know what's going to happen. It really is a matter of what teams are going to end up dropping down there with them. If you get a team like Cygnus Esports, well, that very well could end your run based off what we've seen, at least from the qualifier there for them. But at the same point, they were up 2-0 in the series. They had a chance to close. They didn't. They've lost 2 maps in a row, and now we head in towards a game number 5 on Raid S&D. So anything can happen. That is really the big factor when you're talking about just how pressuring it is as a player to come into this knowing you have to pull off a win here, and if you don't do it, it very well could be the end of your tournament. So we'll see how they can do it. At least that this is a winner's bracket, and if you do lose, you have a secondary chance. But as I said before the series, Brody, you just want to get it done and over with. Just make sure you lock it in now and then worry about playing for the prize money.
Yeah, if you kind of lose once you've got to that upper bracket final, if you lose in the upper bracket final, yes, you'll be frustrated, right? Yes, of course, then you need to come up to try and win the regional playoffs through the lower bracket, but at least you've qualified for the World Championships. And I think that is the good thing here with the Latin America region, is that these 3 teams will be qualifying. We've got 3 teams coming in from the Latin America region qualifying for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships from today. But in regard to this Cygnus versus Full House Gaming roster, or Full House Gaming matchup, Austin, I don't know how this is going to go. And sometimes I'm pretty confident. I'm like, yeah, I know how this series is going to go. I know how this game 5 is going to go. This time around, I got no idea. Cygnus played so well in the first hard point. They played so well in the map number 2, but both times around, you can kind of add little caveats to sort of how they got to their victories. Right, in regards to that map number 1, it was a clear misstep from Full House Gaming, where they ended up losing that rotation, and of course Cygnus from there is snowball, as you referenced many times. And then the map number 2, again, it was just those early rounds where Cygnus just got themselves so much of a lead that Full House couldn't come back. But hey, it's a time for another search and destroy. It's Raid, and what a start here for Full House's Fashion picks up Envoy.
All right, nice start. We wanted to also see how the middle of the map would kind of play a factor for us here at COD Mobile. Looks like a couple players do end up finding some gunfights, but it still leaves us in a 3 versus 3, but it's a very wide spread right now for Full House Gaming. So individual gunfights are really what they're kind of relying on here. And now it's, how do you retrieve this bomb? It feels like you're gonna have to get some members together, but the timing here could be everything. GDS, is he gonna win the gunfight? He will. He sprays and gets out with his life.
GDS wins that first frag, so that's good news here for Full House Gaming. Gives them the 3-2 advantage. Bomb is down. Cygnus Esport for Cheto and Kimwax here. I'll find a way to approach this. I think the big issue, if anything, is that they kind of know the bomb is down. So Cheto and Kimwax need to kind of force an advantage here in this round. The shots do go down, but no kill just yet.
45 seconds left. Scope's in play. Cheeto's been just electric with the scope. And will he be able to maybe find a pick? That's really going to be the question right now. Bigadura, he's sat here the entire round, and now you can see the push starting to make its way through ring. Good information. Trixon finds the shot, but won't be able to connect with the kill. Now the push comes through, patiently waiting. Bigadura finds 1, finds 2. Very nice round. Full House Gaming, they'll lock down defensively and get that first round on the board.
Yep, early kills coming in. I mean, you kind of mentioned it before we got into the match. It's going to come down to mid-map control a lot of the time, and that's what that round did. So, first round is going to go the way of Full House Gaming. Remember, guys, those are the ones that are trying to make the reverse sweep a reality. Initial nade coming out from Bigadera. It's not going to connect to anything just yet. Cygnus Esports, how quickly do they realize here that they have control of the pool?
Quite the stack by Pool, isn't it? And I guess the big factor now is, we're used to the bomb site being right beside Tiki. It is actually in the back of basketball, and taking it is not always easy, but up close, they got to get through 1. And Zalen's got a bit of support, but Bigadura again finding 2, watching over his teammate. But it will be a response back. Still numbers advantage over towards Full House Gaming in the 4 versus 3. And now you got to worry about the flank shots. Just need to connect. Fashion tags up both players heavily. Doesn't find the full on a limbs. Looking for a head. Cheeto doesn't connect here. We'll maybe have a second attempt, but up close. Bigadura, he's just been finding everyone. He's now found 3 in the round. A chance to be able to take out everyone, but he'll finally be dropped. And now it's a 3v2. What do you do in the situation? 54 seconds left. The bomb's down inside of basketball, and you're trapped in Tiki, Brody. This is not a good spot.
Yeah, it's the bomb down. I think that's the real nail in the coffin, at least for me. I mean, what? 3 versus 2 in terms of numbers. Yes, all right, that's a problem. But the bomb being down in the position it's in, arguably a bigger problem, especially since there's only 35 seconds left on the clock. Big error catches Totillo off guard. It is literally just Cheto left alive here. Sniper rifle in hand. At least he can maybe take a couple of players with him before this round is done and dusted, but just walks right. GDS? Okay, if my GDS has seen him, does he actually get the kill? Yes, he does. For a second there, Austin, I was like, did GDS just have like a blindfold on or something? Looking down the sights there through the open end basket? But it's okay. The kill is made. We're all good. Nobody slipped up.
Nobody slipped up, but this is a 2-0 start for Full House Gaming. I mean, like, what a turnaround. And look at Big Adora. He's 7-0 right now. Like, he is taking over at the moment. Streaks are potentially going to be coming through. I mean, you need to find this player and shut him down. This has been an incredible opening. Cheeto was one of the big factors on the firing range here, but look at the setup. Trixin, he's got all the angles to work in the world, and he's found 2. That is going to slow things down quite a bit now on the attack. And Cygnus Esports, they are feeling the pressure. They're trapped in their spawn. They got nowhere really to go. The only good news is there's lots of time to play with, but finding picks right now against this Full House Gaming roster, not going to be easy, as you still got Trixin to worry about.
Trixin putting so many shots in. Oh,
Ooh.
no. Trixin trying so many wall bangs that Tatio comes out and said, look, buddy, I'm just going to come out in the open. If you want to shoot me, go for it. But if not, I'll take you out. Why not? But now for Bugadera, in a good position to try and take a one. Tatilo turns on him. Oh, no, dearie me. Fashion is going to get those kills right back, though. So it will be Envoy in a 1 versus 3. Fashion has definitely turned this round so far in favor of Full House Gaming. Envoy going to really struggle to pull this one off. Now, the good news is, doesn't have to retrieve a bomb this time, Austin.
It's the good news. The bad news, 3 players he's got to try and work through. The first one about to be to his left, and he's just not ready for it. Fashion finds it. 3 rounds in a row, Brody. Like, this is a totally different team that's coming into this map number 5. Full House Gaming. Map number 2, they were 4-0 down. This time they're 3-0 up. They just got to keep this going, and I mean, Cygnus Esports, they're going to find themselves in the lower bracket because they have not been able to find any favor thus far, and it's going to be completely slowing it down. Look at them just stacking in Art, stacking in Zig, just hoping that they can come out with a first blood here in their favor, and then maybe they can work a site.
Studies are like for Kimwax. They are absolutely the player here that needs to make this play. It's the furthest player pushed forward, technically speaking, for Cygnus Esports in their current position. But this is kind of what we saw classically of Cygnus Esports in the firing range, at least for the first couple of rounds, where they played steadily. They didn't want to give anything away to Full House Gaming, most certainly not in this position. Now Full House getting a little bit tetchy. They want to get these early frags.
They do. Cheeto, what will he be able to find? You can see some players getting tagged up there, one right by the van. And that's going to be a big one-on-one gunfight. This essentially determines who gets control of the site. Fashion, well, he's been good in these situations. He challenges out, gets help from his teammate. First blood, once again, here for Full House Gaming. Numbers advantage. The scope there from Trixin just goes wide to the right. Can't connect on the shot. But now we're getting low on time. 40 seconds left. That bomb, it's not getting too close to his sight as of just yet, but they're going to have to make a decision here sooner or later.
Sniper.
Cygnus Esports using the cover of the smoke to try and get through, but tricks him with a sniper rifle, providing the cover. Fashion also there with the PP Bison. Oh, that's unfortunate. Trixin gets a hit marker onto Cygnus, but it's not going to matter. They're able to hunt them down, and now Full House Gaming 4-0 up here versus Cygnus. I mean, that was a round where it really felt Cygnus tried to put the brakes on a little bit to try and maybe put the round in their favor. It just doesn't work out, but look at this team so far. Bigadera 8-1, Fashion 7-2, Full House Gaming extremely content at the moment.
Oh, I love that play right there. Bigadera just pulling out the katana, trying to get the extra movement speed, moves to the middle of the map, cuts it off quite quickly. And you're seeing a lot of desperation come through, but what a shot there. Cheeto finds Trixin, big player down. However, that second is going to drop, and that's going to put us in a 4 versus 3 as one trade went back over towards Cygnus Esports. So now they got themselves numbers. How do they decide to use them? And Void takes the challenge through money window, finds the kill. And now it's just going to come down to what can you do inside of basketball, because it's Alan. He's been able to find himself one back. And this is a very explosive round. The bomb's still very close, but it looks like they might be calling for a rotation, maybe over towards B.
Oh, Insolent gonna pick up that kill against Kimwax. Now a 2 versus 2. This will be a big round if Cygnus can make it happen. 55 seconds on the clock, and now for Irvin. I love this play. Get this bomb down at B. There's going to be at least, what, 20 seconds before Full House actually get here? So for Cygnus, this is pretty good.
It's not too bad. And it looks like they might have a read on where both players are coming from as well. And Celine, how do you play this? Trying to make a move. He's going to spot one. Good information here. They're going to check their back, and it looks like the second player here, GDS, he's going to try to cut through the middle of the map. They want to create a little bit of pressure at 2 angles at once, but they're going to lose GDS, and now it's all on in Sale. And what can he do? 1 versus 2. Up close, can't find it. And there's finally a round that comes through on the attack. It took 5, but now we'll switch sides here, Brody, and it's going to have to be quite a few rounds in a row if we're going to see any kind of a round 11, that is for sure.
A little bit of history note for everybody at home. This is the exact scoreline we saw when the round switched on firing range search and destroy. Then it was in favor of Cygnus. Full House Gaming.
Get down, sniper!
Can they make it happen here? Cygnus going to draw first blood, draw in second as well. Envoy picks up 2. Is there going to be a third? Absolutely not. But the problem now for Full House, they're kind of bottled up over towards poolside. Irvin takes down Fashion. It is literally Trixin and GDS left up on their lonesome. Now just the former. A 1 versus 5, Austin. Is it possible?
With Trixin, I could see certain scenarios being possible. This one, a little difficult. Didn't really have too much information, but if there was one player that was going to pull it off, it would be Trixin. He had a 1v4 earlier. Just can't really find anyone there in his sight. So, Cygnus Esports, they get themselves around here, looking a little bit maybe more comfortable defensively to try and bring this one back. And now with the bomb making its way over towards B, it's still going to be a pretty even spread. A couple players just coming out to open stairs, looking to take control of the middle of the map. And I mean, they've hit it. They can just go right through kitchen here and maybe open up a little bit of space in the back. It's just a matter of, do they decide to do it, or do they decide to hold and maybe start working over towards A? We'll have to see.
Esports on the defense at the moment, just kind of get a feel for where Full House actually are. I believe they now absolutely know as Kimwack's going to spot out Machine in the mid-map. Question for me is, realistically speaking, how do they react here? How do Full House react to this pressure coming in from Cygnus? It's Fashion, unfortunately, going to fall. Big kill coming in from Kimwax, and now for Full House Gaming, you have to make a decision quickly because there's 4 versus 5. You don't have much map control.
You do not. They've had kitchen like the entire time. It's just turning that into a push on one of the sites. It is not easy by any means. You really do need to find that opening, but you got to make a play here. Trixin could be the one to do it for us. Starting to work some angles in the back here with the scope. It's going to be Cheeto also. Have to imagine with the scope too. He's been rocking it just about the entire time through S&D. But being a man down and coming down to about 30 seconds left, they're starting to make a move, but that's going to be the bomb drop. Cheeto finds it up close, can't find the quick scope, but he's still able to get a second shot off. There is the trade, and now 4 versus 2. Everyone's starting to collapse. 1 versus 4. It would take a miracle from GDS, but this is looking like another round for Zyngas Esports, and it is 4-3 now, Brody.
This is looking a lot more assured for Cygnus Esports. I will say that much in comparison to what we saw from Full House Gaming, where they switched up 4-1 down earlier on in firing range. Cygnus Esports are really putting a fight on. Full House Gaming, they have to find some really... If I'm Full House here, to be honest, I just sort of 5-hit something as quickly as possible. And maybe that's exactly what they're going to do, but maybe this is why they don't. Kimwax able to pick up 2. Number 3 on the cards. It's Kimwax looking for number 4. GDS will take him down, but damage surely done. Irvin follows up with that kill, and Trixin a 1 versus 3. He's looked pretty hot with a sniper rifle this series. Can he pull this off?
Oh, I mean, it's just like, if I'm alive right now, if I'm Cygnus Esports, I'm just like, don't peek him. Just wait till we get some kind of info, walks into our pre-aim, our line of sights, and make him work for the kills. And there it is. Cheeto just holding it. Beautifully done. And would you believe it, Brody? I mean, what was 4-0 down is now 4-4. That round 11 that we were talking up before this map, looking maybe more and more possible, but on the attack. Either team here are just struggling to kind of get anything going, and now it's going to be another call to try and maybe make a rush play inside of A, but Totillo's been able to find 3. Oh my goodness, Totillo's just shut down everyone all by himself. Can he find the last one as well? No, Cheetah will bring it home, but what a round for Cygnus Esports.
I'll tell you what, I was talking earlier on about Fire and Range being offensively sided. Well, this one looks like it's incredibly defensively sided as Cygnus Esports making the best of every single round, but massive shout out to Totillo there. 4 in a row. He'll be looking to get on the highlight reel with that play. Just 1 round away now is Cygnus Esports from booking their place in the Call of Duty Mobile 2021 World Championships and, of course, the top 3, which is what you need to get there. But in this round, Insulin will draw first blood against Cheto. Now 4 versus 5, and for the first time, Full House seems to have put the brakes a bit on Cygnus.
When nothing has worked offensively, it's like, what is the play call here? It can be so difficult, especially if you have a shot caller who's trying to make the calls and nothing is going right. But the bomb, I mean, it is inching up through the middle of the map. You do not want to lose your bomb carrier in a round that you need. And we'll see Trixon. Oh, it looks like he's ate a little bit of the damage here. He's even taking wall bangs through the ringside. He will be able to escape with his life. Totillo, of course, you got him back over on the A side. He just found a full-on wipe, taking down 4 out of 5 members all by himself, single-handedly. But with that bomb still kind of isolated here, I'd love to see it get closer to his teammates here, Brody, because you're getting down to the wire, 50 seconds left, and you can't afford to lose your bomb carrier.
Bagadera does get away. That's huge there. Now, do Cygnus realize? That's the question for me. I don't know, to be honest. The question for me is really when he can get through. Trixon picks up that frag against Totillo. That's huge. The entry has been made onto the A site. The smoke is in. This bomb should go down. Now, a 2 versus 4 as Trixon continues his rampage in this round. Envoy and Kimwex, can they get in?
4 versus 2. Envoy and Kimwex could honestly win it here for their team, and there's the first one. No one else is really inside of basketball, but you are going to get a trade. 1 versus 3. Trixon holding the angle from Pool. A lot of weight on the shoulders now, as Kimwex is going to have to try and make a move with 20 seconds left. The challenge comes to him, and would you believe it, Brody? We're going to a round 11, baby.
I told you I had a feeling, Austin. Right before we go, I just knew it was going to go to a game 5 round 11, you see. Incredible from these two teams. Both times, 4-1 on the offense, 4-1 on the defense, sorry. Now it's round 11 between these two rosters. Cygnus Esports on the offense. Can they get it done? It's going to be GDS. He's going to be facing the full brute force of Cygnus.
Ooh, all right, looking for a couple of angles here. I mean, the fact that you have defense right now, if you're Full House Gaming, it's got to feel pretty good. But can GDS hold on to the site? Because every single member right now for Cygnus Esports is in the pool area. It's just a matter of, are they going to pull the trigger and try to just brute force their way in? Or will they look at making a later rotation? That's what we'll keep our eye on. But at the moment, 1:20 left here, Brody. Plenty of time to play with. Shots going through, looking for wall banks, but no one's going to drop just yet.
The smoke is out for Kimwex. You can see them setting up the play. It's going to be Kimwex. It's going to be Totillo. Can either of them pick up these kills? GDS picks up one. Totillo round the corner. They know the information is there. The shorty comes out from Totillo. Gets the kill. Cheeto in for the trades, though. Now a 3 versus 3. Fashion feels a little bit of the pressure from behind, but Trixon deals with it.
The bomb is down now. You have so much to really do if you're the remaining 2 players, and now the flank from behind. Picador not hitting all the shots, and now Trixon has found Cheeto. A 1 versus 3. Envoy does not have the bomb, but he's got time to play with. A round 11 1v3. If you could be a hero here and guarantee your spot at the World Championship, it could play all of the difference. But you have to cut through 2. And on top of that, you got a player that's also sniffing you up from behind. Is he going to read it? Envoy is going to find the first one here. Has to make a move for the bomb, but the pinch is still coming from behind. Is he going to be able to get to the site in time? The secondary challenge is there, but from behind, Bigadura finds it. And what an unbelievable reverse sweep here, Brody. Full House Gaming down 0-2. They bring it back with 3 maps straight.
It just didn't look promising, did it? It just didn't look promising at the end of map number 2. We were like, a Full House Gaming? I mean, where are they at right now in this series? Cygnus Esports 2-0 up. It really looked like they're about to book their place in the 2021 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, but it doesn't happen. A reverse sweep from Full House Gaming, and here is our replay, of course, coming in the Xperia rewind time record, and this round 11, Austin, I mean, it really just has come down to that flank getting shut down right there.
Yes.
Trixton takes out Irvin, and the entire round just completely flips on its head because what? Bigadera makes a flank. Doesn't actually pick up this kill, but regardless, it's 2 players stuck in no man's land.
Unbelievable. I don't even have the words because it is just such an intense series. I mean, you're talking about being 4-0 up. We switch sides, and then they end up bringing it all the way back, have a 5-4 lead. In Full House Gaming, they clutch up to guarantee themselves a world championship spot. Right into the winners final they will go. These are the final moments that we see, and the Bomb's such a tough position, pinched and sandwiched in between 2 players. And Bigadura there to bring home the final kill. He was massive throughout multiple moments in that map number 5 there, Brody, doing it there again to bring home the last kill. But man, what a best of 5.
Well, congratulations to Full House Gaming. We'll take a look at the map set. They've made their way into the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021, and of course the winner bracket final, the fight for the lion's share of $50,000 here in the Latin America Regional Playoffs. Here is the map set, of course. I mean, again, you can see it here. It did not start well for Full House Gaming. You know, a dominant standoff hardpoint in map number 1. Firing range, search and destroy. It wasn't great for that Full House Gaming roster. Zygnus looked so strong earlier on. It wasn't a comeback on the cards for Full House Gaming, but maps number 3 and 4, they fought so hard. It came down the wire to Hackney Yard, all the way down to final push from Cygnus Esports to try and make sure they could win it out. It didn't happen. Just what a series there between Zygnus and Full House. Absolutely my favorite so far for this Latin America Regional Playoffs, Austin.
I mean, just like look at the maps. Just like ignore map 1 because that was just Cygnus Esports, I think, coming out a little hotter. Found the 150 to 60, but the rest of them, I mean, yeah, it's just close the whole way through there for us. But very, very special across the board. We take a look at now our bracket, and there we have it. Full House there in the finals here in the winners bracket. 3-2 victory in reverse sweep fashion, and now it's going to be about what we get at a Skade going up against Godsend. But we also have our lower bracket here where teams are trying to fight all the way through here. Brody, it's going to be quite the process being able to get to that losers final to guarantee yourself top 3. Everything getting more intense, everything building up here for us in day number 1.
All right, well, we've got one more match to show you guys here in the upper bracket. Skade versus Godsend. Here we go. You can see actually the lower bracket as it currently stands with RWR already in round number 2, and Zygnus Gaming now there also. So we'll keep an eye on those matches as they do continue on. Of course, the other match going on right now is Operation 34 versus Loops, and we already know that Operation 34 started that series very strong versus Loops Esports, a 1-0 start for them. But as I said, the semi-final, that is what is up next. Skade taking on Godsend for yet another spot in the Call of Duty Mobile 2021 World Championships. You don't want to miss it.
10-4, copiado. Activar piel de combate.
Celebrando que estamos ganando la vida. No me hagan mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia para lado y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que te... Alto, tranquilo que de plata estoy llamando.
beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one, just a second.
Do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other. Going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Cold shoulder, going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over. No me ha demostrar, a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, balado y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que sepa. Alto, tranquilo que te plata, estoy llamando. Prende para celebrar, estamos ganando. La vida es un si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. The Latin America Regional Playoffs are well underway. We've got a couple of matches more to come to you guys, and one of those is the semi-final. We have yet another spot in the World Championships on the line, and this time around it's between Skade and Godsend. Now, one of these teams we didn't get to see much of. It's the team that won 3-0 in their first match. Austin, that's going to be Skade, but we did get to see Godsend in their first match today, where they won 3-1.
We did, and Godsend looked really good in the respawns. That was really a big takeaway when we were watching over them, Brody. They were dominant. They were on top of the rotations. I mean, everything was just essentially going their way, and they were finding really dominating wins, it felt like, in a lot of them. So this should be an interesting matchup because they're going up against a team that very likely could have taken the entire qualifier. I keep alluding to this because they ended up losing 2 best-of-5s in the grand final. A bracket reset had to come through, but other than that, Skade ran through the entire upper bracket and didn't feel like they really met too many problems here. So we'll see if Godsend could be one of those problems that they meet, because they're coming off a hot 3-0, and you have to imagine this squad is feeling pretty good on the day so far.
Yeah, for sure, right? And Skade is one of the highest seeds, actually. You kind of mentioned that earlier on, the fact that they are the number 2 seed, I want to say, coming into this tournament today. And so for that reason, it's kind of not all that surprising for this team to come out with a 3-0 to kick off the day. But this is going to be a tougher one. If our first semi-final is anything to go by, this is going to be an incredible series. Let's take a look at the map set that we're going to be treated with going forward. So to kick us off, Raid, Hardpoint, I love it already. Hackney Yard, Search and Destroy for map number 2. Standoff, Domination for map 3. Takeoff, Hardpoint for map 4. And then Summit, Search and Destroy to finish the series. Inject that into my veins, Austin. That is a series and a half.
It is a good series. I mean, a mix of different maps. That has really been a story, I think, of a lot of our map sets on the day so far. So it should be interesting to see how, the Raid Hardpoint kind of comes together here for us, because we got to see it, and it plays a little bit different, right? In 5v5 compared to 4v4, a lot more bodies on the map and a lot more, contention kind of in the hills itself, for as far as, being able to kind of clear out a hardpoint is not as easy to do with the way that the spawns work and with the way that the tempo kind of plays out here for us in COD Mobile. So I'm always a big fan of jumping in towards these raid hard points, kind of set the tone, and this could be a really good chance for Godsend to come out here, take this first map, and have a chance of being able to take down Skade. I feel like that is really something you have to do if you're almost the underdog here in the matchup, which Godsend is. If they come into this, they have a good start, they start the series off with a map win, I mean, that puts them in a pretty nice position going forward here throughout the rest of the best of 5.
I would say especially given the fact that Godsend, we already mentioned the fact that their strengths are quite clearly the respawns. You always have to win this raid hardpoint in a way, because if you lose the raid hardpoint, then you lose the search and destroy. Obviously, that's not a given just yet. For all we know, Skade might not actually be the best search and destroy team in the world. But You know, it's very easy. You know, we keep on saying it, it's very easy for a series to snowball out of your control. That being said, you could also be 2-0 down and come out with a reverse sweep, because we've seen that happen today once now, Austin. So it could well happen. Who knows? All I know is this is going to be a great series between these two teams. A fight for the second spot in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for Latin America. Of course, that third one will be given away to whichever team makes it to the lower bracket final. But it's been a great day of games so far. We have an update to go for everybody on the lower bracket, because I believe that there's going to be a 2-0 start actually to Loops Esports. We originally had as a 1-0 to Operation 34. It's not actually a 1-0 to Operation 34. It's a 2-0 to Loops Esports. So they are just one map away from meeting Cygnus Gaming in lower bracket round number 2, Austin.
Oh, chance to be able to do it for us, but it looks like we are going to now take a look at how these two Titans are going to clash in the semifinal here in the upper bracket. And well, Skate, our number 2 seed, high expectations, but you can't sleep on Godsend. These guys have been solid throughout the respawns, and well, would you believe it here? Joker's bringing out a nice little sniper here for us off the bat, looking for some picks, not finding a whole lot just yet in Skate. Well, they use their aggression and funnel it right into the first point here and come out with 20 seconds early.
Yeah, good start as far as Skate are concerned here. They're in the hard point. They're looking to get some of this early time, but Godsend comes in. Joker with a double karambit kill with the kills there in the feed. Godsend able to find their way on into the hard point and start soaking up some time for themselves. Most importantly here though, Austin, look at the rotation as well. Godsend already starting to fight for these rotational battles.
Yeah, they sure are. A couple of key gunfights need to come through. Skate have made the right decision, and it looks like they might come out with a few of the kills as well. Everything looking solid, and yes, it will. So there's the flip. Beautifully done here. I love the decision. They get a good 20 seconds off the bat. As soon as they all go down, they simply just gun it to the new hill. And now they have position and a setup. It's just now, what will we get out of Godsend to try and break this?
That's going to be the question, really, isn't it? How quickly can Godsend actually break this? They're trying to make their way over from Laundry, but kills coming in as Leozera able to pick up 2. Good stuff from this Skade roster to hold on for the moment. The positioning is really good as well overall. You've got Leozera just basically watching down the front of this hard point. Dudu now finds his way on in, and because of the fact that there's now actually a smoke in this hill, it creates such confusion that they just can't kill him straight away. Leon's in though, in for 2. Skade just do not give up.
No, they do not. They're making you work for it, aren't they? I mean, every single time you think you have a chance of being able to collapse, they're there for the kills, and they're even finding the spawn kills here where players are going to be essentially rotating. But if you win these gunfights right now, if you're Skate, you put yourself in a very nice position, but that's what you needed. Noel's going to invest the Predator missile here to make sure that they do in fact win this rotation, and now there's only one more player to essentially deal with, and they should be able to find the trades. There it is. So nicely done. Going to be down a good 35 points or so for themselves, but they're here first to the hill, and this is their chance to be able to come away with some crucial time.
Yep, we make this rotation over. It is going to be Godsend in the moment, looking to get this time, but here comes the Predator missile from Leozin. He will pick up 1. Now trades going down inside. It's going to be Araujo and Joker in for this time. On the other side, Skate still fighting for it from that vent side, but Leozin can't land the shots just yet. Nade! Nice nade coming in actually from Araujo to take those players out of the hill. Godsend, they want this time, and they are still absolutely fighting for it as Skate just continue to mount the pressure from the bedroom side. And I think sooner rather than later, they're going to want to focus on this rotation, and that's why you're seeing 3 of the 5 players already making said rotation.
I like that decision. Skater, like, listen, they had the setup. They got here first. It's okay. We didn't find the break on the first 2 attempts. Let's start to make our way across the map. And, well, Zura might be able to actually find a couple of players in the middle of the map here, and he does find at least 1. Might have got info on the second. We'll see if anything can happen up top. Position going to be known now, and that's going to be really a tough job here. We'll see how it's going to come together. You're not going to make that play happen. We'll be able to get the help from a Predator missile, and he finds the second, but can't combine for the third. It's still fine. You're now looking at just about a 9-point differential. The first team to the time will be Skate. Now it's just a matter of stopping this push, but it's again Miak finding the entries, being able to get himself inside of the point, and now here comes all the specialists.
Yeah, this is what you're about to say. These specialists are deadly here on a hard point such as basketball. Pabzera will actually end up picking up 1 with a Death Machine off his zone. You can see in the kill feed, Joker using that Predator missile to great effect, but it's not enough here as Skade still have control for this 30 seconds of time, which is a lot of time in any given game of Hardpoint. Skade turn around to perfection. They recognize that Godsend will be spawning up over towards jungle, and therefore will end up picking up all of these frags off the back of it. 20 seconds of time now that Skade desperately want. Joker doesn't want to give it to them, but how much of a choice do you really have here, Austin? Because there's 15 seconds left. You don't want to put too much utility into this.
Yeah, you really do not, and you also have to give a lot of credit to both of these teams. Whatever team essentially is getting to, one of these big kind of money hills first is essentially locking it down for the majority of the time. So we'll see the rotation over to now P5. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult to hold, a lot more chaos, 4 entries into the 5th hill. We'll see how they're going to be able to hold it. So far, Godsend doing a good job getting the initial time. Big couple kills here over on the ring side, and that's going to be 3 that pop up in the feed. Will we get a 3rd? Little back and forth, little jumping up and down. It's a spray fest, and that will be a big one that comes through now. So that will be Skade looking to clear out a little bit of the space, making their way in towards the point. Dudu's also responsible for watching ring, but as he makes his way in towards the point, he's going to put himself on 3 in a row, and now this is going to be some good time for Godsend if they can hold.
Indeed, it will be, and it's time they realistically need as well. You can't give this one away to Skade, especially with how the map currently looks. You can see them already on that rotation towards Nu. It's going to be Skade finding their way in. Leozin and Leozera able to pick up these kills. Godsend trying to find their way in. They just can't do it, but they're going to focus on the next rotation. I think that's absolutely the right play. But Arauco and Dudu, they win those rotational gunfights. There's still fights going down for the rotation now. Mihawk trying to pick up that frag. Will not get it. It's going to be Linz pushing all the way through for the kills. But look at your minimap. Look at number 4. There is now going to be a Goliath here for this first hardpoint.
Oh, Goliath, and even one that might likely match it here in the back. So this could be very interesting that plays out here for us. Goliath versus Goliath, but the first one is going to be here for Godsend. They're going to be down just about 7 points, but that will be the decimation of it. They deal with the mech. It will be down, and now you can see it. Player number 3, it's going to be operating the mech himself, just trying to fight for the time. It has now made its way inside of the point. Skade have the numbers. They have the kills. Everything is lining up for a comeback. They just need 10 more seconds to get it done.
Death Machine now from Mihawk needs to go off here for Godsend if they want to get into this hard point, because Skade, they're very close to winning this one. You need to touch. If you're a Mihawk, you will touch. Death Machine from Leozera does get shut down, and look at the kill feed. It's all Godsend. They're into the hard point. 15 seconds remaining now. Godsend can finish it here. Smokes galore. Joker with 2, looking for number 3. It will be denied for the moment, and all Skade need to do is get these last 2 seconds, but they can't. It's going to be all in the rotation, but look at the kill feed. Look at the mini-map. Skade, they've got those kills in. There is still time for Godsend to touch.
One chance to come in here. They got to find just about every single kill, and the Death Machine for Godsend might have been enough to break over the point. Skade go 5 down, and it only takes 1 break. They do it in the final moments. 2 points is what Skade needed, but they can't find it, Brody. What a comeback. What a break for Godsend.
How does this keep happening? How does this keep happening? A Godsend right at the end there. It looked like it was all over, Austin. And it's just not. It never is. It's never over. The nightmare just continues for both of these rosters. I mean, Godsend, I think that's a dream there, to be honest, for them, as they looked pretty good there in the closing moments. If you're Skate, you've got to be really frustrated. It really is just that simple, isn't it? Because
Heartbreaker.
You had control. You had a mech on the hardpoint. You had a Goliath on the hardpoint, sorry, towards the end. Then there was one coming out from the opposition, so you lose control. And again, it's just Godsend. They got in at optimal time. And then, of course, because, the big difference here between hardpoint on Black Ops Cold War or competitive Modern Warfare, or really any competitive Call of Duty play on console or PC, and this Call of Duty mobile console, is there are actually a few seconds additionally added to make that rotation. If they weren't there, Skade wins it every single time. But Godsend get that 5 down. You're going to see it here once again in the Xperia, a rewind time, a record replay. As, Godsend, it is clutch. They just need a 2-point Skate.
I mean, yeah, you take a look at what's happening here for us in like the final seconds, and you got specialists, you got everyone set up, and then there's this contest, there's that kill, and that makes sure that you're not able to at least end it here. But the big factor in COD Mobile is that you have a good 8 seconds, you know, to make the rotation. The hill does not pop right away. So we take a look at the final moments that's coming through here for us. The numbers are in, the death machines are out, the entries and the baiting and switching was just so beautifully done, and Skate don't find a single kill. And then the 5th player drops, can't get there in time. Even with the close spawn, it does not matter. Just a beautiful break that ends up playing out, bringing that specialist over, really coming up clutch there in the end. And Godsend, I mean, they find themselves a really big win against a team that has not lost the map so far on the day.
Oh, if that's an indication of how the rest of the series is going to go, Austin,
We're gonna lose our voices.
I'm one happy man. Yeah, absolutely. What an open and hard point here between Skade and Godsend as the former. Unfortunately, we'll let this one slip away, 150 to 148 in favor of Godsend. We could talk about that map all day long, but we don't have all day long. We have a remainder of a series to bring you guys at home. And coming up next in said series is Hackney Yard, Search and Destroy. Now, this is a really interesting one because if you and I kind of cast our minds back to 2019, you know, it was a good time in life. Modern Warfare was the competitive game for that year on console and PC. And Hackney Yard Search and Destroy was played early on, if you kind of remember. Now, I don't know if the bomb sites are exactly the same on Call of Duty Mobile, but I do remember it was quite a hectic Search and Destroy map.
Very hectic. And yeah, the bomb sites are pretty much similar. You got one inside a warehouse, and you still got the other one over, you know, the side of the wall right around P4 there for us. So it's very similar. And the biggest factor is like, this is just so offensively favored, right? Because you just get inside of the warehouse the majority of the time. You drop the rock, you get the setup, and it's kind of the same story that we were telling in the Hackney Yard domination, where it's like you're funneling through top L, you're funneling through bottom L, and you don't really have a whole lot of options. Now, the thing I do remember when I was casting Masters is that a lot of players like to use the rocket launchers on this map mode combination because they like to hide in the corners when they're setting up there with the post plant, and sometimes you just shoot a shot, see if they're there, allows you to come in and actually, you know, allow entry for the rest of your members. So we'll see if maybe that ends up coming out here for us at all throughout the retakes on this map mode combo. But I mean, it can be really difficult to play defense, and I feel like if you're on the offensive side, you want to make sure that you at least have that 3-2 lead before going on to the flip and then playing off of defense. So we'll see how it really does play out for us. But we also get to see a lot of sniper play. Sometimes we get those little sniper matches that come through right to the middle here, Brody. So there's a lot that can happen on Hackney Yard. It's a very close quarter map, very explosive, very fun.
Yeah, I will say as well, you know, you kind of touched upon it there. That's the one thing I have enjoyed about today, if anything, is the fact that, you know, for the last year, competitive players, you know what I'm going to say, right? You know exactly what I'm going to say. Competitive players in Black Ops Cold War and Modern Warfare, they chose not to use sniper rifles for the entire year, and I miss them dearly. It was shameful to have. But I was definitely sad about it regardless. And, you know, today has just been excellent to see some of those sniper plays coming on through for the Call of Duty Mobile Regional Playoffs here for the World Championship. We have seen some incredible sniper players, some incredible sniper plays, and I want to see more of that going on the Hackney Yard, because you've already said, right, it's just so open. The sniper plays are all but guaranteed.
That's really it. I mean, there's just a lot of options, I feel like, even though it's a really small map. Like, one of the big factors as well is, you know, seeing teams kind of work inside of green, that P4 hill, and being able to kind of work out some of the flanks, or even play for the B bomb site. It's not like you only have to go to one site. You can drop a smoke, you know, over towards the right side. You can get it down, and there's a lot of clutch spots you can play from the top, or even from the brick wall. That has the nasty heady that we all know about when we were playing our Hackney Yard throughout Modern Warfare, Brody. So there's a lot of different options. It's a lot of fun, and now we're going to take a look at the overview of the map and see how it comes together. Remember, this was an incredible steal of map number 1 from Godsend, and now Skade, our second seed here in the playoffs, looking to bounce back. Let's see how good they are in S&D.
Oh, look at this. Right out the gate, though. Mihawk is ready for it. Doodoo with 2. What on earth was that? Skade went flying. Godsend knock him straight back home.
Oh, my. I mean, just as easy as they come right there. It felt like there wasn't really a reaction to the trade. So a nice play out of Doodoo to come away with what is now going to be 3. Will it be all 4? It will not. But this would take quite a bit. 1v3. The good news, lots of time to play with. Bad news, they now know where you are. And you're going to try to throw maybe a little stun out here. Buy some time for yourself. but trying to cut across. Probably not going to be too likely, but now would you believe it? All right, couple players starting to drop down here for us, Brody. Looking a lot more manageable. Make it now to a 1v1. This is way more doable, and he's got the bomb, and it's going to go down.
Given what Doodoo did earlier on, you got to imagine Joker has to win this for Godsend. You have to win this. Miguelis. Playing this one slow. Joker's reversing the mid-map. There might be a bit of Call of Duty timing here. Joker. Oh, no, Miguelis turns away. Doesn't check it.
Doesn't see him. And I mean, you have to know that he's on this side here. And I think he maybe saw him cross there now. Nade's going to go out here. Just needs to keep him off the bomb. Joker trying to hold the angle, work the clock. That's all you got to do. Miguelis for the 1v3. Will he get there? Oh no, the defuse. I think it gets there in time, Brody. And it does. The final seconds. Joker rips the head right off of him with the scope. And will make sure there is no crazy clutches in the first round.
Joke's on you. Joker with a sniper rifle play. That kill must have come in, what, with 6 seconds on the clock there? That is an incredible play coming in from Joker. Now the sniper checks through the mid-map. This man is having an incredible start to this game. First round, absolutely down to that 1 versus 1 clutch. Now, though, in this one, Skade being a lot more apprehensive on that B site. Not so much on A, though. This bomb's going straight down.
Going straight down. And this is what I talked about. These rush plants, they're so difficult to deal with. And now, how do you play retake? This would be a really aggressive challenge, and it actually works out. Lim's able to find the kill onto Noel. That's going to create the man advantage. And now you got to start to play retake. You needed that quick scope maybe from Joker, but he's able to at least escape with his life for a moment, but not long before Skade start cleaning up everyone. And now 4 versus 2 with a good 30 seconds left.
The lenses at the very least. Araujo's going to take them down now at 3 versus 2. 15 seconds on the clock though. Skade able to hold on. And that right there is one of the tougher things about Hackney Yard. If you allow the bomb to go down on this A site, it is just so hard to make a retake work. And you're seeing exactly why there. Skade just played every single corner imaginable. Godsend. You can't check every single one, apparently, unless you've got a rocket launcher in your hand. And Godsend going to give up that round. This time around though, fortifying A.
We'll see if they can actually get over there in time. Nice little spot here from Noel. Waiting for maybe a move to be made. It's a very nice defensive setup, but the good thing about this round is the fact that you got all your numbers over by B. So you can get this down. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be able to get him off of the bomb. So there it is. Bomb will be planted. Everyone's still alive on both sides. And you got player 5 here, Noel. He's got to make the play.
Noel will end up falling to Miguelis. So now a 5 versus 4 in favor of Skade. They've got the numbers to make this offensive push work. Noel, or Mihawk, sorry, will actually pick up that kill against Lin. So now a 3 versus 4. Mihawk, that's a big one to lose. Now just down a Joker. The dominoes are falling here, Austin. Joker, the last player left up. Leo Zin and Leo Zera combined for 3. Skade able to get it done.
Yeah, props to the shot caller right now for the side of Skade because they're just making all the correct decisions. I mean, when you're playing, X amount of offensive rounds in a row, you have to be able to change it up. But a lot of teams maybe just favor going to their more dominant bomb site. But Skade, they've really kept this entire team here of Godsend on their toes and making them constantly predict what they're going to do. Noel is going to get aggressive down low, and Joker also finds a big kill. So that will open things up just a tad bit. The bomb, though, has made its way back over to B. And I think they're going to realize this. All 5 players for Godsend going to make their way through the back. And this is going to be planted for the defensive side.
Oh, big kill. Oh, Mihawk. Going to win that one against Leozera. So now a 4 versus 3. Skade losing their numbers pretty quickly here in this round. Trades going in favor of Godsend. Gotta try and make this retake work. Well, there it is from Joker, picking up those frags. It is now just nobody left up, actually. I was going to say 1 player might still be left up, but Miguelis is going to fall, and there should be well enough time to pick up that defuse. And that's as good a retake as you could possibly get if you're a Godsend. I think you'd be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely, you will be. I mean, that was beautifully done. Like, everyone just on the same page, doing it together, playing off of each other's trades. So in case 1 player drops, someone is right there to respond with the kill itself. And that is really what plays the factor. I like how they backtrack through their spawn. So 2-2. I mean, really good defensively here. Overall for the side of Godsend. Not easy to do on this map mode combo, that is for sure. But we'll see them now on the attack. Skade, they want to try and hit this ace site again. They're going to have to get through Noel, who does find himself all alone. And, well, that's an easy pickup, isn't it? Noel's not really reading it. Right over top, you will come. Little shorty check, bottom L, not going to find anything, but the bomb is now down, and you've lost a secondary player. 3 players here for Godsend to try and get right back inside of Warehouse, and it's not looking very likely.
Yeah, Pabzera with a nice little position, takes down Araujo. So, I mean, as far as Godsend are concerned here, retaking is going to be a tough one. 2 versus 4, you don't even have the numbers to make this one work. I mean, how do you even approach this? Mihawk will actually take down 1. God, Joker has to check every single corner imaginable though, and it's just so hard to do. Mihawk, the last player left up. And yeah, I mean, what you're seeing there again is exactly what we saw a couple of rounds ago. You can't afford to let A go down. It's just way too much. It's overwhelming in a sense that you just let that happen, and then the retake, especially when you don't have numbers, Austin, it's almost impossible.
Almost impossible indeed, but now we're going to switch things up a little bit. We're going to have Skade on the defense. And we're going to have Godsend now trying out their very first attacking round. Dudu good for the first kill, as Lil Zera will be taken down. The bomb is inside of A, but they haven't exactly made it obvious on what site they're hitting as of just yet. They got a player kind of lingering, Dudu, inside of that P4 area, starting to work through the top here. Big gunfight. I think Ulysses was waiting for it. Dudu maybe expecting a player to be up here, playing it very cautiously, and now you can see the nade cook. He's just waiting for any kind of information. Likely might have connected. But now this bomb is starting to get a little more active around the ace site here. Everyone just very patient for the side of Skade, not looking to make any peeks, not looking to give away their lives, as that bomb likely will go down soon.
This flank now potentially coming in from Lynch. You've got to keep an eye on it. It's going to be Araujo that takes them down. Gunfight's going down inside A. Also, all of them go in favor of Godsend. Now Miguelis and Pabzera left up in a 2 versus 4. As far as these players are concerned, not the best position to be in, a 2 versus 4 overall. Pabzera will pick up 1. This is somewhat manageable, but again, time is your own worst enemy here. If you're a Skade, this 2 versus 3, you have to make it happen pretty quickly. They should know this nerd spot. They should check it. Maybe they won't. Pabzera not going to look for it, and it's going to be Joker. He will actually get checked by Miguelis. Now just 10 seconds on the clock. A 1 versus 2 for Miguelis. It doesn't happen. Mihawk takes him down. Noel gets the other one as well. And 3-3 now, as Skade will end up taking that round.
Taking the round, but take a look at all the frags here thus far. And, well, every single time we look at S&D, Mihawk, one of the players for Godsend that just seems to always be leading the charge. One of the playmakers by far on this team that has been very electric on the day, and doing so again here on the map number 2. But into a massive swing round. Round number 7. Same strategy. Nothing really changing. Dudu just playing island, making sure no one's going to be hitting a flank. You got player 4 here, Joker, watching over the middle of the map while 2 players just inch closely. And you look at the x-ray through the wall. Both players just, honestly, feet apart from one another. You just shoot a couple of shots through the wall and you could find it. But Mihawk, he's one of the entry players. Have to imagine some point or another here, Brody, he's going to make that move and challenge.
Mihawk is ready for it. He's throwing every shoulder imaginable at the moment. Look at him from Leo Zera's point of view. We can see him through the wall, of course, down to our Call of Duty caster mode. But Leo Zera at the moment, he has some idea of what's going on here. Something has to happen sooner rather than later. And here we go. Leo Zera picks up 2 with the hip fire as well. Doesn't need to aim down sights. Give him 3 as well. Number 4 just outside. Araujo. All right, buddy. Do what you want. 1 versus 4. You got to try and make it happen. He will shut down Leo Zera before getting taken out himself. But Skade come out with a round.
Well, you knew that round was coming down to Mihawk or Leo Zera. It was one of the two because both were just inching to really get involved in the play. And that time around, Leo Zera now 9-4 there to get it done. And what a round it is. 4-3. Aggressive, though. Not looking to take your time anymore. Godsend, they're going to put themselves right inside of Warehouse. Trophy system's going to go down. So the setup is good. Everyone looking to collapse to the middle of the map. I mean, you have to know that they're making a move on the site if you're Skade, and now they certainly will. Bomb will go down, all 5 players still alive.
This is what you said. You can't really afford to let this bomb go down on A. It's just so hard to make a retake work. Leo Zera could well be part of said retake, though. Players now coming in from behind. Araujo getting swarmed by players towards Tire Shop. At least he gets 1, before falling. And on the other side, Lea's is actually able to pick up Mihawk. So now a 2 versus 3 to try and defend this bomb. Now a 1 versus 3. Noel's left alive on his own. And Leazin and Miguelis get it done. A defensive round 1.
Really nicely done. I mean, the big factor is like if you're going to stack the majority of your numbers inside of warehouse, then it can be really difficult to break because you don't know where everyone's going to be positioned, and sooner or later you have to challenge if you're retaking on the defense. But this time around, they kind of have a player sitting in the back watching their flank, but he's isolated and no one can get there to find the trade, and that's what ends up playing out there for us as far as why that retake works out. And now right into this one. I mean, I believe that's the nade that finds kills. That will be big. Oh, turning around, looking for the kill. We'll be able to find it, but a trade will actually follow in 20 seconds in the round, Brody. We've already lost 6 of our members. So into the 2v2 we'll go. This is a big round here for Skate to potentially close out. Godsend needed to keep this one going.
And look at this from Skate. In from behind. Miguelis would be about to upset the play. And there it is. Gets the 1 against Joker. Does he get the 2nd as well? The reposition for the kill against Noel. But not going to go for it just yet. Will take his time. Has Noel seen these players on the long rotation? Not entirely sure, but might just catch them anyway. Comes out of this window. Has just seen Miguelis. Going to go for it. In from behind. Goes for it, but Miguelis has better shots. There it is. The round will go to them and the game as well. Skade, towards the end of that search and destroy, just started to run away with it.
Yeah, I really liked how they played a lot of the defensive rounds, and I was almost expecting going into the half that Godsend might have been able to really pull this map out too, because offense, it's just so favored on Hackney Yard, but there was a lot of key calls that were made throughout that entire search and destroy, and you really got to tip it, you know, over towards the Skade team for making a lot of adaptations, and some of those adaptations was simply just waiting for them to plant the bomb, and then just playing retake, working the map, figuring out where every single member is, and once they isolate some of the players that were playing individually island, you know, out around warehouse, they were just able to collapse with the numbers. So you got to really, you know, hand it to them for being able to do that, because it's not easy on the defense to find that many rounds in a row, but Skater there to do it, and that's also off the back end of losing a heartbreaking map number 1 on Raid Hardpoint. So you love to see it here, Brody, tying the series up, now heading in towards what will be a swing map here in our 3rd map.
Yeah, you got to imagine that first map is now going to annoy them even more, because they were 2 points away from victory, and they could now be 2-0 up if they hadn't have lost that map number 1 in which the fashion that they did. But you know, you kind of already touched upon it there. I think the thing that kind of swung it for me there for Skade is the fact that they were actually able to take defensive rounds in the manner which they did. I mean, when the bomb goes down on A, you don't retake the site. Like, it is really, really hard to retake A when the bomb is down. But Skate did it a couple of times, and they made it look relatively easy also. So good stuff from them. They now tie the series up at 1-1. We have a swing game on our hands, if you already noted, Austin. Standoff, domination is the map mode combination we're going to be going to. I gotta say, I mean, it's so odd to see, isn't it? Because for standoff, normally, I mean, competitively in the past, when it comes to Black Ops Cold War and Black Ops 2, it hasn't been played on domination ever competitively. And to see it being played here on Call of Duty Mobile, I'm really interested to see how this one's going to go. I can imagine there's going to be a lot of ARs sitting on top in Grandma's, in Brown, over towards Tractor, keeping an eye on that B flag.
Yeah, I think that honestly, this map mode combination, like standoff domination, it's harder to control B than it is on firing range, because it just feels like, you know, it's just one big open lane. Like, there is no cover. At least on firing range, you can, you know, tuck yourself behind like a little bit of like the walls that are there, you know, try to keep yourself out of the line of sight. This map, man, like, you're just hoping to throw a smoke down, pop on the flag, and just hope for the best, because it is not easy. And typically the team that caps the B flag first is the team that ends up, you know, winning that side of the map. It's very rare that we end up seeing, you know, a flip or a team kind of come back through and actually get B back, unless it's with, you know, the usage of streaks or specialists that end up opening up a team wipe or 3 or 4 down that allow you to stack it. So very rare occasions. But on that same note, I mean, we have seen Godsend. They've been that respawn team so far on the day. They looked good throughout that first set. They ended up closing out a massive win in the very first hard point. So that could be enough to give you the confidence going into this saying, hey, listen, I know we just lost the S&D. That's one of our weaker modes. We have to look at the map number 3 and the map number 4. That's how we have to take down Skate. I don't think you can let this go to a map number 5 here. And this will be a true test here for Godsend, you know, coming in towards this one for us, Brody, to see how they're going to be able to do it and if they even can.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I have no idea how this is going to go, to be honest, between these two rosters again. You know, looking at how good Godsend have looked in the respawns, you have to give them some kind of favor overall. But again, I mean, they had to really fight for that map number one victory. So, you know, Skater, a completely different beast of the team that ended up taking down in their first round, which of course was Loop's Esport. But, you know, here particularly, this is going to be a fight and a half in the swing game in the series. Just a reminder for everybody at home what the stakes are for this series. The winner of this one will be moving on to the upper bracket final, to the top 3, and not only to a higher share of the prize pool, but also a place in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2021. 3 spots on offer this weekend. We've already given away one of them. One more to go for this match, and then of course for the lower bracket tomorrow we'll find out who will be making their way to the World Championships from the Latin America region. But overall, Austin, I gotta say, I'm highly impressed with what we've seen this weekend from pretty much all of the teams so far. Everybody, one way or another, has been impressive and has had some crazy moments.
There's been a lot of crazy moments. I mean, craziest one so far, the SED4 piece that came through. You know, I think it was Tatilla that ended up finding it there for us in basketball, just like mowed them all down. Would have probably gotten the ace too if his teammates had let him get it, but I can understand, of course, closing out the round, you don't want to risk it. So, but still, there's been a lot of fun ones so far on the day for us, and I mean, a lot that could still unfold in this series. You still go back and look at a lot of the moments of the map number 1, and there's you know, a lot of situations that could play out differently if one more kill comes through, if a multi-kill doesn't in fact come through. I mean, you know, like, it's just incredible when you're looking at COD Mobile. It's just a really explosive, you know, type of plays that kind of really come through a lot of the time here for us. When you're looking to break hills, when you're looking to hold hills, you pull out the, you know, the death machine at the right time, that could play all the difference in a map win or a map loss. So you really have to love, you know, all the adaptation that also gets thrown into it, especially as you go through at a best of 5 here, Brody. It's been a great time overall, but not sure if we're able to pull up maybe even the bracket to kind of give you guys a look at what's been happening throughout the day, because it has been very, very spicy. And as we mentioned it, we already have one of our teams that has qualified here for us, you know, in towards the World Championship. On top of that here, Brody, we still got a lot of more teams fighting for it, but it looks like maybe we're good enough to kind of come into this, see how standoff is going to play out. I already framed up standoff domination. You got to get B, and on top of it, you got to make sure you hold it, because it feels like once it goes over, it's almost impossible to get it back. Sometimes it even stays neutral for about half of the first side. So let's see how this one plays out for us.
Yep, it's this B flag that's going to be problematic. I mean, I know domination, that's just kind of how it works anyway. The B flag is always just really hard to take, but especially, as we've said, on this map, for it to be effectively in the middle, it's just so open for both of these two teams. It's really going to be a case of, I think, to be honest, who gets those first few bloods in, who gets the first wave of kills. As soon as that happens, if you act quickly, you should be able to grab that flag and then, of course, work on positioning from there on out. But standoff, one of the best maps in Call of Duty history here on mobile. It's a competitive map for all 3 modes. Let's see how it works in domination. Again, a lot on the line here for this match. Going 2-1 up in any given series. So, you know, winning the swing game, it is just so important, not only, of course, for the being 1 map away from victory, but also just in terms of momentum going forward.
Absolutely here for us, and we can see it. Godsend, Skade, this is the big one, man. If you can take down Skade, like, in this semifinal, like, not only is that obviously going to guarantee you a world spot, but that also, you know, gives you maybe enough confidence to go on through and maybe even take away, you know, a good $15,000, because, you know, they're not just playing for world spots here. It's just the playoffs. This is also, you know, plenty of cash on the line throughout this entire thing here, Brody. So a lot that these guys are going to have to kind of come through with, and you have to imagine that's kind of in the back of your mind. It's maybe not necessarily the priority. I'm sure the priority is to get towards the COD World Championship with this $2 million, but at the same time, no one's ever going to say no to about 15,000. But I think we are going to now take a look at the brackets. I think we're just getting ready to jump in towards that game. That will just be with us in a second. Meanwhile, we take a look at it, and that was the reverse sweep we saw in the first semifinal there. Full House ended up coming back 2-0 down. Took 3 maps in a row, went all the way to a round 11, map number 5. That guarantees Full House this World Championship spot, and this, of course, the series we're on board with. We'll see exactly who they're playing up against, but finally we're good to go. Standoff domination. Let's see how it plays out.
It's going to be very interesting indeed. And would you look at this? Godsend going straight for the flank in from behind. And hey, it works out almost immediately. It looked like Skade were going to be able to grab the B flag right out the gate. It doesn't happen though, as Godsend come in for the flank. However, it should now be Skade coming out on top for the B capture. It is just so hectic early on, but it is going to be Skade finally capturing that B zone.
It's pretty quick, honestly. I've seen a lot of standoff doms play out where no one gets the flag like at all for like the first couple minutes. So the fact that it comes through here for yourself and you're already applying pressure and stopping the overextension play into the back puts yourself in a very nice position if you are at Skade. Now they have this setup. So this comes down to how Godsend are looking to use their numbers to fan out across the map and start finding kills. And this might start with Mihawk, one of the big players here for the side of Godsend to get things going. But Joker opens up with one, Judy with the second. And this could be the chance to flood on top of B.
Indeed, Godsend going to go for it. But here we go. Pabzera already over there. Nice kills coming in. It's going to be 2 for him. But Araujo straight back at him. It is constant battles going on right now in the mid-map. Araujo, definitely the player, if anybody, that could put a stop to this one if you are Godsend. For Skade, you want to get map control over towards that tractor area. I will say, I think that Godsend have a surprising amount of map control for the position they're in. That's a nice turn on coming through from Leazin. But Godsend, every single time they try to get control of it, Skade just fight right back.
They do fight right back, and Hunter Killer Jones already coming out. Maybe even early Predator missile for one of the players. We'll see as we continue to flip through everyone. But a smoke will go down, trying to open up a bit of a window to hop on top of this flag. That will be a massive surge through yellow as a couple players are going to end up dropping. And now this gives a chance for Skade to start coming and fanning out on towards the map. But B is just about capture. They're going to try and go for it again. The stack is there. They're going to lose 2 of their members, but Dudu still alive, needs to play his life, and will be able to do so for a very quick moment. But there's the cleanup. Miguel's there for 1, there for 2, maybe even 3. 1 more in the back. He's got his teammate with him, and they're going to surge forward for C.
Oh, I like this play coming in here from Skade to try and grab C. Unfortunately, it won't work out as Godsend will take them out of the equation. But damage done, I think, for Godsend overall here. They managed to grab C and B now overall. And with what? Target to 75, there is still an opportunity for basically all things to be even Stevens by the end of this half. Take a look over at Pabzera. He's able to pick up 1. It wants to be him trying to push it up for Skade. They want to try and grab B. They want to try and stop this evening in the odds happening here at the half. And that's what you got to imagine they're going to do, is they're able to capture B once again. It is so back and forth here in this domination, Austin.
Very much is. And Skade getting this right before the half has got to feel pretty good as long as they hold on to it. But they actually don't have any middle map control. So there is still a chance for Godsend to come through. And with that kill right inside of Tractor, that could ignite the push. But Joker, just being the anchor he is, finds 2. And the spawns now inside of the tractor area is going to allow everyone to kind of fan right back out. But a couple more kills come through. Godsend, they're going to find 3, 4 down. The triple is good. And now they can stack it, try to get that final second. But it's not going to happen. So the first half, good for Skade, 75-57, as we'll now switch the sides.
And it was that start right from the gate where Skade are able to come on in, do the damage that they did. How does it work out this time around? Is Skade going to go for the exact same flank, actually, ironically enough? Godsend this time being a little bit less aggressive, maybe more conservative in the way that they're trying to play the defense of this B flag to try and stop Skade from getting in, but it doesn't work. Look at the kill feed. Dudu with 2, Mihawk with a 3rd, and this should give you the opportunity Godsend needed to try and get onto this point. Leazera tries it, but it is now going to be Godsend in control of B.
Oh, it is indeed. And now the push forward. I mean, Limbs is looking for more. He's able to find himself 2. Wants to connect with the 3rd. Gets a bit of assistance there. But his teammate now going to drop. The death machine up top is dealt with. Limbs is just going for everyone at the moment. And it's working out quite nicely. But you can also see the pressure starting to build around the C flag at the moment. This would take quite a bit, but it will be at least 1. Just trying to make some players backtrack a little bit here overall, as it's still 1 flag to 2. C starting to be depleted slowly but surely. But Skade, they're feeling the pressure at the moment, Brody, and now finally starting to find some kills as they start to move back out on the map.
It's big that Godsend have these 2 flags at the moment. Of course, they're currently behind. They will be, as it currently stands, on pace to try and get back to the Skade scoreline within a minute or so. But now Skade looking to try and capture this mid-map. Miguel's getting those 2 kills were absolutely helpful. Joker and Dudu still around, though. Godsend, they are doing all right at the moment, but look at this capture now coming in from Skade. Leazin and Pabzera, they're on the point. They've got the help from Leazera, and now while it looked like Godsend might be able to try and take the lead away from Skade, it has been denied.
Just chaos, isn't it, here? Just trying to make moves for the home flag, drawing players back from the middle of the map. relieving pressure from B, and now a death machine in the mix right here. It was only able to find one. Big shutdown there for Noel, making sure there's not a ton of value out of the specialist streak. But right to the middle again. The AR has been solid here. Skate in position to make a move back out. But are they going to be able to fan out of crates successfully? Because Noel's got a war machine of his own. He's starting to put out a little bit of damage for himself here. Is simply just trying to play his life, locking down this position, but the team shot's a little too much to Skate. They're going to be able to surge through. Still looking to lock down B. They'll find another one, playing excellent defense and stopping everyone from Godsend from making a move.
Coming in from behind now, Mihawk, though, he's able to pick up one. It's not enough to try and capture that B zone, but look, there is actually progression, of course, made on it, down to Godsend's attempt to retake it from Skade. They want to try and grab that, and that's why Linz actually gets on it before Godsend can make more of that progression, but here comes the kills once again. There seems like there's an angle for every Skate player to currently sit in. Predator missile comes down from the heavens, rains down from the sky, and Dudu, I mean, this is a Hail Mary play if I've ever seen one, trying to run around in circles to survive. Linz comes in, and once again, it's the ability for Linz to pick up those 2 kills and to delete the progress also.
Oh, but you're going to have to move over towards A, and on top of this, you got a Goliath on the map now. It just feels like it's almost too much at the moment, and the 2-cap should be good here for Skade. Everything, the streaks, you name it, the Goliath just spraying and praying as it takes every single member of Godsend just to deal with the streak. No one's in position to make the move over towards the flags, and there you have it. Skade looking dominant as ever. Very nice win, 150-119 to give them the series edge now, 2-1 up.
Yeah, and that second half was just brutal, I think, overall for Godsend, really. I mean, they made a good attempt at the first half, but overall, Skade, I think, coming out the gate swinging in the way they did, able to capture the B flag just extremely quickly. And then from there on out, it just like every time Godsend went for that flag, Skade were like, no, you're not having the flag. You can try if you really want to, but after the first minute or so, Skade, they are able to regain the flag from Godsend after a couple of minutes or so of them having captured, and well, there it is. Done and dusted. Skade now able to take the swing game.
Able to take the swing game, and this is the Skade that we've just come to know, right? Like, they're always used to leading the series, and man, you really do think back to that map number 1, and if they're just able to get a final 2 seconds, this one would be another 3-0, but I think that is probably the saving grace here for Godsend, is the fact that they're going back over to another hard point. But we're going to take a look at the replays before we start to get into that. Of course, this is the Xperia Rewind Timed Record replay, and you take a look at some of the big moments here, and it simply just boils down to the fact that there was so much middle map control here for Skade.
Yeah, indeed there was. Skade able to take it down in the end. And again, I kind of touched upon it already. Godsend, they had a couple of moments where they were looking pretty confident to try and grab the B flag. I mean, they made a couple of attempts out of it. Every time, I think Skade kind of just realized what was happening. They were like, right, we're just trying somebody to fly and clutch. And that's exactly what they did. Every single time Skade had a player ready to go to deal with the threat that was Godsend, and deal with it, they did. Skade now 2-1 up in this series, just one more map victory away from booking their place in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for 2021. And there it is reflected in our series layout. Takeoff Hardpoint is next, Austin, and this could well be the last map for Godsend.
Very well could be. I mean, Takeoff Hardpoint, it's one of those maps that feels like it has the most influential money hills, like specifically P3, I think is probably the biggest money hill that we've seen, at least thus far. And if you're able to lock that down, and whatever team kind of prioritizes that the best, is sometimes the team that comes out with the map win, and Skate is usually on top of that. So we'll see if they can do that. Meanwhile, we're also going to give you guys a bit of a look this time around at the bracket too, everything that's been happening so far. We've obviously got our updates here in our second semifinal. Skate 2-1 up over Godsend, a chance to just qualify, get in towards that winner's final, guarantee yourself a world championship run. That is what just about every single one of these teams are playing for. The money is just the cherry on top. And Godsend, if they want to do it here through the upper bracket, Brody, well, they got 2 maps in a row that they got to win. And I mean, the map 5 is probably going to be the more difficult of the 2. We know them to be a little bit stronger in respawn. They did it in map 1 raid. Just got to do it now in the map number 4 on Takeoff.
Yep, for sure. I don't know if we have any lower bracket updates as well to give you guys at home. I believe we might well do. for you guys to see how that one was going on, because I believe the lower bracket round number 1 matchup was in progress between Operation 34 and Loops, and well, there you go. It was in progress. Now it's not. Loops with a clean 3-0 sweep versus Operation 34, so that means that roster will unfortunately be going home in top 8. They do take home $2,500, but unfortunately no qualification to the World Championship for them. Now, Austin, they fight Cygnus Gaming in that lower bracket round number 2 matchup to stay alive. That is going to be a hell of a matchup. I really hope we get to look into that one later on down the line. Hopefully it's not finished before this one is, at the very least.
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, really, that's semis that's going to play out here for us in the loser bracket. Like, whoever loses this upper bracket matchup here, is going to have to likely go up against Cygnus Gaming. I mean, they're certainly the favorites. They're the number 1 seed. The fact that they're even in the lower bracket after, having the lead that they did is honestly quite astonishing. So that will also be a really fun one that we'll dive into for tomorrow, Brody. So yeah, a lot of great matchups really starting to shape up here for us throughout this entire bracket. And on top of it, we still got a banger one at the moment. I mean, you can't count out Godsend with the way that they performed to the mat number 1. By no means can you just throw these guys under the bus. They have what it takes. It's just, are they going to be able to outperform Skate? Are they going to be able to find some more trades, not get 2 and 3 piece, which was happening so much in the standoff? It's just those little things that you have to be able to fix coming into this. And most importantly, make sure Skate is not out rotating you, because there was a couple times even in the raid where they were out rotated.
Yeah.
They just had to come through with clutch gunfights, and they did so, but that's not something you can rely on every single time here. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting flashbacks to the end of that map number 1, right? Where it was just like Skate,
sure.
they
Banger.
had themselves an advantage. Like, you can't really understand it, right? Understate it, right? This should have been a 3-0, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful way to Godsend. It's the fact that they were 2 points away, Skate, from winning in map number 1, and it was kind of almost just taken out right from under them in a way that Godsend managed to clutch up. Massive props to them for doing that. But we are here in map number 4. It's time to look over it. Take off hardpoint. Can Skate close this series out, Austin?
Let's see if they can do it. It's going to be a fun one. Skate, though, with the opening hardpoint, already putting 23 seconds up on that board. Feels like they're just slaying out. I mean, I haven't really seen any kills come through for Godsend, at least thus far. A lot of control in and around the zone right now. And now they're going to continue to press this forward. Maybe even thinking about that early rotation. Player 3, Big Ulysses on top of it, trying to win over the spawns here for his team. And it looks like he might have just done that.
This area will end up picking up too early on. Look at this early start, I think, overall from Skate. They're already using streaks here, Austin. I think a sentry gun has actually just been earned from Pab Zero also. Predator missile now being used by Leo Zera. This is like a perfect start from Skate. Not only that as well, they get the majority of time with P1. Now we move over towards P2. Guess who's there? Just give me a guess, Austin. Anyone?
I mean, it just feels like every single player almost at this point, Brody. Like, it just almost looks like they're always on top of it. I think Elise, he made the early rotation. He was there first. And then on top of this, I mean, at least you're able to get back into the point. That is really the big factor for Godsend. But you have to worry about a Goliath now. That's going to be, brought out a little bit later on here. So there is going to be a lot of problems. And Papa Zero, he's not going to use that Goliath yet. It looks like going to invest the Sentry. However, you got to give some credit over to Godsend. They've been holding the point pretty well. But Skade, they'll find 3 in the kill feed. That will be now a chance to lock down the point. Oh my, I thought 2 more might have just lined up, but not the case. Leo Zero, the last one left up, and it will be Miak that cleans things up, looks for the scrap time now on P2.
Yeah, props to Godsend here on this rotation. They've done a really good job at breaking early on, especially considering how brutal the first hard point was for them. But now we turn our attention over towards this rotation towards P3. Skade, they are already here, and now we're talking about what was, that Goliath, it's here. It's here in this hard point. And I think for Skade, this utilization of the Goliath and the sentry gun as well, I believe as well, is simply because of the fact they want to let this game get out of hand early on. If they can just make this game snowball, Godsend will have to fight so hard to win this one, Austin.
Truly. And now the Goliath in play. This is no one wants to deal with. And you're going to have to deal with it because you can't afford to give over another 40 seconds here to Skade. They're just too good of a team that they will close this one out heading in towards the future hills. But they're doing a good job at least of pumping in the damage for now, but they still have not taken down the Goliath. It is just shredding them to pieces. 30 seconds remaining, still struggling to get inside of the point. Godsend feeling the pressure more than ever.
And the thing is as well, Pabzera still has a sentry as well. You can see that in his little HUD there. You can see that that sentry is still ready to go. And the utilization of all the utility was perfect from Skade. They knew what they had to do. And now even worse is Skade have themselves ready a rotation to go for this next kill. They still have that sentry ready to go. This is a horrendous position for Godsend to find themselves in, but we've seen themselves in worse positions before. They can still do this. Get rid of that sentry and you'll be fine.
Very well could be fine. New Hill about to pop, and there's the sentry. They're able to deal with it. A couple of big gunfights come through. Dudu clearing out everyone he possibly can. This is your opportunity to try and work back into the game, but you got to find the kills, and they're going to invest some of the death machines now to get it done, but that will be a death machine coming out here for the side of Skate as well. Beautiful kills coming through as they re-entry inside, cleaning up everyone in the hard point. Another break for Skate, and with 35 seconds left here, Brody, Godsend, they need to find a break.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, well, there's 30 seconds left. Skade can't technically finish it here, but you still don't want to give it. Oh my god, the Predator missile! It takes down at least one there. I'm not entirely sure what happened in terms of the kills. I think the assist kind of showed that maybe those kills didn't come through for him. Somebody probably took them away, but nonetheless, the assist with the Predator missile. How about that one? 10 seconds left on this hard point. All of it is going Skade's way. Austin, the signs are being put up here, and they point to only one direction.
They sure do. They point to Skade, and Skade just need another 7 seconds to close out this series, to advance to the World Championship here for COD Mobile. It is in their hands. Just need to get it done here. We'll see it. Last chance for Godsend. They're going to be shut down on the push. They will get a couple players inside of the point, so contesting it for now, but no real control as of just yet. 144 to 62. So much work to be done for Godsend, and it looks like they're starting to find a couple of the kills, but more needs to be done, and it's on Mihawk, and he'll finally be taken down. The final seconds starting to come on through. Skade might have just done it. They've cleared out the point, and there it is. They'll close out the series 3-1 over Godsend, and they will advance to the winner's final.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall there, I think, after that P3, where I'd say after the P1, actually, to be honest. And it's not like we kind of knew that they were going to win after that P1, but it was so dominant, just the way they were to come out and win pretty much every single gunfight. It gave them the streaks early on. It gave them that specialist contribution early on, where they made such a massive, massive difference to their chances later on during the game. I mean, they lost like the majority of time P2 as well, right? So Skade didn't have like a flawless hardpoint there. It was just the utilization of the specialists, the utilization of the streaks at the right times. Perfectly played by Skade. Really unfortunate there for Godsend that they will be going down to the lower bracket. But, you know, congratulations to Skade. They make their way to the Mobile World Championship.
That's the goal, man. That's the goal for every single one of these guys. So the fact that we've already locked into, that's good looks here for a lot of the seeds coming out today. And I mean, Skade being our number 2 seed, I think that's what a lot of people expected, that they would somehow, some way find their way in towards that top 3. And they've done exactly that. So now they can just look to play for some money. 15K for first place here, split across the 5 players. That is now what they're going to be looking to eye up. But still, Brody, there is plenty of work to be done. Still plenty of teams left here that have to battle for one remaining spot. And just talk about that pressure building here for them, because it is not going to be easy with all the competition we have left.
Yeah, let's take one final look at our series layout then for that one, as we take a look at Skade's victory. 150 to 148. That was Godsend's only victory. And again, I've got to go back to it. It could have been a 3-0. It could have been Skade could well be at the end of the series looking like they still hadn't dropped a map going into that upper bracket final versus Full House Gaming. But it was Godsend that was able to clutch that one up. No more after that. Let's take a look at our bracket then to show how the remainder of this one goes out. And yeah, Full House versus Skade. That is tomorrow. Both of those teams already through to the Mobile World Championships of 2021. But now deciding who will take home the regional playoffs overall. And there's, technically speaking, I believe, fighting for seeding in that World Championship.
Oh man, Brody, we take a look at that, and it's been a journey, hasn't it? Just from the 3-1s, the 3-0s to the series getting a lot closer in the semifinals. And then we got Full House, the team that reverse swept Cygnus Esports here. And now we take a look at what's going to happen down into the lower bracket on top of it. And I mean, it is up for grabs. I have no idea which way these are going to go. I mean, the two favorites by far that are left in towards this bracket, Cygnus Gaming and Godsend, these are for two, you know, the guys that are going to be fighting likely for that last spot. We saw Loops Esports a little bit earlier on. They are coming off a 3-0, but it would take one heck of a rally to come away with a big win here over Cygnus Gaming. And then RWR, they win that one there, Brody, 3-1 over Influence Rage, the team that ended up going all the way through to the World Championship last year through the upper bracket in the first seed, looking to see if they are now going to be able to eliminate another here as they have to face up against Godsend.
Well, the stage is set for our final couple of matches tonight. The lower bracket is ready to go. We have two more matches, two more spots in the top four for Sunday. When we return, guys, we'll be having those matches. Don't go anywhere.
Copiado. Activar piel de combate. Tranquilo que de plata estoy abasto, prendo un habano celebrando que estamos ganando la vida. No me hagan mostrar a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone en la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, para largo y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que te alto, tranquilo que de plata estoy abasto. Prende la mano celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. The Latin America Regional Playoffs are almost done for day number 1. We've got one more set of matches to go, and we're kicking things off here with Godsend versus RWR. Austin, the winner of this one, goes through to the top 4 and keeps their hopes and dreams of making it to the World Championships.
Yeah, man. Talk about, the intensity here where it's like, all right, you're out of that upper bracket now. Like, every single match is what's keeping you in this from here on out. I mean, that is enough to keep me on my toes, and I'm just casting, so I can only imagine what the players are going through and what they're thinking about. But, I mean, you got to stay focused. Got to take it one map at a time here for yourself here, and we're going to see another team, get eliminated and the other make it towards day 2. So that's what it's all about. You have the chance to review it once you get there, but the difficulty is getting there, Brody. You got to get through one more before it happens.
Yeah, let's take a look at our brackets then to show you guys how everything is broken down before we go into this one. More to the point, I think the lower bracket is probably the one we want to have a look at in just a second. But there's the winners bracket, of course, Full House versus Skage. You can already see that match is going to be our winners bracket final tomorrow. Those teams are already through to the World Championship, but here is that lower bracket. Godsend versus RWR. That is going to be our focus matchup, but also very important to note that Cygnus Gaming and Luke Sport are going head-to-head right now, and Cygnus are 2-0 up. Of course, I mean, Austin, you talk about the significance of this. Cygnus, they are the #1 seed overall.
That's right. #1 seed, did it in 2 best-of-5s, bracket reset, you name it. They clutched up, they iced up, and now it looks like they're finding their footing here once again up against Loops Esports, who are 0-2 down. They're down in the domination here. It looks like we're now on the second half as well here on Summit. So there is a lot of work to be done as you're starting to look at a pretty big deficit now at about 33 points. Fighting for the B flag, though, is going to be the play. Cygnus from behind. Looks like they've been able to find a full kill feed, except for one. Pedro, the only one trying to keep the play alive, and he'll also be dealt with. So very nicely done across the board. Control here once again in the middle of the map for Cygnus Esports.
Cygnus Esports. And we immediately using that. Yeah, oh no. I mean, I was about to say this. Oh no, because you look at A, it looks like it's about to be captured. It's domination. And last time we saw this, domination at the worst possible time for Loops Esports. They're already down by 25 points. That is quite a lot in terms of actual scoring, in terms of getting those points every 5 seconds, Austin. Yeah,
it looks like there is a lot of specialists available here. I'm assuming for both sides here, since they usually kind of line up with one another overall. So we'll see how many will be invested around this B flag. If you're Loops Esports, you might be investing a lot of it right now because you feel like you need to make up a lot of this time. But with 2 flags in your favor, if you can hold on to this, you can still work back in towards the game. So the pressure is more or less on Cygnus Esports to try and get something going for themselves. And it looks like we were going to have ACR here just playing his life, but it's going to be Just, who actually comes in with a couple. And I have to imagine this is a sub here because I don't remember that name earlier, Brody. So the fact that they got a sub and they're still holding on to a 2-0 lead is not too bad. But Cygnus Esports here still ahead by a bit, trying to fight for their lives. ACR doing a beautiful job of putting himself on a 3 spree and playing his life.
Yeah, absolutely. Cygnus Esports holding on to this game at the moment. There is still time, though, for Loops Esports to take the lead away. As it currently stands, I believe they would. But now, Kimwax trying to get control of the top side of this B flag. It won't happen just yet. Kimwax now coming off the spawn, though. Keeping on him in just a second as he gets right back into the action. But look at ACR in the kill feed. Going to pick up 2 kills with that death machine. And he already talked about some of the specialists coming in very soon. ACR with 3 kills. That is most certainly going to help keep control of the CB setup for Loops.
Yeah, it very much will. And see if they can continue to do it. At the moment, Kimwax up top, finding himself on 2. There's a chance to be able to still bring this back, but you're going to have to search forward maybe at some point in time, just relieve some of this pressure. But Loops feels like they just keep finding all the kills again with another wipe. Starting to actually stack up some of the streaks here for us, Brody. So things are looking more and more possible to work back into this game.
Xperia dialing going on right now, so let's go check that out.
Pega o container. Armazém, caralho. Leve não, velho. Leve não, velho. Vem não, velho. Cinza, pega cinza. Vai. Segura bem. Toca muito bem.
Mais um operador.
Essa é minha, pilha.
Tô indo passo.
Tem neve.
P2 é meu.
Cabecinha, não passa.
Porra! Quadrado.
Um tiro quadrado.
Peguei também, caralho. Bora, porra!
Calma.
Mais o neve! Tomei meio. Boa!
Wow, what a conclusion to that game. A 1-pointer. Austin, we don't get 1-pointers. We don't get them ever. It doesn't happen in domination, but wow, what a conclusion. Not dead yet. I think I've said that so many times today, where it's just like a team just comes back from the brink and they're not dead. But there it is. You know, it's not over. Zygnus got to go a few more rounds. I want to say, Austin, though, the last time this happened, the last time Zygnus were 2-0 up in the series and they weren't able to close it out 3, well, it didn't go very well, did it? So hopefully the same thing doesn't happen again here, Austin.
Really had to speak that into existence. I'm sure all the Zygnus fans going to find their way into your DMs later, bro. I mean, you do have to bring it up, though, don't you? The fact that they were, you know, just within spitting distance of being able to close out. The map number 3 doesn't happen. The comeback, you know, falls through. And now it's a similar story here that you have to start to tell here, where Zygnus have themselves, you know, a very nice lead. They can't close it out. Coming down to those final seconds where you're looking at the score and you're like, what's going to tick first? Which way is it going to go? And it goes the way there for Loops Esports. So a chance to see another hard point to stay alive. And now we're going to take a look at, you know, some of those moments that did end up happening there for us, Brody, because this was obviously absolutely insane. And this, of course, is our Xperia Rewind Time Record replay, as you just really see these final seconds playing out here for us, and the control just looking more and better here for Loops Esports as they just get that final tick.
Yeah, we didn't actually get a cast over this because obviously there was a listen-in, but Zygnus Esports here, they were fighting tooth and nail to try and regain control of this B flag. They were trying for a very long time, but it is just so tough to get in when all this SMG pressure is just mounting against all of these doors. You kind of have to run through. It's just so hard. It's so hard to make it work. And I gotta say, for Loops Esports, they did that part perfectly. They you know, they held control pretty much every single time. So great stuff out of Loops Esports there. They're able to get that map. I still can't believe it. There's a part of me that
unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm completely bewildered as to how that even happened there. Just awesome, really awesome from Loops Esports to try and stay alive. I should note as well, you know, that this is supposed to be a close series, if only because of the fact that we talk about the fact that Zygnus is the first seed, while Loops are actually the third seed. You know, so their early loss versus Godsend was an upset in on itself. They had to make this lower bracket run, and now they've got their backs against the wall. Keep you guys updated on that matchup. Godsend versus RWR, that is a match that will be going on right now in just a second once the vetoes are done. But we're sticking actually with Zygnus Esports versus Loops to give you guys an update on what happens here in game number 4, Austin. It's fire and range hardpoint.
Oh man, let's see how it plays out. I mean, you want to get it done here if you're Zygnus Esports. There's no way you want to see a map 5. You suffered one reverse sweep. You don't need to go through a second. So let's see if they can do it. So far, nice start here. It will be 10 seconds on the board, but then that feed lights up with 4 in a row. Envoy getting 2 of those. So Zygnus Esports now get some of that map pressure right back in their favor, but still lots of time to play for on P1. However, Datillo already thinking about the P2 hill that will be popping in about 30 seconds here for himself. He's got a very nice position here as we see a nice little angle, and he's able to combine now for another for 4 in a row.
Yep, Loops Esports looking to get control of this hard point and grab all of this time. It's a good start as far as they're concerned. The kill feed is theirs for the moment. But looking over towards the rotation, you can kind of see Zygnus have kind of resigned themselves to that rotation. They know there's no point pushing in for that scrap time. Really, set yourself up for the next hard point and you should be good. But look at Plin. What a start this has been in terms of breaking this rotation from Zygnus.
Well, this is looking like it could be a really big moment here for them as long as they hold on to it. And I mean, only like 24 seconds ends up going over total on P1. So a lot of this lead could potentially just come from this hill. Setup looking good, spawn still intact. Everyone basically funneling through tin right now for the side of Loops Esports trying to make their way out, but are they going to be able to actually battle through? Smokes are going down, but it looks like they're taking their time, and right now it's working out perfectly. Zygnus is just simply waiting with the pre-aims, and they've come through with just about every single kill. Kimwax for 2 has slowed down the push, and now it's going to have to be another hit. This time it looks like from Trailer here for the side of Loops Esports.
Oh, good now coming in for the Predator missiles from Kimwax and Tatio. They want to make sure that Zygnus don't get too much time off the back of that. Unfortunately, they haven't really done much to stop it at all. And as far as Zygnus are concerned, they're more than happy to take all of this time. It will be effectively a full hold as this hardpoint closes up shot. But now Loop's going to have to focus on this rotation. You can already see DAD and Flynn already over here. Cheeto and Tatio What can they do about this rotation? Apparently not that much, it would seem. The artillery strike comes down to Tio, able to pick up one.
Able to pick up one here. The battle for the new point, and oh man, every single time rotations just looking so good on firing range right now. Like, take a look at the red arrows across the map. It feels like they're just lagging behind a little bit. They're not in position, and now the streaks starting to come out. Here's the first specialist, the Death Machine, just raining through the doorway, only able to find one. A big pickup there for Dermek, but there's still too many players inside of the point, and unless you open up with a massive multi-kill, you're not going to clean these players up. I mean, this has just been a lockdown setup from P2 to P3. We're looking at what is going to be 100 points to 18 here, Brody. It's getting out of hand.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Cygnus Esports now about to hit this 100-point mark. Kimwax with 2. This is incredible. Kill number 12. Give him number 13 as well. He's shooting at a couple of players. Unfortunately, won't be able to finish that fight. Cygnus Esports right now in a great position in this hard point in this game. This is just unimaginable at this point. I mean, Loops Esports, they started so strong on Austin, so strong. And Cygnus, off the back of the last 2 kills, off the back of that break for P3, it's just been the Cygnus Socians.
Oh, you need to find value here. Like, you need at least 45 seconds from this point, at least, and we'll see if they can do it. They're here first. That is the good news, because every single hill in the last couple, Cygnus Esports, they've been to the hill first, but look at them take their time. They know that they have a massive lead. They're just looking for the info, looking to surge in toward the back, make sure everyone's in position to make this team hit work out for them. On top of that, you got Dad up top, who's basically watching over the top of the map here, and that will be another big kill that comes through there. And now look at the positioning. Tatillo looked like he wanted to drop down, but he will be dealt with, and so far so good. The first 30 seconds basically all going over towards Loops Esports, and they're still controlling the spawns.
Indeed they are. Loops Esports now in control for the last 20 seconds of time here. They've put a stop to the bleeding for the moment. Dermak going to be able to pick up that kill against Kimwex. Cheto with another one of his own. But for me, it's going to be about not just this last 10 seconds of time, but also about that rotation too. And it is just such an uphill battle. You can see Tatio with the Goliath in the mid-map. Tempest now coming out. For DAD, you're going to take down Tatio with this Tempest. That has to be the play.
The Goliath coming in. Just keep them off of P1, and if you can keep it scrappy, you'll find yourself probably coming out with a couple of extra seconds, getting closer and closer to that 150 mark if you are, in fact, Cygnus Esports. Cheeto's able to find that first one. Now Envoy with the second. The hill is going to be open and neutral, and now the Goliath can just sit right in there, Brody. Look to soak up the time. Cygnus Esports, they can still get it done here on P1.
Yeah, Death Machine as well now for just as Cygnus Esports, just say, looking to soak up this time. Loops Esports spawning out on the other side of the map. There is a Hunter Killer drone in the air, but it will actually get shot down there by Cheeto, Tatio, and now Kimwex as well. Everybody is doing their part to close this one out. The Death Machine living up to its name. Cygnus Esports, they move on to Sunday.
They get the job done there. I mean, it was looking just maybe a tad bit scary. I think most of us stopped for a moment after that wood block down. Is this where they do it again? Not going to happen. They just wait patiently. They give over that time. They hold on to the power positions, and then they call in the Goliath. They start raining in with the Death Machines. It's too much to handle. It's enough to make sure that Loops Esports team will collapse in that hard point. So 3-1, another team able to move on forward. One of the favorites for sure, but now our third seed, as you mentioned earlier, has been taken out here, Brody. Things getting more and more intense, and now we just got one series left.
Yep, and I need a refresher actually as to what the map set is for this Godsend versus RWR match. So let's very quickly take a look at the series layout here. Takeoff Hardpoint is going to be kicking us off. Raid, Search and Destroy from map number 2. Standoff Domination for map 3. Something new for us, we haven't seen it at all today. Crossfire, Hardpoint for map number 4, and Fire Range, Search and Destroy, of course, those last 2 maps, if it goes the distance. The way Godsend have been playing, I don't know. I think Skade might have been a blip on the radar for them.
Yeah, it very much will be. I mean, this is actually a bit of an interesting map set, something that we haven't really seen so far on the day, like coming through with a takeoff first. That's usually always been, our 4th map. And coming in, I mean, some of the teams, starting to really favor these maps that have been working out for them on the day. You might as well throw it in towards a rotation like this. Have a nice start. Come out here, get the job done. Have to imagine that that probably wasn't Godsend's pick, because they did just get beat on it pretty bad, up in towards that upper bracket. So I'm more looking at them to see if they come in towards this here, Brody. And if they do start start things off like they typically do. They're known to be that team that has been solid in respawns, but they did get, you know, matched up pretty well in that upper bracket there overall here. So against Skade, they were struggling. Can they get things going again against this squad here? That's what we're going to have to see here very shortly.
That's the question. Let's find out the answer. RWR versus Godsend. They are flips as it currently stands, guys. So just ignore the logos. There it is. We got it fixed super quick. We've got God tier production going on behind the scenes as Godsend look to try and book their place into Sunday. They're the ones that start the hard point with some points.
Starting the hard point off here. Who will be able to get going first? RWR, one of our first looks at this lineup here. And this would be a massive upset if they were able to come away with a win over Godsend, who have looked so solid on the day. Everyone looking to make it to day 2, but so far Godsend living up to their expectations when it comes to respawn. I mean, 24 points early. Finally, RWR will be able to get themselves on top of the point, but it won't be for long. Reds again pouncing on it will be Godsend.
Yeah, Godsend trying to take these points away from RWR, but RWR in for the point for the moment. They look to grab this last 15 seconds of time. Noel thinking, well, there's no real point giving this time away to RWR. We may as well go for it for ourselves. It will put us in a good position. Here go the streaks right away. We'll pick up one. Duty with 2 of his own as well, and Disastrous here for RWR. They look to get this rotation. They haven't got a hold of it just yet. Austin as Mihawk will pick up yet another one. Godsend doing a great job of zoning off the hard point for now.
Yeah, zoning off the hard point, finding kills, setting up for new. This is a good position to be in right now to really run away with a lead. On the other hand, you really need a bounce back for RWR here on the right to see if they can in fact get towards this in time. But the Goliath already coming in is not good news. I mean, Noel is on 6 in a row right now. You can see it. On top of that, he's almost got a minute inside of the point. So he has actually gotten just about every single second for his team, and he's going on sprees. I mean, what more can you really ask for? The pinch is going to come through, but oh, there's a Goliath there. Hello, rockets to the face. Doesn't matter. Noel will eat it up, and he might be able to come away with a triple. Will it be a quadra? It will not. They'll finally deal with it, but the damage is done. The lead is there, and RWR, they're simply just fighting for scraps.
Yeah, Music will actually get 3 there to try and grab that scrap time, and I think it will be an important scrap time overall, especially with how damaging that Goliath potentially could have been in comparison to how damaging it actually was. It could have been a lot worse, is what I'm trying to say here, as RWR will look to hold on here for this next rotation. It is once again Godsend who are the first team there. If RWR can get this early break going, they will be in a much better position throughout. Looks away from the flashbang. Unfortunately, that's just not how flashbangs work, as Godsend will now be looking to pick up some gunfights. It is going to be them inside the hard point.
Oh, this is always the difference maker. I mean, whoever controls this hill usually wins the game. And if you can't break it quickly, it can get out of hand. And it's looking that way. Godsend lighting up the kill feed. You can see it. It is all Godsend in that kill feed. 5 straight kills in a row. And you're feeling the pressure. RWR is starting to make a couple of solo plays, but Predator missiles coming in. The streaks are just starting to build. There's a touch there for a second for RWR, but the close spawn, it just favors Godsend way too much. And now this scrap time is going to put them over that 100-point mark.
There has been a couple of promising moments here for RWR in this game. They have looked good here and there, but I think for the most part, Godsend have been able to shut the door on them when it matters most. And here is, well, when it matters most, the next rotation towards the next hard point. Look at this positioning from Duty. Recognizes where these players are going to spawn. That is game knowledge right there to AT. Looks for another 2. Unfortunately, the shot's not perfect. A fake Pozo going to take him down. Godsend not going to be able to finish it just yet, but now they're on the hard point. They have an opportunity to do it, and Golda trying to hold on here in the middle map, just trying to get a couple of kills. Is actually going to do a fair bit of damage, Austin.
Will do a bit, but he's got no support, no one there with him to help clear out the space. And P1, it's looking like it's going to be done and dusted. There is just too much to deal with. The snowball is out of control. As I've been talking about, this is one of those games where Godsend snowballed the game for sure. This could be right here done. We'll see if there could be any last contention. They're going to try and pull out the death machine, but it won't matter. There it is. Godsend, they come through and they make a statement to start this best of 5 off.
Yeah, I mean, what I will say about that is it kind of goes with what we talked about all day in regards to hardpoint. It is very easily for a hardpoint to snowball out of your control. Somewhat, I think this is the second time this has happened on Takeoff where a team will just get a massive amount of time off the back of P1. That happened there again. We saw P1 control go to Godsend early on, and off the back of that, they got, I think it was, what, the Goliath in P2? The fact that we saw a Goliath in P2.
You got it.
That is an indication right there of how mensus that was. Godsend just got the ball rolling early on and never really felt like RWR recovered from the initial slip. So map number 1, convincingly in favor of Godsend.
Very much was. I mean, not only that, but I can't remember who was wielding the Goliath at the start, but they also had like every single second of hill time while going on that spree, which is also pretty impressive. It's not easy to sit on the objective and continue to go on those sprees, but they make it happen. They make it happen. They get the streaks, and yeah, I mean, that's just what we've come to know with Godsend. It just feels like in the respawns, they have an edge, but the good news is that we're going now into, a map number 2 here in the Search and Destroy, where they haven't looked nearly as good. This has been their struggle point here, quite a bit here for us, Brody, but we'll take a quick look, and well, now you're actually getting it here. It was Noel that went on that insane spree, ended up playing the factor, but this, of course, is, honestly insane for as far as what we've gotten, and well, and through the Xperia rewind time, record, replay, you're just seeing the action, you're seeing just the dominance. I mean, 150 to 41, just absolute insane gameplay coming through for Godsend, Brody. Too much to handle for sure.
Yeah, we have the stats on our end, and it doesn't look pretty at all. I mean, they got slayed hard there.
I bet.
It was quite bad. I'll tell you that much. I mean, you were watching. You
I'll take your word for it. You know.
Yeah. It wasn't a good game for RWR there. They want to put that one to the back of their minds as we move over towards Raid, Search and Destroy for game number 2. Of course, this could still well be a long series. You know, what was it earlier on for Full House Gaming versus Cygnus? That was a massive victory for Cygnus Gaming. But I mean, it didn't turn out that way for the entirety of the series, right? So we could well have a similar situation here. RWR not out this one by a country mile. But talk about fast, we're right into Raid, Search and Destroy. And even faster, Godsend making moves for A.
Yeah, they are. They just want to come through with the aggression. They do find a kill. Now it's just a matter of, can you actually get this bomb down successfully? It looks like they're just going to try and send it. And I mean, you only got 2 players to worry about up top. This would be a big battle, and it is. So, but able to find it. Oh, I thought that was a no-scope for a second, but it was just the trophy system that connected onto it. So now a 2 versus 3 retake with 35 seconds left on the clock.
Far out. For the kills with the sniper rifle. Isn't going to find anything just yet. Now a 3 versus 1. That's a nice kill coming in from Joker. Farao tries it. It just isn't to be. And Godsend with the aggression there. It's really tough actually to make the push onto the A site. One thing I will say, it looked like RWR gave them a little bit too much map control over towards full side. They didn't have somebody directly on the bomb on that heady, which is so common. Godsend able to work off the back of that round number 1. So a 1-0 start for this Godsend roster. And where do they go on the offense this time around? It's a switching of the strategies over towards B. Golda has so much to do.
So much indeed. And will he be able to find anything? I mean, there's members all around him. Shots coming through. Pretty shaky. He doesn't find the elimination at all. He gets ran at with the sword. Unbelievable. Miyok is so slippery in a lot of these close quarter situations. You can't finish off the kill. He's sure to punish you. And there's a moment where it happens. But still, throughout the round, we're going to get ourselves now into an even odds situation. 3 members left on each side. Plenty of time to play with. Bomb in hands of Noel. And with the way they're positioned, they have a chance to drop the bomb at B, but all 3 defending members are here. And now it looks like they're trying to make the call to retreat, but it's going to be read quite nicely. Pozu able to find himself another one in the round, challenging for the 3rd, but has to back away.
Mihawk. There's just somebody around. Fake Pozo will get taken down actually by Joker. They're the player to win that gunfight. So Godsend hit. What seemed to be a pretty quick round has turned into a tumultuous one. Is this a spot from Godsend? There's no way. This is a spot from Joker. As soon as Gus checks it, misses the snipe, does Joker. Of course, it's very hard to get that precision shot in. Now 30 seconds on the clock here for Godsend to try and get this bomb down.
Oh, man.
There it is!
What an angle. Joker finds it and makes this a 1 versus 2. Oh, the shot there. I don't even know how we've seen him. I mean, on our screen, we weren't even there yet, Brody. It's like you predicted. He was sitting there beside Laundry. unreal plays from Joker. He is now 6-0. 6-0, Brody.
You might call it a joke. To be honest, Dustin. I mean, Godsend are on one at the moment. Joker's on one at the moment. This sniper rifle in this man's hand. The silent sniper rifle as well, by the way. So they don't know where these shots are coming from half of the time.
Enemy contact.
It's especially hard to hit when you're on mobile. It's definitely an advantage here for Joker. He's looking for a number 7. The shot goes in. It's not going to be a kill just yet. Araujo's going to take it away from him. But regardless, the result is the same. It's a 4 versus 3 in favor of Godsend. They want to get this bomb down on B, and they're going to go for it.
They sure will. Looks like it should be a free plant. And as they get it off, 40 seconds now to try and play a retake. How are you going to do this? You feel like this is a round you need right now if you're RWR. And, well, Ferrero able to find himself one with an aid. Very nicely done to even up the odds. But on the flank here, Fake Pozo able to find himself one. Noel responds back. 2 versus 2, 20 seconds left.
Gus gets that kill onto Noel. It's just Araujo now in a 1 versus 2. Tries to go for the shots. Gus with the retake. That's nicely done, I think, overall there from Gus. And Fake Pozo. It's a good job there's no friendly fire, isn't it? Because Fake Pozo will probably slush the tummy of his teammate there. But it is a round for RWR, and a surprising one as well, I will say, because Godsend, they looked so confident earlier on in that round.
They very much did, and a chance to be able to, pull up 3-0. I feel like that was the round you needed there. So good on RWR, but I mean, something that we have seen is that this has been a very defensive favored map, but look at the pressure here right through the middle. Gonna open up with a kill, trades back and forth. Now RWR in favor, up by 1, with plenty of time to play with. How do you start to make your way across the map? And it looks like there's been an angle to try and get the bomb down at B. There was no one here defensively, and it is going to be a 3 versus 3. Smoke's going out. And this is going to have to be a really big retake here for RWR, a chance to be able to tie things up 2-2.
Indeed it will be. Fake Pozo has Gilda just behind them, but it's not going to work out. Joker with a shorty gets that first blood. There's going to be trade though. Gilda going to win that gunfight, so good news at the very least for RWR, but time running out in this round to make the retake happen. Noel gets that kill against Gilda. It's literally a 1 versus 2 now. It's all down to Gus. There's surely nothing that Gus can do here. Gonna grab that first kill, but has to just effectively jump straight onto the bomb now. Looking in every single position, but the one the last player is actually in for the kill. Noel, of course, gonna win that.
Wow, I mean, a lot of these offensive pushes have been just stellar, and I mean, just about all of them come over towards the B site, except for the very first one here, and it has just been working out, very nicely. Overall, you got Joker, who's 8-2, you got Noel, who's 6-2. Those are really the big leaders here. I mean, combined, they're putting up 14 kills together. But back to the aggression, back to the round 1 strategy. Smokes go down, and it might just be a bit of a fake. They don't want to go inside of the site. They want to take kitchen control, and now it's a matter of, do they actually wrap through the back? They want to try and attempt it. Dude was able to find another one, and I mean, everyone falling to pieces. One will come back here for Gus, but he's got a lot more work to do.
Gus gonna end up falling. Araujo gonna be responsible for that one. Now 3 versus 1. It's all down to Golder and a 1 versus 3. Once again, the aggression for Godsend has worked out. Golder, what do you even do in this situation? I mean, you're stuck right in the hornet's nest. It's horrible of a position to be in. Araujo gonna end up winning that round. It's not all that much of a surprise, to be honest, Austin. What I would say is surprising, the offensive tactics from Godsend. It is so hard to make offense work, and they're able to do it with ease.
Doing it with ease. And as we switch up the sides, we'll see if there's just as much favor on the attack, and we don't typically see it, but look at all of the tacticals and lethals being thrown into A. No one is in the site. Joker is going to get forced out here and has to hold the top position, but you are still going to kill that comes through first, and looking for a couple of snipes. Not going to be able to connect onto anyone just yet, but actually there is one off screen. We'll see it. Barrow evens up the odds. Looking for a couple of shots off the exit. Not going to happen. Bomb goes down.
Dudu trying to make this happen. They know they need to get the player outside of bedroom. Farrow is over there. I like this play coming in from Dudu to try and push for him. Is Farrow ready for it? Well, Farrow's just run away here, so this retake on the site going down. Gus and Gold are going to win their fights, and now it is just Dudu in a 1 versus 2. 19 seconds on the clock. If Dudu wants to make this happen, has to do it fast. Swings wide, goes for the shoulder peek, but of course, Golder and Gus, GG is what that spells out if you make it an acronym. And that's what we have here in this round. Well played there in 2 versus 1.
Yeah, that was nicely done. I mean, just coming through with the offense and the aggression, you have to, really love it coming in the very first round, because now you have the ability to slow things down if you want, or you could look to do it again, and that will make them maybe stack it the round after if this one is successful offensively here for RWR. And they do want to follow a very similar strategy. Smokes go through, except this time there's players inside of the site. How many can you pick up? That will be a second. Looking for the spray and pray. And yep, everyone is dealt with. Very nicely done. Godsend this time around will read it. And now it's going to be Ferrero left all alone in a 1 versus 5. Has a scope, but the push is coming to him. Tudu not going to give him a chance for any kills. And now it's going to be map point here for Godsend.
Well, that was quick. Godsend just kind of came through there and didn't really give RWR a chance in that round. Now, map point, how about that for Godsend? That is a response and a half here on the defense. Can they get it done again? Well, there's the first blood. They must have sniffed out by now where RWR are going, because there's nobody over towards bedrooms. So that can only mean one thing.
Sure can. Bomb's going to try to go down here. You've lost one of your members, and you don't have everyone here just yet. And you're also going to lose a second. Mihawk finds Piero, one of the sniper players you really need up and alive. Pozo, can he find the second? He can't. Trades are good. 3 versus 2, 3 versus 1. All down to the last remaining player. He finds the kill, but Joker will get the trade. There's the defuse. Godsend, they've been struggling in S&D most of the day. But this time, they don't have any worries versus RWR as they now lead the series 2-0.
I was for sure concerned, I think, about RWR coming into the series because, of course, Godsend, they're going to want revenge against the team that knocked them down into the lower bracket. Now, they're looking to find that opportunity once again to make their moves into the Final Four and, of course, keep their hopes of getting into the World Championships alive. They've been an incredible team all tournament long. And 2-0 victory, or 2-0 lead now, sorry, against RWR. It's putting them one step closer to that position, to that reward. But that search and destroy, indomitable in every sense of the word, just the way they were playing in terms of the defensive plays. I think particularly in terms of their adaptations, right, because they lost their first defensive round. But as soon as they realized kind of what RWR were up to and their strategies and such, it was a great adaptation coming out from Godsend, and really just threw them off kilter. Really well played.
Really well played. Some of those adjustments coming in quite nicely. Godsend finding themselves 2-0 up. Want to make it to day 2. The other hand here, I mean, RWR, Brody, they got to pull off a reverse sweep, and the problem, going into a respawn, so it's not going to be easy, and that respawn is going to be standoff domination, and we got to see Godsend already play this. They had a really good first half, and they looked actually to be solid in towards the second half, but that's when we saw things get a little bit too out of hand near the end versus Skade. They just started slaying out and really just started dominating the map, especially in the middle of the map where they were no longer able to kind of find themselves in some of those power positions. So they'll have to see if they've made any adjustments here. If you were watching as RWR, then maybe you can take note of some of the things that they were doing wrong that you might be able to catch them on and capitalize on as well. But taking this team down and respawn, I mean, is never going to be easy, especially with the way that we saw the map 1 play out for us on takeoff.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. You look at that scoreline at the moment, and it's just going to be a case of you really need to try and reset your mental game. It's going to be so hard to do that. I mean, we can see here on the cast and says, so this is what you need to do. You need to, go for a mental reset going forward. You're 2-0 down, fine, whatever. But generally speaking, in these situations where maybe you're 2-0 down, it's not as tilting because you haven't been destroyed in at least one of those maps, probably 2. I think we could probably say both of them were pretty confident Godsend victories. This map number 3, man, I honestly don't even know what you do. I really don't. If you're RWR, you need to pull out all the stops. You just need to go off. You literally just need to go off. I think more integrity for me, though, have a good early game, because that was, I think, the key to victory for Godsend in game number 1 and game number 2, especially the former and that respawn of Hardpoint where they're able to get the specialists early on, get the streaks early on. It was just so detrimental to RWR. If they can do that to Godsend, get some early footing into the game, they should be okay.
They might be able to do it, man, but I kind of on the same page. I think you do need to get something going for you early, get some streaks in play, you know, slow down the momentum here for this Godsend team, because it feels like when they catch it, they just start rolling through you, and it's not just one player piecing you, it's almost every single player piecing you. This is just where their strength lies, you know, throughout game modes here in best of 5 series. So if you're going to stop that, then you do need to come out and shut them down. You might be calling on a couple of heroic players to come through here for RWR, you know, to get that job done. But, you know, we saw what happened in the map 1. It was just all Godsend. It was all slang. It was all control. And the fact that they just took one of their weakest game modes 6-2 pretty convincingly. You have to imagine they're feeling pretty good here, Brody, about making it to day number 2. Just got to think about one last map, and standoff domination very well might be it.
Yep, standoff domination very well might be it. This is, again, we've seen standoff already. Just in terms of the way that this map mode combination works. We already saw earlier, we were a little bit surprised at how quickly the B flag was captured. The way Godsend are playing at the moment, for me, it kind of feels like they're going to be so confident they're just going to run out into B straight away. So that might be something where RWR kind of take note down. They're like, look, Godsend are just going to run to this B flag. If we just play a little bit more passively, pre-aim onto that B flag, get these kills early on, it could well go our way. But let's jump into standoff domination. Could well be the final map of the day here for the Latin America Regional Playoffs.
Oh, might just be, let's see it, our last series of the day, maybe our last map of the day. RWR, they got to pull off a reverse sweep here, and it starts with standoff domination. Let's see if they can, in fact, do it. So far, it's going to be a couple of kills back and forth. No real control, but an early touch here for Ferrero, able to at least get a bit of progress going on B. Won't be able to fully capture it, but get something established early, and we'll give them maybe a bit of room to work towards. If they're able to find 2 or 3 down, it can hop on it again.
Yeah, if you're RWR, you're pretty happy with this one. Look where Godsend is spawning out. There is no chance in hell that you're stopping this B capture. And for RWR, yeah, you say it. That is nice. That's even nicer. Domination early on for RWR. They're extremely happy with this one. Even if it only lasts a few seconds, I'd be content.
Maybe they did take note of what went wrong there the last time around. We saw Godsend play up against Stride there in that winner's semifinal, because they are just really already having a handle on them. But we will see Mihawk, if he's one of those guys that comes out here and starts to catch fire, it could be dangerous. And he even cuts one up here for the 3 spree. That does relieve a bit of pressure around B, but it doesn't necessarily lead to the flag cap as of just yet. Gunfight's still got to be won. We'll see one there off screen that does come through, but the trade follows. So B looking to get that progress down. It will be about halfway, but Godsend now, they start moving back out on the map as they start taking away some of the big positions.
Yeah, this is a big moment here in this game for Godsend to try and capture this B flag. There is presence coming in from behind from RWR, looking to put a stop to this, and that's exactly what they do. Gilda picks up 2, and taking away the progress on the point as well is huge for RWR. They can't afford to allow Godsend to just jump onto the point and capture it. That won't happen. RWR doing a great job at the moment of keeping control of that B flag. And of course, we talked about the momentum. We talked about what it means. You know, if you're having a better go at things, you will get your specialist first before the opposition, and that could be huge in those clutch moments. We already see one player here, Fake Pozo, has the death machine already in hand.
I mean, this is just looking so fantastic at the moment. Like, dude is just trying to get something going on this flag, and you got Predator missiles coming through, stopping you from across the map. You're still struggling to get a home flag. A might finally go over as Godsend are trying to get some resources around it, and it looks like they will be able to do that. So you're looking at the first half that's about to come to a close here for us, Brody. We said we wanted to see streaks, we wanted to see early specialists, and so far RWR has delivered. They come out with an incredible first side of Dom, and they have such a lead going in towards the second half.
Yep, indeed they do. I honestly don't know how you deal with this if you're a Godsend. You make a comeback, Godsend. I will personally DM each of you and tell you how great of a Call of Duty team you are, because this is a tough
clip
one.
that.
Yeah, nobody clip that, please. I don't want to have
Clip
to do
that. Yo, you spoke it into existence.
I'm pretty confident, to be honest. This is a really tough one, I think, overall. I mean, look at RWR already. They're already swarming that B flag. They're already looking for map control throughout mid. Godsend need to have just a perfect domination out there. They need to capture A pretty much straight away. And you're seeing that already. Look at the minimap. You can see Dudu and Null already going for it.
Oh, nice kill in the back. Noel's going to be able to find the big pickup here. Oh, he might be able to steal the Goliath away. He does. That's actually so big. Noel's able to steal the Goliath, and now maybe working for a comeback could be in the cards. This could be a domination that comes through here for us. Brody, we might be able to hold you to that statement made just a minute ago, because it is all Godsend right now, as they're now racking up all the time.
There's no way. There is just no way this happens. No, I can't believe it. I refuse to believe this is reality. That could well be the play, right? And it was the play call early on from Godsend to actually push all the way around the flank. Their intention was not to steal a Goliath, by the way. That was not their intention. I want to get that out the way. Their intention was to try and capture A away from RWR before anything bad could happen. They have done that. They don't need a free flag setup anymore. They've held this for about a minute. That is so damaging. But no, and Dudu, they're going to keep on to this free flag setup anyway. Somebody put a stop to Godsend. This is horrendous. Oh my goodness me. RWR, they are getting beaten down here in this domination from such an advantageous position. Oh my god, I'm going to get my play ready. I'm getting the DMs
Oh,
ready.
Brody, you really are going to be the one that sends RWR home, aren't you? You spoke it into existence, and coming to life is Godsend. A second win, good side, whatever it is. I mean, the steal of the Goliath has now actually resulted in a Goliath being picked up, but that Predator missile that was just used actually eliminates it. So what a clutch kill streak coming in at the right time. By no means is RWR out, but they are feeling the overwhelming pressure as they try and hop on B. It might be solo captured, but Joker gonna stop it in the final seconds, gets there in the nick of time, sprays through L wall, picks up another, and starts to deplete the progress.
Oh my goodness me, Godsend. They hold on to that by the slimmest of margins. You've got to imagine even if they lose it, they probably regain it pretty much straight away, just because of the fact that RWR had no presence in the mid-map. But oh my goodness me, Godsend at the moment, they have made the comeback of Call of Duty Mobile. That's what I'm going to call this. This is just an incredible comeback in terms of COD Mobile history. They were down by 20 or 50 points, sorry, at the end of the first half. A trip cap at the start of this one, but now Music with the Goliath looking to bring this one back single-handedly. It isn't enough though. He will fall, and now RWR are going to have to do this with just their guns.
Oh, there's just so many streaks up and about, and you have Noel who's still rocking this death machine, who will be cut down. Dudu doesn't read the player behind him. Or actually, sorry, just his teammate as they pass through each other there. But overall, you have just so much control. Like, look how difficult it is to hop on B. It's really just panic mode, and another double comes through, and another death machine is out. Dudu feels like he's had one in his hands this entire second half. The 2-cap is still here. They're able to deplete all the progress on the A flag as well. I mean, Brody, Godsend, they have essentially done this. All the control in the world. RWR with a 50-point lead in the first side have thrown it away, and it very likely will be their very last map here played in this tournament. I mean, this has just been exceptional from Godsend to work back into this game.
I don't even think this is mathematically possible anymore. Yeah, it's not. It actually is not mathematically possible anymore. It is done. Godsend. What a way to book your place in Sunday. I need everybody's Twitter handles right now. I am mind blown that has just happened. RWR. I mean, they were up. They had an incredible domination. That Austin, it should have been theirs. What's going on?
What's going on is you're going to have every RWR player in your DMs. That's what's going to happen, because that is unbelievable, man. I mean, I don't think I've seen too many things like that in domination. Like, the fact that you were able to just bounce back from, like, getting just completely destroyed, like it wasn't even close at the start of that, and then go into the second half with a triple cap for what felt like, you know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and just like 2v5s happening on home flags, you know, snowballing that into multiple Goliaths. And it all really started with the steal of the first Goliath that was dropped down there for RWR. That kind of led to allowing one player just playing his life on one home flag. You can't go to that one, so you have to go to the other, and they just kept funneling their resources in towards B and C there, and that was enough to pull out the win. I mean, crazy comeback, man. Crazy comeback. Crazy last map of the day. I mean, that's why we love Call of Duty Mobile, isn't it, Brody?
My goodness me, what a conclusion for day number 1. That really does just top everything off. That is the cherry on the icing on the cake here for day number 1. Let's look at the final series layout then for everybody at home to show you how that one did go down. It was a dominant series up until that domination, right? It was map number 1 was 150 to 41 on takeoff, 6-2 on raid, search, and destroy. That standoff domination, though, I mean, it looks like a pretty convincing storyline for Godsend. It wasn't. It just wasn't. Like, they were down by about 50 points or so. That simply shouldn't happen. Let's take a look at our brackets then to show you guys how everything lines up for tomorrow. We already have 2 teams in the upper bracket final. That's going to be Full House Gaming and Skade. Those 2 teams already through to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2021. But in our lower bracket, that is where we'll be starting day number 2. Godsend versus Cygnus Gaming. That is going to be the match, Austin. I am so excited for it.
Too. I mean, like 2 really good respawn teams. Like Cygnus Gaming showed a couple of weaknesses in their S&Ds as well, you know, especially in that map number 5 on raid. So I'm almost curious to see how the veto process plays out, because now both of these teams have essentially all the time in the world to go back and review each other's gameplay, figure out what they want to ban for the specialists, the maps, you name it. I mean, it's going to be one heck of a brawl throughout tomorrow. We already said today was going to be a battle, so who knows what day 2 is going to be. All I know is it's going to be good.
Yeah, it is going to be excellent, of course. Make sure you guys check out Call of Duty Mobile right now. Season 7 Elite of the Elite has just begun. It's an awesome time to be a Call of Duty Mobile fan, of course, because esports is just as great. I'm so happy with everything that went on today. It has been an awesome day of Call of Duty. Austin, before we go, any closing thoughts?
Man, I'm still a little mind blown, you know, with what just happened and what we just experienced. I mean, it's not too often you see something like that, but I mean, it's been a real treat. We've had a lot of crazy plays throughout the day, and now we're coming down to, you know, what is going to be one more team qualifying for the World Championship. After that, they're fighting for money, and it's going to be just an incredible time. So, I mean, I've just enjoyed this. It's been fun doing this with you, Brody, the whole day, but I think the crazy part is that it's just only day 1, and that's still kind of just in the back of my mind right now, as I'm going to have to mentally prepare for day 2.
Yeah, I will say one thing. If I feel like tomorrow the final 4 teams have been the best 4 teams this tournament for sure, and I'm really excited to see what tomorrow brings for the Latin America Regional Playoffs. Day number 1 is done and dusted. We have 4 teams remaining, 1 more spot open. Of course, we already have 2 teams coming from Latin America to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. 1 more spot is to be given away, and that's going to be the first match we have on stream tomorrow with the lower bracket round number 3. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the YouTube channel. That's where everything Call of Duty Mobile Esports will be taking place, not only this regional final, but the rest of the regional finals, and of course, the World Championship itself in September. Austin, it's been a great day of Call of Duty Mobile Esports, but for day number 1, we're done. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sé de rapear, Capi pone la pista y yo empiezo a tirar.
Copiado. Activar piel de combate.
Se llama Nicola que te va a setear, entregar. De los ojos te lo voy a ponchar. Pa' cuando rescate sepas que inventar. La renta la paga, si no, no vendrá. Donde yo me pare, tú no puedes estar. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando. 50 formas de seguir. Tranquilo que de plata estoy abasto, prendo un habano celebrando que estamos ganando la vida. No me hagas demostrar, a la buena el mejor, a la mala normal. Yo no sé de rapear, Capi pone la pista y yo empiezo a tirar. Yo no vine a inventar, pegado en la UCI, pegado en la TAN. Mala mía, manito, es que como yo no hay otro igual. ¿Qué tal? El tiempo te lo estoy cambiando, 50 formas de seguir facturando. El género cambia, balado y lo parto. Tranquilo que este flow yo te lo reparto. Que tú estás alto, tranquilo que de plata estoy abasto. Prendo la mano celebrando que estamos ganando. La vida es un, si no me entiendes, googlea lo que estoy tirando. Para que tú no me sigas envidiando. Alto.
rival pierde combate.